Welcome to the Sophomore Showcase here on Sportsnet, USA.net. That's right, this will be a 1-hour game. So they will have two 30-minute halves, basically a 10-minute intermission, and then we'll move on. You'll see a series of 6 games on one side of Sportsnet, USA.net that are all women. 6 games on the other side of Sportsnet, USA.net that are all men. And these are the sophomores from California here at Saddleback College. Pablo, Ed, myself. Here on the women's side, Ryan and Albert, with Joe coming up a little while on the men's side. So wherever your child played, wherever you're looking for him to play, this is a little women's soccer here on Sportsnet, USA.net. As Central Valley sophomores are taking on South Coast sophomores. Here in the first game for the women, the South Coast team is in the blue. Central Valley is in the orange. Here on Sportsnet, USA.net. We were told some teams would not have substitutions. Some teams are playing with 11. Some are borrowing from other conferences because they don't have enough sophomores that could travel. So it will be a little hodgepodge here on a beautiful day as we get ready for the championships of men's and women's soccer later on this weekend. We'll get the players in a second for you here on SportsNetUSA.net. For Central Valley, you'll have Keani Gordon should be in the goal for them. Jessica Uglade, Riley Hefner, Callie McFarland, Genesis Ocampo, Neva Mokanda, Kluani, and I can't say her last name, so I apologize, Haley Smith, Raela Banuelos, Layla Azevedo, and Jade Jones. I will give you the colleges they're connected with in a second. On the other side for the South Coast team, you have Jordan Semberga in the goal, Lorraine Castro, Raylyn Laney, Ariana Riviera, Jessica Arao, Sarah Sanchez, Sophia Hudson, Jennifer Gallardo, Keane Moore, Charlie Grace, and that will be for your blue team here on Sportsnet, USA.net. So immediately, Central Valley is going to get a corner. Coming in off the backside, and that was Sophie Diaz. Oop. But my schedule here is so crammed up. I got little tiny people that I'm looking at. I'm like, oh, there's the perfect shot right there. So it's going to go out. That should be another corner for Central Valley. When we talk about Central Valley, we have Taft College represented, Reedley, Fresno City, Taft, Reedley, Taft, Fresno City, Reedley, Fresno City. Yeah, that's Northern California. Coming over to make a play was Acevedo. Acevedo had no chance on that. Gets cleared out. They're trying to take it upfield now for Central Valley. Central Valley comes back, makes the nice turn, goes over to Banuelo, so as it loses off her foot and goes out. Banuelos attends Fresno City College. Nice little drop in the area of Raylyn Laney. She couldn't catch up with it, but it looks like Raylyn is going to throw it in. She tosses it away to one of our partners. Goes into Laney. Laney lets it go through the hoop as if, and it's saved on the line. You realize the ball must clear the out-of-bounds lines. If there's a fraction of it on the line, it's still in. Little pushing, going down the middle. It's 1-on-3, and the defenders get back in time. Central Valley has it laid in the middle. We're at the main field here at Saddleback College, so if you're wondering where this beautiful field is from, we've got this field in the front, and the men are playing on the practice field in the back. So when you look at this facility, it's fantastic. Community college with an excellent facility. And you got to give it to B.J. McNichol for being the head coach for the men and the women. Rayleigh Hefner throws it in for Central Valley. She's out of Fresno City College. Get a foul and a call, so that'll come back over in the direction of South Coast. When you look at South Coast, they're represented by El Camino College, LA Harbor, Pasadena City College, Cerritos, 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 John Van Gaston, John Van Gaston, John Van Gaston. We're going to say it, the best ID we've ever dealt with here at SportsNetUSA.net over the years. Not just on an individual year, but we've known John for so long and has been one of the kindest men. He's retired this year at Cerritos as the men played last night. Then we have El Camino, ELAC, Long Beach City College, Long Beach City College, Long Beach City College, and we know Megan well over there, the softball coach at Long Beach City. Nice, kicked out quickly as Jordan Stemberga had her hands on that one. Haley Smith takes it down the left side, loses it there. So Smith has it come off her foot. Goes back over to Raylyn Laney. Laney, that quick little player that get up and down the field, and that's the one thing you want to watch with these young women. Realize these teams have just been thrown together. So when you watch the cohesiveness of these teams and the way they can play, if you're scouts, which they are out here today, this lets you know how these women are young team players that can play the game of soccer. It actually looks like Central Platte Valley is maybe playing, I was going to say they were playing a 4-3-3, but I think they're actually playing a 3-5-2 is what I thought they were doing, which would be an attacking way to play the game. Trying to get to that was Charlie Grace out of Long Beach City. Couldn't get to it. Layla Acevedo gives it up, gives it over to Riley Hefner. Hefner throws it in. Couldn't get it to Acevedo. Nice little header right there by Moncada as she came up from the midfield section to make it. And now you want to see if there can be a run from South Coast. So far, they've been stymied. The defense and the offense for the Central Valley has been smothering on this field. And once again, they take it over. Kick from the outside. Jade Jones from Fresno has it go off her foot. Jade tries to drop it into the middle. Can't do it. Goes back. The Moncada. She goes strictly over to Acevedo. Acevedo's trying to turn the corner on the left-hand side. Nice little footwork. Gets inside the box. Shoots. And saved right there. So a little dance by Layla Acevedo, who just showed you the footwork. And if you're looking for somebody that's got technique, she showed it to you just then coming down on her end of the field. Defense. Come up. Catch it off the body. You lose it, though, there, and this is where you've got to clear it out. We're going to get a foul, and it's going to go against South Coast. South Coast got tangled up, and you see a player just limping a little, and you probably will not see the physicality again because some of these teams only have 11 players. So they will watch to see what they will do to each other. Had the chance to see Long Beach City men play earlier this season against Cypress College, where Cypress College should have won, The men, they did not. So far you have not seen much of an attack by the South Coast team. They've been on defense most of the time. And once again, it's that Central Valley team that's making a turn. So we'll see. No scoreboard on the field. We get a foul there. So Fadel will have a chance with it. Now it goes to Charlie Grace is going to take the kick. Charlie Grace for South Coast puts a big foot into it. Gets a lot of carry. An easy pickup for Jordan Stemberga out of El Camino College. One thing you will see, and I was talking to some of the college coaches that are out here scouting, and I told them what they would find in Southern California is some real talented tenders that we have seen this season. Ed Ford, myself, Corey Neyland, Albert Robles, Ryan Osborne, Joseph Pavlenko. That's the one thing we can all talk about if we were sitting around in a room right now, are the goalies that we've seen. Now, the defense is just as good. I talked about Golden West College being in the finals for the women. And 10 clean sheets, 10 consecutive shutouts they have had. They shut out Folsom yesterday, won that in a PK. They ended up beating Saddleback, who was undoubtedly number 1, number 2 in the state, number 2 in the nation, on a 1-0 victory here at Saddleback, where, yes, some of us like myself had picked them to go to the state finals. They also beat Cypress College. They beat Cypress College twice this year, and at one time Cypress College was ranked 4th in the state, then dropped to 7th. But again, a very, very talented women's team. And I don't think anybody really thought that because of, well, let's just say Golden West College does not necessarily have the offensive oompa, as we get a break down here by Central Valley, looking to cut it in the middle. That's Haley Smith, loses it off her foot. So Smith thought she had a nice little setup from about 20 yards out, loses that. Clean tackle in the middle of the field, and Central Valley gets it back. So far, Central Valley looks like they've played with each other many times on the field compared to the sophomores from South Coast. But Golden West College won on defense. And this is the thing that you look at. The tenders have been magnificent this season. Shot right there. Big foot again from Alpha Dale. Nice little player out of Long Beach City College. And she is usually, you'll see her back on the defensive side along with Kiana Moore. Kiana Moore is really a midfielder when she comes back. Kiana Moore also plays at Long Beach City College. Kiana is one of those midfielders that can roam from the 10 to the 10 when you're looking at a soccer field. So she gets back quickly on defense. She also is that midfielder that can bring that bit of offense that you're looking for. And that's what you like about her. Raylyn Laney, on the other hand, is that person that is that forward that I like, Raylyn. She's got a lot of speed out there from Pasadena City College. And tracks. Raylyn understands when to attack, when not to attack on the field. So some very talented sophomores when you're looking at them for possibly that next step to fill a gap for your team. And like I told the coaches that I met, and I'm not going to say which schools they come from. That's not fair. I didn't ask them if I could. But they are major teams out of major conferences. And I said, coaches, do me one favor. Don't look at a 5-foot player and say she's too small. I really don't want to hear that. I've seen some goaltenders that are 5'1" that I wish all of us could be that acrobatic when we're in a goal. And so we'll see what players may get a little love from these D1, D2, or NAIA schools that are in the area. Again, no big rush as you watch, really, the Central Valley team. They get back on defense very, very quick. So if you're looking for defensive players, midfielders that play well, box-to-box players who know how to play defense, coaches, parents, these are really the way you play. Beautiful save on the sideline. On the backside there for Central Valley. And that was Banuelos who makes the play over there that just saves it easily. She grabbed it with her off foot, brings it back in, brings it back to herself, and saves it. It goes back to the own goalie so that they have an easy play to make. South Coast with smoothness in this game so far that we've seen. They are that team that you can just look at and say, they're a fun team to watch. Coming down to Raylyn Laney. Laney drops it off over to Jessica Arroyo. And Arroyo, again, somebody that comes up from that midfield defensive spot. As she goes back, Arroyo, a defender on that South Coast team. And that's the one thing you want, a defender like Arroyo who's got great foot, small in stature, but can put, like Ed Ford has talked about it more than once when he has watched these young women play. Ed will talk about the trajectory of their actual kick and the length of their kick. Little skip shot, an easy save, not really a shot on goal. So we're sitting here at 0-0 on this sophomore showcase. Game number 1 in the women's side. Here on SportsNetUSA.net. Game number 1 on the men's side should also be on SportsNetUSA.net. Now run on the far side. That's Riley turning it. So I have a Riley Hefner from Fresno was a number 3 on Central. A Raylyn Laney, number 3, from South Coast. Shot, blocked, kick back in, saved again. Lay out flat. 2 incredible saves there by the young lady from El Camino College. So a little excitement there as we had true 2 shots on goal. As we've played about 20 minutes of this first half, 0-0. Another corner. This is the 3rd by Central Valley in this first half. Come out, kick it out. Saved by a defense person on the far side, and that's what saved it. Goalie comes out, punches it, ball comes down, and this is what people forget when you look at defensive players. Sometimes your goalie makes a great save and steps out of position. Not that it's a bad position because she made the save on the goal. But in doing so, she leaves the back of the net open. It's like you forgetting that you put your keys in your back pocket and you're searching for them all morning long, Ryan Osborne. And till an old guy who's like a defenseman says, you know, normally what I do is stick my keys in my left back pocket. Ah, youth, it is so wasted on young people. What can I say? Here on SportsNetUSA.net. It's nice he's at the table on the other field because nobody will be saying I'm talking about him except Corey Neyland. So it stays with Central Valley. If you were watching this right now, from a coaching point of view, you might say, wow, these young women from Central Valley are so talented. Yet you need to look at it. What's very tough on this, do I shine as a player and let my partners down on this field? Or do I show the coaches that I can be a click into anything? So in other words, you know, those old Lincoln Logs and everything else that some of us played. Now I date myself. As a kid, Legos for today, how they snap together and you can build anything. That's what you're looking for. Not only the talent, but can I drop somebody in on these fields, put them together as a team, and let them make a move like they've done today. You see that with all of these women on this field by doing that. Kiana Moore gets it in with a throw. Kiana, another Long Beach City player. Little takeaway, but nice save once again by the South Coast team, all decked out in blue. So South Coast moving basically from left to right in blue. They're the Southern California sophomore players. First time we've seen almost an attack. Nice move with the right foot. Clears it in the middle. Shot saved. Again, a defender comes in there. Goalie kicks it out. Goes through the foot. Another defender saves it. And this is it. Two examples of a goalie making an initial save and a defender for your team saves you from allowing a goal to get in. You've got to look at both groups defensively and look at all 11 players for both these teams and understand they know the game of soccer is not an individual game just to say, look at who I am. Again, you look at them all together. Kiana Gordon for Central Valley, Jessica Uglade, both them. Gordon from Taft, Uglade from Reedley. That's for Central. And then you look at South Coast on the other side. Lorraine Castro from L.A. Harbor just made one of those nice plays down low. Control the ball, go back, give your goalie an easy touch, and at least up and out. Didn't get as far out as she'd like to. But again, come back across, look for the fundamentals, and that's what I'm watching for right now. Great vision for South Coast as they look. Trap it on the far side of the field, get surrounded. And if you're Central Valley, they've been off and running. As you can see on the far side of the field, Central Valley trying to get that break, but it'll stay with South Coast. Sophomore Showcase here on SportsNetUSA.net. The men on SportsNetUSA.net, they've got 6 games. The women here on SportsNetUSA.net, they've got 6 games. Make sure whichever group you're looking for, you can find them there here on SportsNetUSA.net. We're in the first matchup of the day on the women's side, and the men are in the first matchup on their side. Take a look at the talent of both these teams. And what we will do is we will play a 30-minute half with a 5-minute long shot up and over. And we have other Central Valley, not Central Valley, but other northern teams. So North is going to be in orange all day. South is going to be in blue all day. So you've already got other northern sophomore squads sitting on the other side, cheering on their partners, their adversaries, their former high school players on each other. Riley Hefner refuses to give up the ball for Central Valley, and in doing so, keeps the play alive. It goes on the other side of the field. South Coast trying to find some offense. We haven't seen much from them in the start. When this half ends, there will be a 5-minute break. This is true for the men and the women. And then we go to a 30-minute second half. When this game ends, there is a 10-minute break. We won't be going away. We'll be here yapping here on SportsNetUSA.net. And then the next game will start. That will go for 6 consecutive games for the women and the men. Golden West College takes on our Hartnell tomorrow for the women's title. I think a few of us here in the booth for Sportsnet are surprised. I know Ed Ford, who you'll hear from a little later here on SportsNetUSA.net, along with Corey Neyland, is probably very surprised on the outcome of that. Ed was a big supporter of what Folsom has done for the last couple years and what it looked like they might do this year. Go for that magical three-peat in women's soccer, as we're going to get finally a corner for South Coast. And so now, this is interesting, Ed. We get a substitution that I guess it's the mystery woman that walks out onto the field. This is like playing a game. Okay, for those youngsters. Yeah, different jersey. They're all supposed to be in light blue. And I think this might be when you don't have enough players. Shot in from the corner. What a kick. And South Coast, when I said they just don't take the lead, South Coast comes up with a rocket to just exploit the upper corner here on Sportsnet USA.net. And I think that should be Keani Moore. It's either Keani Moore or Jennifer Gallardo who made that. I'll check in just a second. It's Jennifer Gallardo who made that goal out of ELAC. So Albert Robles ought to be doing this game, Ed Ford, because he probably knows who Jennifer Gallardo is very well. Albert, the voice of ELAC Sports, here on SportsNetUSA.net. You'll be seeing a lot of East Los Angeles College basketball coming up next week here on SportsNetUSA.net. So Gallardo gets him on the board. And that's the first score in this game. Be getting close to halftime. We're in stoppage time right now, according to Ed Ford, here on SportsNetUSA.net. It's South Coast Gets up, another rip. And that, you know what? The referee must have heard us, or he's watching down the field. SportsNetUSA.net. As South Coast takes a 1-0 lead here at the Sophomore Showcase on SportsNetUSA.net. Well, we said the other day that Hartnell and Golden West College are in the women's final. The boys can talk on the other side of the field about the men's final, because I'm going to tell you some of the best soccer in California, at least, and around the nation are the young women that you're watching on this side of SportsNetUSA.net. They are talented, they are quick, they are fundamentally sound, they have some great coaches, a lot of the coaches from all over professional soccer here on SportsNetUSA.net. BJ McNichol, when you talk about her, you know, they're really special. And, of course, I talk about players that I've gotten to see this season that I've really enjoyed watching play. I do a lot of soccer for Cypress College. And so in saying that, yeah, I'm partial to the team because of the coaches, the foundation at Cypress College, and the people that Ed and I know over there. Just like I will be as this broadcast of 6 hours goes on today, I will be partial to those here at Saddleback College when you hear me talk. Am I a homer? No, I just like real good quality soccer. And one of my favorite players this year, and yes, so this is where Mark gets his little 30 seconds of love. Started off with watching the goalie over at Cypress College, and that was Emily Pelosa. When you look at Emily Pelosa over there, she went to Santa Ana Valley High School. She was 4-year varsity letterman when she was there. She was Defender of the Year. She was the playoff contender. And you look at the type of young woman she is, daughter of Justine and Antonio, sister to Isella Freddy Udalise. She enjoys the beach. Well, why not? Southern California girl should enjoy the beach. And a talent student athlete. Will I have that on all the players here? No, but when you watched her play goalie, she had the ability to judge the players and look at the way they played. And she's the one that kept them in the hunt all year long. I'm going to have to look at Ed and say, Ed, you did bring in your microphone, didn't you? Because we're going to have to get Ed Ford hooked up here along the way, along with Corey Neyland, so that we can all talk about everybody we saw play this season here on SportsNetUSA.net. Again, just to remind you, some of the schools that are represented out of the Central Valley, it's Taft, Reedley, Fresno City College, Taft, then 2 more Reedley players, 2 more Taft players, 1 player from Fresno City, no, actually 2 players from Fresno City, and Reedley. So it's really a team of Reedley College, a couple Taft players thrown in, and a couple players from Fresno City. On the south side, it's El Camino, LA Harbor, Pasadena City College. Pasadena men, well, if you were to go over to the men's side and listen to Joe and Ryan talk, might not hear a lot of love from Pasadena City College when they talk, because they're the voices for Fullerton College men's soccer. And when it came to playoff time, Pasadena had the chance to beat LACC. And it went into overtime. And LACC in the first overtime got 1 goal. Still, Pasadena had a chance to beat them. That looked like the easier path for Fullerton. And then in overtime in the second period, 3 more goals. It's fun to watch grown men cry every once in a while here on SportsNetUSA.net. The sobbing was something from Ryan and Joe. So thank you over there at Pasadena and LACC. Then we talked about Cerritos College, Cerritos College, Cerritos College. So the history of soccer at Cerritos College is outstanding. So They are an outstanding looking group of players, and they have a heritage of winning in the game of soccer. And again, John Van Gaston, I was getting ready to leave. Ed and I were leaving town. I walked in. I said hi real quick. I hope you know I said hi to you. I think John just sort of stared at me and wondered why I didn't visit with him longer yesterday, Ed. But people, let us not forget some of the SIDs, the sports information directors that are around here, the athletic directors that are around here that take care of your young men and women academically, want to make sure that they get to the next level of their careers. And somebody like John has been outstanding. We deal with Brett here at Saddleback, Michelle over at Cypress, Phil over at Fullerton College, some of the other SIDs that we have dealt with, and they're the ones that give us our information so that we can get on the air. They help us with getting into certain facilities where the door may be locked on us. They get us in, they get us the permission, and then they tell people to leave us alone. Doesn't always work that way, but they tell us to, and we appreciate every one of you for everything you have done for us over the years. Ed Ford and I have been doing this for a long time together, and so we have gone through an evolution of SIDs, respectively 25 years, but Ed was doing this as a student before that. So when I think I've got a lot of years doing this on sportsnetusa.net, the man to my left has a lineage, a history, if you saw one of those charts, I mean, I've actually got something here on soccer that takes you back to 1816 and takes you up to modern day soccer. That's sort of like Ed when it comes to broadcasting. I know I'm making you older than me, Ed. That's sort of nice because now I'm not the oldest guy out here. Speaking of youngsters and old people, we get ready for another half of Sophomore Showcase Soccer here on Sportsnet. USA.net. The Central Valley take on the South Coast, and the South Coast is up 1-0 over Central Valley after, in my official scoring, Jennifer Gallardo got the goal here on SportsNetUSA.net. Somebody can always correct me later, but as of now, my eyes are the truth. So, Jennifer, congratulations, giving your team a 1-0 lead. Corey Neyland will be here a little later with us on the women's side. Joseph Pavlenko will join with his partner on the men's side. We'll add a little more delightful color and conversation here on women's soccer on SportsNetUSA.net. South Coast in blue, going from right to left. Lead pass down the middle. Save right there. And now, Ed, it feels like the field is tilted because everybody going left to right has a little more oompa in their step. Going from left to right, that's right to left. Going from left to right, that's going to be Central Valley here on SportsNetUSA.net. Central Valley in orange. Down 1-0. And we get a little undercut where a whistle's blown. And we'll see if there's a conversation. There's none. And this is going to be a less physical game. So when you watch this game, and if you've watched the first half and you're one of those soccer fans that goes, oh, well, I love soccer because, they talk about football. And then there's football, the other aspect of soccer that is very physical. In the women's game, it's no different than the men's game. It's just as physical, and I mean it only from that perspective, that it's not different from the men's game. Do I think this year, in watching the men and the women, who are the more skilled passers, I'm going to lean towards the women, who are the teams that seem to work better, and I'm only talking southern section because I don't do Northern California, who are the best passers when it comes to plays called by coaches? The women on this side of the field. Do they necessarily have the long game like the men do? Maybe not. But is that a preferred way to play soccer? Well, that's a coach's choice. I like seeing control. I like seeing getting the ball up the field. I don't like seeing fifth grade soccer, which is, to me, fifth grade soccer is I'm going to kick it as far as I can and you run underneath it. That's fifth grade soccer. And you don't necessarily see that by the women's teams. Grace little drag back right there. By Nigishawa. So she has a nice little drag back with her toe. Then she puts it in play. 1-0. South Coast. On a rocket, a banger, as we'd say, because it could have gone through a brick wall if there was one there standing in goal. Games coming up next should be Coast North against the IE. Should be our second game here on SportsNetUSA.net. And that game should start 10 minutes after this game finishes. So don't go away here on SportsNetUSA.net. South Coast getting a little more physical. They want to hold on. And yes, is there that special pride, Southern California against Northern California? Oh, you betcha. You betcha. And, in all the sports that we do here on SportsNetUSA.net, it is a truism. They are friendly. They like each other. They are congenial, and that is because of mom, dads, aunts, uncles, grandma, grandpas, brothers, sisters, cousins, aunts, nephews. Yeah, that's because they're wonderful people that we see here on the athletic field. As far as saying we're the best, that's just plain old pride, and I don't care what age you are. You have it in participating in a sport. You want to look at the other group and say, we are better than you. Nanny, nanny, nanny. And that's true on the men's side, and it's true here on the women's side, here on SportsNetUSA.net. All you have to do is listen to SportsNetUSA.net softball with Corey Neyland. Since he's not here, I can make these statements. Up and over. You know what? I'm sure Mount Sac would have liked the field goal kicker that kick it that far last week in the other football game against Saddleback College. That game going on today. If you're a Saddleback fan, don't forget about the football team playing for the Southern Section Championship and having the right to play for the state title. South Coast coming down on an attack. Looking to take it on the far side. Cut through. Stop. Nice tackle. Defensively, that's how you go down and make a tackle. You go down with your foot. You lead with your foot. You get your foot on the ball. And you make the attack. As long as you get to that ball and that is the intent, you're not taking out the ankle before the ball gets there, it's a clean play. And again, like we said, teams are limited. In my day, Ed, with all my friends, since everybody from the north is wearing orange, we'd probably go sit on the bench for the first game and say, Coach, if you need me, I'll go in there. So you got two number 11s. Who cares? They're not going to say anything. Like Corey Neyland would say again, if you're not cheating, you're not trying. So Not that any of these teams do that. This is what the one thing you'll see that I like right there from Central Valley. All year long, I will say, stick with the fundamentals. If you're outnumbered, if you're out of position, if somebody has that physical advantage against you, you take the ball up and out. If you can take it up, please do. Big header over the top of the net in the right position. And South Coast has been vitalized by the way they're playing as you look at it. Is Jessica Arroyo really, when she does that header, Ed, if it just drops a little shorter like a fountain, it's 2-0 here on SportsNetUSA.net. Central Valley started with Gordon, Uglade, Hefner, McFarland, Ocampo, Maconda, Smith, Banuelos, Acevedo, and Jones on the field. Throw in easily made by Lorraine Castro. Castro was trying to see if she could have the ball come back in her direction, didn't get it. And again, when you watch Lorraine in that position, playing midfielder, defender, and you will see them listed every once in a while as an MD or an FD, forward defender, which is sort of funny because that's how they play the game, from box to box. And you can remember those days when you were young that you'd run all day long. That's what these women do. They run all day long. In the middle, trying to trap it, couldn't do it. Take it away. Now the run starts. Uglade takes it up to the middle, trying to continue with the run. Misses her foot as she tried to keep going with the attack. Went off the wrong side. South Coast comes down, up 1-0 here on SportsNetUSA.net. And you can hear the players talking to each other. Lorraine Castro was told, take your time, don't worry about it. Cleared all the way across. That was Charlie Grace doing it, trying to reset things up on the far side of the field. Slide tackle, and it goes out. Played about 11 minutes of the second half, and it's still South Coast 1, Central Valley 0 here on SportsNetUSA.net. Jennifer Gallardo is given credit for the goal from South Coast. Jennifer out of ELAC. So that's the lead right now. Grace, Moore, Gallardo, Hudson, Sanchez, Arroyo, Riviera, Laney, Castro, Semberga on the field for South Coast. Trapped and getting ready to just crank it up was Lorena Castro. Lorena said, I've got it. I'm going to kill it. And the team from Central Valley said, we have different ideas. Nice little step over there on the far side. Driving it across. Can't get a foot on it, so you let it bounce, and now it's a foot race. Step in front, take it up, make them reset at the 50. Off a foot. Everybody was onside. Ball, so you run towards it. This is a 1-on-2 shot. Just misses the front of the goal. Off the fingertips. No, they're going to say it's a goal kick. And that was Riley Hefner making the run on the far side of the field. And you just saw Riley's speed that she's got out there out of Pasadena City College. Ball was laid in front of her perfectly. Riley catches up to the ball and then sticks it into another gear. and takes off running down the field with a chance to make a nice cross shot on the goal, just a little too wide, or it'd be 2-0 right now. South Coast here on sportsnetusa.net. And again, you see a play like that energizes a team. Trying to make the move over there, and she just knows. She goes, Mr. Pavlovich, thank you for saying so many nice things about me. I think I'll let it slide off my foot and go out. And that happens to all the major players in this. Grabbing. There's the physicality, and we're going to get finally, it's sort of funny. I said, well, they're not playing physical, Ed. They grab a jersey, they won't let go. They bang them, they won't let go. They grab a jersey, they won't let go. Finally, the referee blows the whistle, and it's sort of fun because that's what we saw all year long here on women's soccer. It was that sort of physicality that you saw. So I don't want to hear the men play more physical soccer. I don't want to hear the men play faster soccer. If you want to tell me a man could kick a ball maybe 60 yards and a woman could kick a ball 40 yards on average, okay, that's fine. But when is enough enough? It's like walking on a golf course with juiced up clubs, juiced up balls, and you drive it 450 yards. I don't care. The fairway's straight ahead. You're 45 yards to the left. And yes, we have done the state championships for golf here on sportsnetusa.net. Ed Ford and I have traveled to Northern California to do those games and enjoyed every minute. Beautiful lead path here on this side of the field going out to Ocampo. She tries to cross it back, can't do it. It's taken up by Arroyo. Arroyo clears it to the far side of the field. You watch the way now, and I think it took a half for South Coast to finally start playing more as a cohesive unit, even though they're up. Nice play. Try to take it down. Shot in the back of the goal on the far side of the field. And that's just taking a skipper. You watch it here on the replay. Watch as she unleashes it, and the goalie stands no chance, laying out flat. And again, thank you for endorsing the fact that I say the women can put as much force on a soccer ball as the men can here on sportsnetusa.net. 2-0, South Coast. And we'll try to get since we do not have official scores up on this side of the field today or the other side of the field. It's all on us, guys. When we come to a consensus on who the player was. Okay. As of right now, Ed, and I think it is, I'm right now, I'm under the impression, but I'll have to check just to make sure if she comes this direction. But I think it's a young woman from ELAC has the 2 goals in this game. So we can see her at the 35 in the far center of the field, which is the young lady that let it fly. And I want to say that that's Jennifer Gallardo. If it is, that would be a number 8 on her back. Just want to make sure I'm not mixing up an 8 and a 9 as she goes down. She has the ball again. Comes up from midfield. I need somebody to chase her this direction. Just because I don't think I've been 90% right on knowing who's scored goals this season. So I just, I'm going to wait on this one. As the South Coast is up 2-0. Here on sportsnetusa.net. 11 minutes to go. And just when I said the South Coast needs to see if they can make a play, they do it twice. And if you're a Central Valley fan, you've got to find something. And they bring up on the attack. So they've changed things around. They've gone to a 3-3-4 now to bring up an extra attacker. Or Central Valley. Trying to drop it off in the middle. Coming on over again. Lorraine Castro, who gets beat on the play, and Lorraine just all of a sudden gets outrun by Jade Jones, who takes it down on the right-hand side here on sportsnetusa.net. So they'll go again. If you see people in all orange warming up the sidelines and you're wondering why there are no substitutions for the blue team, realize both teams should have about 11 players. Everybody from the north will be in orange jerseys. Everybody from the south will be in blue. So we're going to get a substitution. Okay, here's my scorekeeper. And she's right at the 45. She walked up. She's at the 30. I just need her to turn this way, and that is a 8 on her back, I believe. So I'm going to say Gallardo again. The only other thing it could be would be Sarah Sanchez, but I'll err on. Or is that okay? Can't tell if that's Sarah Sanchez. So I'll wait till after the game and I'll ask the coach. I know Gallardo made the first one. And I wanted to say she made that one also. So I'm going to stay with it till I'm told I'm wrong here on sportsnetusa.net. Which is quite often when I'm with my broadcast partners off the air. So the women from South Coast, well, you know what, Ed? It's real interesting. I brought it up before. As much as this is a showcase and they're doing it so that coaches from other schools can see what they can do. First of all, coaches, if you're watching this first matchup today, give every woman who has played in this game on the field a great deal of credit. I'm walking on a soccer field with a bunch of strangers. Well, now I know them, but I've never really played with them. Then we're going to mix and match. And I know in the first game I said Reedley's got 4 players on the team. Fresno City's got a couple players on the team. Taft's got a couple players on the team. And that's what the team's made up of. But again, they all played at 3 different community colleges. Yeah, they might have played high school together. It's very likely. But it's a new coaching staff that they were with for the last 2 years. A new way to play soccer for the last 2 years. And so to watch the way they have been adaptive, resourceful, is first of all your number one reason to recruit. Because all of them, all these young women, should have the opportunity to get to the next level in life. And if education is their road, that's what they need to do. Here the coaches yelling foul, 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 foul on the backside of the box. It's not going to happen here in this game. And now you watch Central Valley bring everybody up. This is where you can make a run if you're South Coast. You watch the backside because everybody from South Coast is going to walk up now. They're up 2-0. They know that Central Valley has to take a chance. Ball on the ground. Tender goes down. Body in front of it. And basically what do? Is you just lay down like that little ground ball. You don't have to throw anybody out at first base. You just lay down, smother the ball with your physical presence, and then take time. Talk to your neighbor. Let the clock click. The South Coast needs to make one more stop. Keolani tried to bring it up out of Taft College. Gets stopped halfway. That goes over to Ocampo. Keolani now brings it up. Nobody's going to stop her, so she's going to go up as far as she can. Dances, puts it on the left foot, tries to take it in the middle. She's going to recover after the ball gets knocked down. Stays with her. Nobody wants to pick her up, looking for the middle of the field, actually for the far side of the field. And that goes up on out on an inadvertent kick by your Central Valley sophomores. This is a sophomore showcase here on SportsNetUSA.net. This game and 5 more games to follow on the women's side. Ed Ford, Pablo, the old guy, Corey. On the men's side, Joe, Ryan, Albert, all here on SportsNetUSA.net. As we see the next team for the southern side move out, that's be the IE team. Chaffee, College of the Desert, Chaffee, Mount San Jacinto, San Bernardino, San Bernardino, College of the Desert, and Chaffee. And then they throw in L.A. Pierce as a substitute. Ed goes, wait a minute, L.A. Pierce isn't out there. And again, when you watch these lead passes like that one, what do? You put the ball down so your partner can run underneath it. You watch as what Alfaldale does on that as she leads the offensive player down the field. You look at her pass out of Long Beach City College. Realize that I keep my own player on sides. I'm going to keep the ball down so that we can make an offensive attack. You just need to run to the open spot. Once again, South Coast takes control. They're up 2-0. I know Gallardo scored in the first half. Technically, I think it's her in the second half. If it's not, it's Sarah Sanchez. Nice little pickup there by Ray Lynn Laney on the far side of the field. Ray Lynn's got speed out there, people. If you need a burner, you need somebody to run out there as a forward on the right wing. Oh, my. This young woman has got foot speed, and she's got moxie as a forward. Central Valley. Dancing, want to get something on there. Off the side of the foot, couldn't get it away. Big kick. And this is where you want to show people you have the skills. You'll try anything to get it through here on SportsNetUSA.net. Got about a minute to go. And it looks like, well, the Southern teams are going, at least on the women's side, start off with a victory. And Ed, here's the other thing. I can't see there being any stoppage time in this because of this being on a time schedule. So it's supposed to go game, 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 game. If there's stoppage time, we'll say good night. It's been fun. We're going home. Not really. We've had fun during this first game, and my partner, Corey Neyland, should be strolling in here soon on SportsNetUSA.net. He's probably been down at the other table schmoozing with those guys here on SportsNetUSA.net. As we are under 1 minute, about 40 seconds to go. And again, because there is a 10-minute break, you need to make sure that there is consistency on the field, and you can't take any real stoppage time. We haven't seen anybody go off. There's been no penalties called. There's been nobody talked to. And I think everybody was informed, hey, if you've got a physical game, roll it back in just a little here on SportsNetUSA.net. And that is going to bring us to the end as the South Coast wins the first one 2-0 here on SportsNetUSA.net. So we are going to have a 10-minute interlude. Well, we're not going away. We'll be here on SportsNetUSA.net. But our next match will be in 10 minutes here on SportsNetUSA.net. And, of course, you can look at a lot of things that go on. I mean, men's games and everything else. I was sort of looking around for, if I wanted to play my next level, I know we got scouts here, but what I didn't know, the best college to go and play soccer for in California, not community college, the next level, Cal State University, Los Angeles, Cal State, LA. The Golden Eagles have consistently had a strong program for men's and women's soccer, and they have both won multiple titles. And the men even won the D2 National Championship in 2021. So if you're looking for schools to go to, those are some of the schools you may want to look at. And of course, I was talking about women's and men's soccer and what you might look at. And most women, especially when they talk about at upper levels, when you watch soccer matches, the difference between women's soccer and men's soccer is that women's matches have a lower foul rate, a higher ball recovery, and a shorter average pass in distance. Sort of funny because we talked about that 5th grade soccer when we looked at all of the aspects. And the thing I find real interesting is I always like to do this with every sport that I try and broadcast. You do know there's a award for soccer like the Heisman Trophy. It's called the Herman Trophy. It's awarded annually by the Missouri Athletic Club to the top male and female college soccer players in the United States. So at the beginning of a college soccer season, there's a list of nominees that are compiled. And near the end of the regular season, 15 players are looked at as semifinalists. Then in December, right about now, the top 3 vote getters for both men and women are announced as finalists. And then, just like the Heisman Trophy, they have an annual banquet held at the Missouri Athletic Club of St. Louis, and the 2 award winners are announced for the Herman Trophy. And these are people that have played with soccer for their college team, their U.S. national teams, their FIFA World Cup teams. And some of the players that have done well have been like Morgan Bryan, Crystal Dunn, Kristen Prest, Kelly O'Hara, Allie Wagner, Cindy Parlow, Shannon McMillan has won it, Tisha Venturi has won it, Christine Lilly, Shannon Higgins, Michelle Akers, Claudio Reyna for the men, Alexis Lawless, Tony Miola have won it. These are the people that you see that are classified as the best. So when you go and say, soccer doesn't get any love, yeah, it does like the other sports. It may not get that show on that national TV program, and it may not have the pundits saying, ooh, let's see, who's the top Heisman Trophy candidate this season? Who do we think? No, we don't hear anybody going, hey, I wonder who the Herman Trophy winner is going to be this year in soccer, unless you're a soccer person. But even though that doesn't happen, do realize that there have been world quality athletes that have won many of those along the way when you look at all these schools. And of course, when you look at championship schools, you know, in 1982, the NCAA began to sponsor women's sports, and the NCAA decided to switch and allow soccer to come in. Of course, a lot of people are going to say, well, that's because of Title IX. Yeah, and we're not going to argue that. But one of the top soccer teams has been the North Carolina Tar Heels, because when it finally got in there and in attendance, well, the Tar Heels just seem to lead everybody. No, is it 20,000 people? No, but it's a nice size for women's soccer. As you look through 98 through 2002, they were championship teams. So is there a future in the world of community college soccer for these young ladies at the next step? Absolutely. When you talk about what they can do, where they can go, what can happen at the next level, that's why you're having this sophomore showcase here on Sportsnet USA.net. We look at some of the soccer conferences this season, and Ed Ford will come on the air because Ed and I will talk about them. And the reason I want Ed Ford on the air with me, a lot of people are going, well, Mark, you know, you can ramble for 4.5 hours. Ed, when we talk about the sports here in Southern California, many people will say when they listen to Corey Neyland and myself, boy, howdy, you're Southern California boys. You think you guys are the greatest thing since ice cream. And yet, the voice for Northern, that's right, well, there it is. Vanilla ice cream, just walk through the door. The thing that it is that Ed Ford is the coast voice of reason. He will bring Corey and I back to reality and say, guys, don't worry about, you know, Southern California. So this is why we have Ed come on the air with us. Ed Ford and Corey having a good time at the old guy's expense here on SportsNetUSA.net. Corey Neyland, I know it took you an hour and a half to get down here in the first game. Come on, man, walk a little faster, will you? Walk a little faster. Plug that thing in. I need to let my throat dry out for a second so you can get on the air and blow some hot wind here on SportsNetUSA.net. Here, this is for you. I'm giving this. I got to give some to Corey Neyland just to keep him. So, and Corey, just so you know, yeah, oh, exactly, baby, exactly. Orange is north. Blue is Southern California. So we got that settled. So I know we're going to have eventually another set of headsets brought up here, and BJ McNichol said he would be more than happy to come on the air with us as we go on with 5 more women's games here on SportsNetUSA.net. You know what? Corey went flying out of the room, hopped in the car, took on the traffic, and said, oh, man, it's sitting on the table.
Orange is blue? Orange is north? Or
orange is north.
Orange is north. Blue is
blue
south.
is south. See that team in the blue coming out?
And where?
That's the southern team.
And where's the blue and orange highlighter mark?
You left yours at home.
In the car.
That's what I figured. That's what I figured. That's why I wrote it down at the top of the page. So for the second game, we have Coast North taking on the IE here on Sportsnet USA. Coast North. That's what it says. I'm just reading the script against the IE.
So the Coast North Conference and the Inland Empire Athletic Conference ready to go.
Yeah, so for Coast North, there will be Sophia Diaz, Sydney Grunlin Lazuza, Julie Limon, Elizabeth Ortega, Zena Graywell, Nesty Dominguez, Bianca Amuda, Samantha Wallace will be for Coast North here on SportsNetUSA.net. Like I told you, they start going one after another here on SportsNetUSA.net. I'm happy to have my partner Corey Neyland on the air here at SportsNetUSA.net. Corey, it's nice to have you here on the air.
Thank you, sir. And it's Blue South in the Inland Empire Athletic Conference?
Yes.
All right.
And then for the orange team, that will be Coast North here on SportsNetUSA.net. Some teams, Corey, you will find players that school is not in that area, but because some of the sophomore teams from different regions are running short with people, so they will substitute people.
And that's something we discussed earlier in the week on if all the players don't show up, how will they actually fill out the 11-person roster?
You would have liked it because in our last game, we actually had a mystery player run on the field in a dark jersey with no number on it.
And we know how much we love the mystery players.
We do. We just make up their names as we go along here for the sophomore showcase. The women's side. On the backside, it'll be Albert, Joe, and Ryan Osborne here on SportsNetUSA.net. As we look at Coast North, moving from right to left on your soccer screen. And the ID moving, the IE. Well, if you live up there, you need ID. The IE will be moving from left to right in the blue. Nezzy Dominguez came down on the left side. She's out of the City College of San Francisco, a perennial champion here on SportsNetUSA.net.
15 straight soccer, or on the women's side, 15 straight playoff appearances from that. And they're this year's Coast North champion once again. I believe this was their third straight conference championship.
They just couldn't get past Folsom, could they?
Well, no one up north could get past Folsom unless it was Sierra in the Big 8 tournament. Folsom took the regular season, and Sierra, they took that tournament title. And it's interesting that they had a tournament. The South Coast Conference also had a tournament as well. Not all the conferences will employ that postseason tournament.
Kicked out. So from the IE, Isabella Ortiz should be in goal. Anna Rojas, Alexa Pareda, Choli Rodriguez, Maggie, I'm going to say Arends.
How about
Arends?
Arends.
Okay. Melanie Bravo, Karina Saucedo, Monica Ramos, Torres, Camille Morin, Sofia Guerrero, and Carly Ortiz. And there's the one that's out of the blue. Carly Ortiz is out of L.A. Pierce. So she will be playing with the South Coast team. And again, this might be a sophomore where their group didn't even have enough people to show up, Corey. So therefore, they would play here.
Ortiz was a teammate of Melissa Nevarez, who was the the player of the year, co-player of the year in the Western State Conference North Division.
So we just started match number 2 out of 6. South Coast beat the Central Valley 2-0. And I've got Jennifer Gallardo out of ELAC scoring both goals. The only thing is, I'm going to say that, but I think I might get corrected and be told that the second goal was by Sarah Sanchez.
Well, there we go. Let's just give them one each then.
Nah, I like the 2-0.
All right.
I'm sticking with mine. You know, till somebody comes up here and says, what'd the official scorekeeper say? And I go, I'm the official scorekeeper. You're on this side. On SportsNetUSA.net. Corey, what we've seen so far is, and I know people are going to get tired of this, but everybody has matched up well as co-players on the field. And I think that's something that should be talked about from a coaching point of view. When you have players that, okay, they might have played high school with each other, but they're on different college teams with different attitudes from coaches. To get stuck in a showcase, which most people would say, well, we know if it was basketball for men, I'd score 60 points and not care about the rest of you. That isn't the case here today with these women. And you can see them play as a unit. I think that's impressive to start with.
Yeah, and I think that, well, I'll disagree with you. I think that goes away with most All-Star and most showcases. That, yeah, you want to get your shine and whatnot, but for the most part, people are going to, and players really will, try to benefit each one. You'll get yours, but we're going to get everybody to shine on this one. I mean, it's very rare nowadays that you'll see, I guess, extremely selfish players on the pitch or on the court or on the field.
But, you know, I mean, Corey, I've already met for our first match. I had to find out who was orange and who was blue, and, you know, my voice carries. So I went outside, led a couple of coaches into the patio on our right, and they told me where they were from. I'm not using the school because I didn't ask them if I could. Uh, but we talked about players playing together and how important that is, especially in a showcase era. What does that show me? So you've coached, okay? You've coached basketball. What does that show you from a coach's point of view when you get a showcase going on and it looks like a team out there? If you were recruiting, would that even come into play?
Well, it has to, because it shows that this player is part of a team, is willing to accept the team frame of mind and the work that you're doing and the type of philosophy that you'll employ as a coach.
So the ball rolls out easily as Choli Rodriguez sort of guarded it all the way down. Chloe?
Yeah, Chloe Rodriguez, you see in the blue for the Inland Empire squad, and you said the goalie is Isabella Romero Ortiz out of Chaffee.
Should be, yes.
Yes, it is. So Chaffee, they lost a game on this field this season to Saddleback.
Yeah. A lot of teams lost games to Saddleback on this field.
Ortiz, her teammate Gianna Diaz was the Inland Empire Athletic Conference Player of the Year.
If I was Golden West College, I'd rent this field from Saddleback.
You might have to.
We'll see what they do against Hartnell. Ed was surprised that Hartnell was ranked as high as they were on the women's side. Hartnell was a very good soccer team this season.
Well, we watched them last week before they lost to get to state. We saw them win. I forgot who they played, but they won 6-0, and they were a very athletic team on the field.
Yeah. Again, it's interesting. I talked to the D1 coaches because, like I said, I've seen outstanding tenders all year long here in women's soccer, and talked about Golden West College playing for state. And the head coach of one D1 school said, soccer is all about defense. I said, they have 10 clean sheets, coach. And he goes, it's all about defense. He said, you know what? All I need is one to beat you.
Yeah, and that's what Golden West has. They have one that can beat you, two that can on a good day, but they have a defense with 9 others that are just not going to let you score. And that was Maggie Aarons who shot it over the net and through the goalpost. But yeah, they're a defensive team that what the old cliche is, defense wins championships, and they're going to try to prove that cliche right this coming up tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. It's been a great run for them. So Coast North, they'll start it off again, take it up on the far side of the field. Remember, we play 30-minute halves with a 5-minute intermission. No stoppage time that Ed and I can figure out.
And just coming up here after the first match, and you walk up and you realize, okay, there's no event that we've ever been accustomed to and broadcasted or played in that's ever ran on time or close to on time. This one?
So far. Yeah, I mean, we just said the game should be over, and he blew the whistle. So the referees even know.
Yeah, I mean, when was the last time we've been a part of a broadcast or an event that's had more than one game that actually wasn't messed up time-wise after the first game or match?
Yeah, it doesn't matter how many times have we been at one game when we thought it should have ended 20 minutes ago. Wait a minute. Didn't you and I do an East LA football game that lasted 4 hours and 55 minutes?
Yeah, but there's a caveat to that.
Yeah, the referees took 45 minutes to figure out what they were doing.
I was going to say the last 54 seconds took 45 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah, and if for anybody that thinks we're teasing, no, we're not.
Yeah,
Uh,
go back to sportsnetusa.net and go ahead and check that out.
and Corey, the other thing I'm going to ask is we get the play going on too here. Once again, you have been a player. You really do want to beat a team from Northern California, don't you, if you're on the South?
Yeah, you want those bragging rights, and that's Nelsie Dominguez who lets it goes out of bounds. But you want those bragging rights over the SoCal teams, especially in the 3C 2A, where you look at the championships and you see the dominance of the Southern California teams winning those championships. As of late, it's been NorCal, as the NorCal has a chance to go 3 straight if Sierra wins tomorrow against Golden West.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what that game ends up at. Goes north, puts it to the side of the goal, so nothing really and no real attack right now.
And that was Zena Gruel.
So
Gruel out of City College in San Francisco. And you know, Mark, I thought it was being smart to help us out, so we can have that technology type of thing, so we can look at rosters and look at teams and go over that. You know, sometimes you need a password.
Oh, there you go. Need to get on places and you just can't.
Yeah, especially when you're trying to print out your parking pass and you forgot your password. As Karina Salcedo was double teamed.
So it's going to stay a throw in. So I'm going to say it's Julie Lemoyne. Since we don't have anybody to run down to and say, hey, coach, because, you know, since your coach may not be here, you're going to get,
I think that's good.
I don't know. Taking the shot. Nice, again, fundamentally sound. What you want to do is get the foot on the ball. You're going to take it out, up and out is the way you would like to do it. Yeah, I know I already said, hey, I'm tired of 5th grade soccer when I'm talking about just kicking the ball down the middle of the field. But if you were a really good soccer player at a young age, you know that fundamental that you learned in the 5th grade plays well now at this level and the next level. Here for women's soccer at this sophomore showcase on Sportsnet, USA.net.
We'll go one up. That's every sport. I mean, if you know the fundamentals in the 5th grade for every sport, you should have the basis to carry on. And just the sport itself, how it's grown. When you talk to the coaches, I'm not sure if you got into the discussion on the growth of the sport and the.
Oh, they'll all tell you the growth takes off. D1 level, they're all tell you it's the fastest growing sport. I know they all sort of poo-poo flag football. Because, like they said, flag football is not necessarily that skill sport. If it was strictly a skill sport, nice little twist move in the middle of the field to take it away defensively on a great move down there on the far side of the field. And that's what shows you soccer skills. That one move can get you on the next team. As Pareda made it on the far side of the field when she did a pirouette with the ball between her legs. Clear it. Get just enough on your foot to get it out of there, because if not, you're down 1-0 here on Sportsnet, USA.net. Just watch coming across the field, just enough foot to say, whoops, I should have been better defensively. So we've got about 13 minutes left in this first half. 0-0. You saw in the first game, Central Valley just looked smooth and concrete as a team. Yet it was South Coast with some very, very decisive, strong kicks that determined the outcome of the game. And again, Corey, you won't see the physicality that you've seen all year because it is a showcase. Nobody wants to hurt anybody while they're playing this game. So some of the intensity is gone.
And that's expected. Again, a showcase should take that first part into a whole lot of consideration. You want to show your skills, what you can do on the pitch, and again, like you say, it's not simply on the field, but you love the student athlete portion of this.
Oh, yeah. I mean, and we will hear it all the time, especially from Mr. Neyland, who his nickname is Title IX. It's been Title IX for years. This is not a new nickname. This is an old nickname that Corey has had. A giant proponent, along with Ed Ford, both of them will talk about women's sports and the right of women's sports to progress as well as the men's sports. And all of us feel that way here on Sportsnet. It gets these ladies to the next level, Corey, of being what they want to be, and they get to dictate that. But at least this gives them the opportunity to get to the next level.
That's a nice move by Monica Ramos.
And, of course, if we had another 4 hours after this game, Ed Ford and Corey Neyland and I would probably talk about the inadequacies of Title IX and what it has not accomplished. Oh, I like the dead silence there. Thank you, guys.
Well, you said it. We could, but
we could.
We don't want to go off on that tangent just yet. I mean, in the Coast North, Mark, you saw we mentioned San Francisco won the conference. They went undefeated at 10-0.
Mm-hmm.
They finished 17-3-2. Hartnell was 9-1. Evergreen Valley was 7-3. Chabot at 5-3 in conference. Cabrillo was 6-5, and Gavilan was 0-10 in the conference play. They only won 2 games, but it was a strong showing in the playoff wise, where San Francisco 17 wins, Hartnell 13, Evergreen Valley 16, and Chabot 10 wins overall. Good showing.
Almost as good as the OEC conference here down in the South.
Almost. Well, yeah, actually, if you break it down, the OEC, 5 teams. And, well, they had a couple in the semis, couples in the Elite Eights. So, yeah, 5 teams, and pretty much 5 teams advanced. And
nice little delay there by Ortega, who takes it back to her goaltender.
And this conference that got the most teams in the playoffs was actually the Big 8 with 7.
So it just rolls across the entire line. Again, the rule is if the ball is touching, if it's not completely out, then the ball is playable. It's the same with throw-ins. If you step on the line, if your heel is on the line, it is a legal throw-in. If your foot is completely on the playing field, it is not. So some of the rules of soccer. Yellow and red cards, well, yellow cards are for physicality, but you can get a yellow card for calling somebody a dirty name. You can get it for being derogatory about their race. You can just mouth off to them. You can get a red card for that. If you spit on somebody, that's an automatic red card. So it's not just...
Should be an ejection. And, Mark, what would you
should
call...
be.
What, on that far side, could that have been a yellow, or was that a good tackle?
No, I thought it was a clean tackle. I think most of the tackles today have been clean because, Corey, what it is I've got to get my foot on the ball. If I touch the ball, but I'm not trying to take your ankle out first, it's a legal tackle. Can I have a collision with your ankle? But if my foot gets to the ball first, and that's where I'm playing, it's a legal tackle. Nice movement of the ball. They take it to the far side of the field. Trying to cross it again. Off. That'll be a corner. So Coast North will get a corner out there.
That was Guerrero Ortiz off the left foot for the Inland Empire who kicked it out. So, first corner of this match.
And of course, when you look at the IE, they've got 5 players from San Bernardino Valley College this season out there, along with Chaffee, College of the Desert. And that is the team. 1 player from Mount San Jacinto.
And that's 14 Maggie Aarons. And the way that team, or way that conference finished up, Chaffee won with a 6-2 record. They had 2 ties. Mount San Jacinto was a team that finished second at 6-3.
And again, with the power rankings is how everybody got set up. Backside of the box gets cleaned out, and that's what you do. Got to come down, control it if you're doing that. Meg Aarons does it, or Aarons, like Corey called her. So she controlled it for the IE, then loses it. Loses it along the way.
And to finish out that IE, San Bernardino Valley, who's well represented, they finished 3rd in the conference. Overall record with 10-6, 10 wins, 6 losses, 6 ties. Desert was, that's overall, 5-2-3 in conference. Desert was 4-3-3. Then Victor Valley, Norco, and Saracoso rounded out the bottom 3 in that conference.
See, now here's what I'm wondering too, Corey. I look at Coast North, and I did not see a 23 on the roster. But when I look at Coast South, I do. So, you know, since they're both in orange jerseys, why not? I don't know if that's happening, but why not?
And that 23 was Jalissa Reclusado.
Oh, so Corey's going along with me on that one.
I'll go along to a toe different. Now, because I was just about to ask you, I know you said Coast North, but that 23 got me a little confused as well.
Yeah, and that's what I'm thinking. If they're running short in players, and nobody's going to get offended here if you're running short of players, if you don't have many substitutions. If it's a young woman that would like to play now, is a recruiter going to know that's her, or are they going to be able to figure it out maybe like we did? That's a possibility here on SportsNetUSA.net. Going into the corner and getting it is going to be Rodriguez. Crosses it to the backside, hit. Oh, shot on goal. Beautiful crossing shot by Rodriguez to the back post. And the goalie is there to make the save. The first real threat in this second match.
And it was similar to yesterday's match with Golden West and Folsom Lake. On the opposite side, on a corner, Golden West had an absolutely outstanding chance to win the game in regulation on a header, but it hit the top post, and it was cleared by Folsom Lake. But again, those penalty kicks were, you know, some people don't like them. I don't mind them.
You know, I'm not for it, and I know, like Ed says, you don't want to play somebody for 3.5 hours, but you've got to figure out something better. You know, I'm like Ed. Then let's go to sudden death and play shorter overtime periods. Make them a 5-minute overtime period. Then if you play 4 of them, you know, you can go for 6 or 7 overtime periods. I just think that's a little better. As you're coming down, and Corey, there's nothing like, I'm going to flip it and the goalie standing right there. All you have to do is lift it. Lift it with your foot and hope it can trickle in. And as a player, you sit there and you'll grab your head and go, oh my goodness, if I was just looking. That's when a team is not a team yet because you want to yell to somebody, goalie's out, shot over. And if you can lift it, well, you're up 1-0 here on Sportsnet, USA.net.
And that was Samantha Wallace, who overshoots just a little bit. So Wallace out of Evergreen Valley. And before that, Sofia Guerrero, I'm not sure she had the ability to because it came on a high bounce, so she wasn't able to actually lift that a little bit more. If she does, I'm not sure that's the soft enough touch to get into the goal as the goalie was Diaz was approaching fairly quickly. If she had a chance to get her set foot, I'm not so sure it would have been cleared.
But here's the thing. If she knows the goalie's out and she lifts it over the goalie and the goalie has it go over her head, I'm running past the goalie. I'm not just standing there and watching my pretty shot. So we're down to 2 minutes. Sitting here at 0-0 on SportsNetUSA.net. The women here for the sophomore showcase, Corey, Pablo, Ed, the old guy. The men here on SportsNetUSA.net, the sophomore showcase, Albert, Joe, and Ryan. On the far side, warm side of the field, windy side of the field, north of the pole side of the field here on SportsNetUSA.net.
And in that 2 minutes in the Inland Empire Conference, we mentioned Gianna Diaz was a player of the year. The defensive player of the year was from San Bernardino Valley, Grace Beza. The coach of the year was from Victor Valley College. And
2-6-2 in your coach of the year.
yeah, I got to check that again.
7-9-4 overall in your coach of the year. And that's going to bring us to the end of the first half. As we come to the end of the first half, we're sitting here on 0 on the sophomore showcase here on Sportsnet USA.net. The women, and Corey and I were just looking at Chaffee, Mount San Jacinto, San Bernardino Valley, Desert, Victor Valley, Norco. And Corey, here's the thing: you just basically said that the Victor Valley coach
well,
was.
let me check that. That could have been.
Oh, okay.
That could have been a late night 2024 check. So we're checking here again one more time. So yeah, coach of the year, 6-2-2 was Chaffee. Coach of the year, Waleed Joma from Victor Valley College. That's what it says.
Oh, the coach of Chaffee. You said Victor Valley.
Yeah, that's what it says. Coach of the year from Victor Valley.
And the record was what?
Chaffee's was 6-2-2. Victor Valley's was 2-6-6. So maybe it could be a misprint. We'll have to.
Yeah, I've got him at 2-6-2, 7-9-4. Is that what you've got him at?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I could see Chaffee's coach being coach of the year at 9-6 with 5 ties.
That's usually what it is. So I'm believing that's going to be a misprint.
Okay. No, I mean, it could be true. There's got to be more of a backstory then if they actually were. So we're not saying, Coach, that you weren't. We're just saying if you were, we're sort of wondering why that might happen here on SportsNetUSA.net. Welcome back at halftime at the Sophomore Showcase here on Sportsnet, USA.net. Corey, Pablo, Ed, the old guy, happy to bring you the women's side of the Sophomore Showcase here at Saddleback College. On the flip side, it's the men's Sophomore Showcase. That's with Ryan, Albert, and Joe. No, I like all those guys. We all work with each other. They're on the men's side. Make sure you go from one to another. If you're looking for your young person that plays soccer on the community college level, if it's a young lady, she'll be with us the rest of the day here on Sportsnet, USA.net. If it's a young man, they will be with Albert, Joe, and Ryan the rest of the day here on Sportsnet, USA.net. Coast North and the IE sitting at 0 in the first half. And Corey Neyland, there was no real attack on the first time down for a possible score by either team.
No, and you see in the first possession there by the IE, a little bit more aggressive to the goal, an opportunity to maybe get something going. Alexa Pareda was there, but it was simply poked away into Diaz's hands. And I believe that was Emily, well, into Diaz's hands until we get that number one more time. You know, Mark, I was saying to somebody, 12 font used to be good.
Now a little tough now, right?
Now we need 14. This 9 and 10 ain't working.
Here's what you'll see in the second half is the coaches will change sometime, Corey, the formations that they're running, and that will change everything up. It's Coast North. Let's it rip, just misses the open back door on the goal. Trying to take it from the far side of the field, crossing it and hoping to get a bounce, and you just don't do it. But a solid attack on the far side. And I actually think
Nelsie Rodriguez.
Yeah, I was going to say Dominguez.
Oh, is it Dominguez?
Yeah, it's Nelsie Dominguez.
Nelsie Dominguez?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. You made me look down. I thought I missed somebody there. So she had a chance. You're absolutely right, Corey, because she ripped it on the far side of the field.
Yeah, and when you saw that replay there, it looked like it had a great chance to go through, and it didn't look like it was touched by Ortiz. But you'd say that was the first real shot on goal.
But I don't even call that a shot on goal. It just went through the goal mouth. But there was no chance of him making a goal, so therefore, unlike Ryan Osborne, I don't count that a shot on goal. We may differ from actual official scorekeepers as that one goes out off the foot.
Yeah, I'm gonna give a shot on goal on that one.
Okay, so we're gonna think that maybe that might be Emily Chrisman that's playing in this game also, because the teams only have so many players, so we know Southern and Northern teams are going to help each other out here on SportsNetUSA.net.
So if it is Chrisman from Cañada College.
And just take it as us assuming that because of what we were given. So.
And they were the women's champion this season. They were 9-0, undefeated in their conference play, 14-3, the only team over 500 in their conference.
I.e. trying to make a run, and this is where I don't mind the long shot. You lay it out there, you keep your player on sides, Corey, and then you run and get the ball. There were a couple times in the last game that they were executed perfectly by the team from the South, the sophomore team of the South. And it was when you looked at them, South Coast, they pulled those shots off great. They didn't get any more goals out of it. But technically, if you were sitting up in the stands, you'd say as a coach, oh, I love the way that kid passes the ball. So it looked like that goes to Amuna. She had to go off her fist. Her feet on the far side. That was Bianca. Bianca Amuda out of Evergreen Valley College. And of course, this is the one thing where we get Ed involved in this conversation, and also when we get to Lake Tahoe, because then Ed can take us on a scenic trip through Northern California here on SportsNetUSA.net. I still want us to go up and do a game at Tahoe. Perfect lead pass. You drop it right on your player's foot. And when you do that, like Anderson Brown did, from Chabot, you just put that perfect opportunity for them to turn and run. Sitting at 0. Opportunities, yes. On the spot, no. And in soccer, opportunity may lead to a goal, doesn't mean it will give you a goal. Nice onside pass. Come over defensively. You want to take it. And that is the choice. Do I take it out, Corey, or do I hope that when it rolls out, I don't accidentally touch it and, oops, it becomes a corner kick, which is what you saw happen right there. So I'm going to try and protect it, and then it goes all the way down. So on the far side of the field, a corner kick for Coast North. Sitting here at 0 in the second half. No score, no real threats. Lots of opportunities, but no real threats. Little skip in the box. Take it out, and this is where you drop in the middle, and you hope you can outrun everybody. Put an arm on somebody and separate yourself. Maybe that's the free push-off arm. Then come back and collect it if it's an opportunity to do that. Of course, you had Torres lose it off her foot, but then it gets back to Torres. Torres gets grabbed a little. She's getting mugged out there. Turned around and spun by Ortega. And basically, that looked like a skip to my Lou with a 1-2 step. Called by the official. And I know we say it doesn't get physical, but you know emotions get caught up in games like this. And Corey says bragging rights because I got a player down to my left of me. Just loves to beat people every time there's a competition. I know you're there. I can hear you.
I'm here. I thought you were gonna call that. But no, competition really comes to the forefront the later you get in a game, especially in a showcase game or an all-star game, even a friendly. You're still playing the showcase, but you still want to win. You still want to give that little extra effort to say, yeah, we played okay, but we won. We won something.
I think friendlies are the stupidest statement in a competitive sport. It's a friendly. What? It's a friendly because you're not getting a trophy at the end of the day? What? It's not a friendly. You want to beat them. You want to let them know you beat them. If you can beat them 9-0, you want to do that. If it's a football game, you don't go, oh, well, this is a friends game. We're up 35-0. Let's don't score anymore. No, you don't. I want to score 2 more touchdowns. I want to hit a couple more home runs. I want to score a couple more goals in soccer. I want to ace them every time I serve in tennis.
And good battle over on that far side with Rodriguez from the IE, and that was Dominguez. It's getting a lot of work on that. That last corner didn't result in anything, but she's getting another chance.
So out of San Francisco. So that's where you kick it on a line drive, and hopefully somebody comes in quickly and makes the initial contact. So it's that force of angle when you get down there, when you look at physics and you take that force of angle as the ball comes in, you meet the ball at the center, turn your head just a little, and you get that 45 degree, and that's how they angle a ball in on a header. Yeah, math belongs here in soccer.
Math belongs everywhere, from what I'm told.
You know, you look at basically physics. Ball laying there dead. You put foot into it. That's called mass and force, which will equal distance. That's physics when you talk about soccer. And yeah, you will have coaches that will tell you, don't kick it with all your might because you're not going to get the curve that I'd like to get on the ball. Don't kick it flat. I need it a little more in the air so it floats and the runner gets there the same time you do. So next time ask a student athlete where they go, I don't like math. Bring math into the game that they're playing and ask about it.
Still don't like it.
Yeah, when you're 0 for 19 shooting the ball, that means you're not doing well. You know, it's like 0 for 19 on a test.
And we were speaking of Dominguez a little while ago. 6 goals this season, 5 assists for the first place Rams. And you were right. They were making their 15th straight postseason appearance.
So she had 17 points this season. That wasn't bad.
Yeah. So speaking of math, Mark.
Yes.
Explain the point system.
So
how do you get 6 plus 5 equals 17?
So for a goal, you get 2 points. For an assist, you get 1 point. So 6 times 2 is 12, plus 5 is 17. Sort of like RPI. It's that simple. Okay.
Don't you have to divide that by 6 and then use a quadratic formula?
For RPI, for
Yeah.
power rankings? Oh, you bet. These coaches that tell me they like it. I'd love to have one up here in the booth with you, Ed, and I on the air with them.
And then solve for pi.
That's it. Ooh, pi. Sounds good right about now. So Coast needs to do something. Diaz has had a good day. Ortega, Graywall, Dominguez, Wallace, all out there having good days on the field for the South Coast team.
And Mark, you mentioned something earlier about it's not necessarily the goal scoring that scouts and people want to see out here. It's how you play the game within this structure of a team. And you mentioned it was in the first half where I forgot the player's name, but they were on the near side and she had nifty footwork.
Yeah.
And controlling the ball in the tempo. You said that's what they're looking for.
Yeah, I really do. When you look at Ortiz, Rojas, or Pereira out of the IE, Chaffee, College of the Desert, Chaffee, you want to see how they set up players. You want to see how they turn on the ball. Can they basically juggle the ball with their feet? Do they have to always use their right foot? Can they get their left foot down and feed it to somebody perfectly when it is? What do they do on a give and go when they have it? Just like in basketball on a give and go where, somebody cuts in, then they peel off on setting a screen. That's what you look for. It's just like that left-footed shot you see there, Corey. Is it led out to the edge, not to the middle, where a defender gets cheated on it, not the offensive player you're trying to get the ball to. All the things that coaches will look at. You may be a little off right now, and the coach would say, I can work on that kick that she just had.
Right, and that was Dominguez one more time, her second shot on goal.
So, these are the things that you look at when you look at Bravo down there and you watch Bravo track people with the ball and say, okay, watch Bravo and see. Now, when she stands there, you might say, girl, why didn't you go back and track again? So these are the things. And as the ball's there, what do you do? Where does Bravo go? May I watch her? Because it's down there. Yet when you watched her take off, Corey, she didn't think the ball was coming her direction. Would you write that down as a coach? You may not. Those are things that you look at. And when you look at Maggie playing the forward on the other side of the field, you look, do they match up well as forwards? Are they both speed people? Is there a passer out of the two?
And you're talking about the teamwork. There was a nice clear, but not enough. But again, game recognition and situational analysis allows the IE to keep him out at least for now.
Yeah, and this is the thing that's tough to do too, Corey. When you're playing with people, not saying you've never played with them, because like I've said, you could have played with them in high school. But where do they want the ball? Did they want it 5 yards in front of them? Did they want it 10 yards in front of them? Did they want it on their left foot or the right foot? Did they want it rolling? Will they take it on the first hop if I hit the ball to them? So all those different things matter when you have a familiar person sending you the ball on an assist.
Right. And speaking of familiar, we see Maggie Aarons, who's out there. She was a second team all-conference performer in the Inland Empire. Alexa Peredia from Chafee and Chloe Rodriguez, both were first team all-conference selections.
Yeah, and this is where I think it's difficult, Corey. I got to ask you this honestly. I know you and Ed complain about them opening up the playoffs for teams, but should they open up for being all state? I mean, when you limit it, I can honestly say on the soccer side, there are a lot of girls could be all state for different reasons. Somebody could be a prolific scorer. Some could, and you're going to.
So repeat that again.
Somebody could be a prolific scorer. Somebody could be.
So what are we opening up?
The amount, the number of people being all state.
No.
No?
No,
Okay.
you don't open up it. No.
Okay. Well, I just wanted to ask. I know we have these conversations in the car. We might as well just, so people can give us that look and go, see that guy doesn't want to share anything.
No, it goes back to what you say about should we open up the number of teams then? You feel that it waters down team-wise.
I do.
But an all-state team, I don't feel it waters down. But again, you're going to reward those peak performances, and everybody is not going to be peak. They're going to be good, and that's why you have the different levels and different tiers. Why some make first team, some make second team, others are honorable mention.
So we've gone through basically 18 minutes. Got 12 minutes to go. We're sitting here at 0 in the second game here at the showcase at Saddleback College on the women's side here on SportsNetUSA.net. First game, 2-0. The team from the South comes through big. Here in the second game, opportunities, I'm going to say no real threats. And when I say no real threats, I'm sort of like Ryan Osborne. That's a shot on goal. But I'm like Ryan. You've got to really make that thing look like it's gonna. If it's not a goalie mistake that allows you a goal, he doesn't. He just says it's a shot that went on the goal. That's all.
And that was Samantha Wallace. And the one beforehand, Grunlin Lanuza, looked like she had an opportunity in the middle of the field, inside about the 16, on a pass from Dominguez, really like a give and go. But she decided to pass it off to the right side and not take a shot.
And there's where you look at the defense made by Peredia, that she comes down. She knows it's a give and go. She goes down. She does a little slide. Not a tackle, just a slide to get the ball out and make them start over. So defensively, you watch what she does and say, okay, I'll take that out of Chafee College. The young lady plays a solid defense. Ball should go to the IE, sitting here at 0. And you sort of wonder if you've got to sit around all day. If you really, you start looking and going, okay, I'm slowing down already. Because the first game, I don't know, Corey, it just seemed like it was a little faster than this game. And I mean that in overall speed on the field.
And you mentioned going back to the opening it up to the all conferences. Melanie Bravo might be a good example of a showcase helping a player. She didn't make an all conference, but she was honorable mention in the Inland Empire. And so here's a showcase that may show her that, or show somebody that even though I didn't make all conference, I could have made all conference, and this is why.
Well, I mean, I like Samantha Arce playing in it from Saddleback. If you look at her numbers are not much because of being a defense person, but I love the way she plays defense. I really do. And I just think it's a way for her to be seen one more time, because when they lost to Golden West College, everybody keeps it in the back of their mind. This was the number 2 team in the nation. They lost to Golden West who? And that's what people remember, not, hey, they were the number 2 team in the nation. And, you know, one loss can just take your stock and drop it to the bottom of the hill. And so that's why I like her playing in this showcase today. I have like 25 players I've seen that some aren't playing in this showcase. And I just like the way that they played this season. I.e., trying to make a run. Haven't been able to do anything. And it looks like now there's a chance. Offside. Flag goes up. One of the few offsides I have seen in these first 2 matches out here.
And it's one of those where I don't think you'll see many unless it's obvious, like kind of like that one was, where it was a full 2 yards in front.
Yeah, Ed just pointed to me and said that's the first one, and Ed's absolutely right. First offsides in the 2 matches that we have seen. And so that says a lot about the way these 2 teams are playing. They are playing it as a team, where when you'll see in the other ones, you may have that superstar. I've got to get them the ball as quickly as I can. Don't forget, after this game, we'll have a 10-minute break. 10-minute break, and then South Coast will take on Pacific Coast. Pacific Coast, Palomar, Miracosta, San Diego, Miramar, and a couple Mount San Jacinto players will be playing with them in that conference, which is even more confusing because they should be playing in this game. But then again, they might not be able to get here in time, so they would play in the next game.
And that's the Coast Conference South. And this is the Coast Conference North. So we got to believe we're going to see similar players.
Yeah, I do. And you'll see those ones that, for whatever reason, and I think that's the reason they probably couldn't get here, and they wanted to be in the showcase, and somebody said, well, just play in the next game. Which, for me, I have absolutely no problem with that in a showcase. I would take all the great players, take them out to breakfast here on SportsNetUSA.net. So Coast North, trying to find something, hasn't found much. Takes it to the middle of the field and drops it for anybody. Cleared over on that side of the field by Grunlin. She clears it out, makes the turn, brings it back, drops it off again in the middle to Grunlin. Little give and go, trying to get something. Stepped up defensively, though. And then dropped over here for a foot race, but back easily, and this is where you sort of dance to your left and right. Don't give it up now. Between the wickets. Nice little shot right there. If you're looking between the wickets, that's all you do is you pass it to yourself between the legs of a defender, and you actually have to get the ball back to yourself. Melanie Bravo was the one who had it pass through her legs and then back to the same player on that pass. What, you were over there?
I'm
Did I wake you? I know I'm loud.
doing some research. Forgot where I was at. That learning thing.
The curve. The learning curve. So we're sitting here with 5 minutes to go. Somebody's got to fire the rocket off. Launch one and see if they can just get it through. If nobody's going to pick you up, drop it off. You should have unleashed it. Little push from behind. They're not going to call a penalty in the box in this game. Off a hand. Inadvertent handball. And they don't call that in college games. They don't call it in community college games. Parents, quit yelling for it. It's inadvertent. It does not change the direction of the ball or give an advantage on the play. And Corey, that's the only time you're going to get a handball called is if it changes the direction, which gives you an advantage with a big ad on it. That's a handball.
And what you like about that not being called every single time is what you would like to see in the other game of football, where a holding penalty, which does not affect the play around it, you would like to see that not called.
You mean me grabbing somebody on the far side of the field while you run it up for a touchdown on the near side of the field?
Exactly. No relevance on the play. It doesn't impact the play, and it does not give you that advantage.
Mm-hmm.
There should be no call.
Yeah, it's at the discretion and the officials, which I like, because the NCAA came out and first started and said, hey, that means you stop the game, you start it all over, you're breaking the tempo for everybody. Somebody didn't stick their hand out to knock the ball down on purpose so that they could control it. Just play on. And parents have a fit in the grandstands when that happens. Yeah, I know it's a rule. But the new rule is the old rule has changed. So, understand that there's a new rule and there's going to be more in the game of soccer. And so we got a whistle. And came up. It's going to be off the player, so that's what they're going to say. It came up high, came off. So we'll start it all over. We're at the 2-minute mark. Should not see any stoppage time. There's no reason for this game. Plus, we are on a showcase schedule. Sophomores waiting to play. Sophomores waiting to maybe move to another team here on SportsNetUSA.net. The women on this side, the men on that side. Albert, Joe, and Ryan with the men. Corey, Pablo, and Ed with the women on this side. All on SportsNetUSA.net. And don't forget, East LA basketball around the corner next week here on SportsNetUSA.net. Albert Robles is going to be busy here on SportsNetUSA.net. Ball drops out in the middle. Nice. Pull behind. Now you want to run with it. Don't give it up yet. There you go. Cut to the middle. Open it up for the lanes. Cut to your right. That's your foot. Then you should have let it go. And again, the hesitation by some players. Should I shoot it? Shouldn't I shoot it? Corey, as soon as you say, should I? It's too late.
And in a showcase situation as well, you should have, and that's Melanie Bravo who was there. You saw 15 in blue. You should have that shooter's mentality, that just launch it.
Yeah, I mean, really in a showcase too, it's okay to be a little selfish. I got a chance. Let me let it fly. If I don't make it, that's okay. And that's going to bring us to the end of the game. So this game, well, it ends in a draw here on SportsNetUSA.net. Coast North 0, the IE 0 here on SportsNetUSA.net. 10-minute break, and then another game will start up here on Sportsnet. So they'll walk on the field and warm up. Same things going on the backside here on Sportsnet USA. .net as I thumb through all my minutia. Corey on one side, me on the other side. Corey, we talked about how Golden West moved in. I know you followed women's soccer earlier this year because you would be, if you weren't out with us, you'd be watching it on sportsnetusa.net. I got to ask you, because I've said it publicly.
Mm-hmm.
Did you think there was that possibility, like a team in the OEC doing what they did that wasn't Cypress or Saddleback or Santiago Canyon? Those were the top three teams.
Yes.
Did you really?
Yes. Because even though the Big Eight had more teams make it, the OEC is the best conference top to bottom. And so top to bottom, you're looking at the Big Eight getting 7 teams in the playoffs. They were led by Folsom Lake, 22-0, 2 ties, Sierra. Those were the top 2 teams in that conference, and it really showed that they were it. I mean, Cosumnes River was a decent team, but Modesto, who finished 5-5, Santa Rosa 4-5, Sacramento City 3-5, San Juan Delta 2-4, and American River 2-8, all made the playoffs. But again, it was very top heavy. And being top heavy, yeah, it's like the SEC basically in football. You're top heavy. But the OEC overall, those 5 teams had a legitimate chance to get to be where they are today and tomorrow. They've got those 5 teams that made it, Golden West, who finished 5th in the conference. That's the 5th team that made it. They were 5-4, 5 ties. But again, they got on a roll, as you mentioned, 10 straight shutouts. Cypress, top 5 team all season. Orange Coast, maybe not a top 5 all team, but they were top 10 all season and a very good team. And explosive. Santiago Canyon and
top team in the OEC.
In the OEC, and you have Saddleback, depending on which poll you want to look at. And I know you and Ed
number 2 in the nation.
Number 2 could be the number 1 team, but they were the number 2 team in the nation. So top to bottom, those 5 teams were the best. And then when you move to Irvine Valley, not a slouch. They were 11-9 overall. Fullerton, and we're going to bring in Fullerton only because they were better this season than they had been in the last how old are you? No, I'm kidding. No, the last few years.
Soccer wasn't played at the community college back then.
But top to bottom, we won't count Fullerton. But up until Irvine Valley, who finished 5-8 in conference, that's the best conference in the state. And that's why you feel that all 5 of the teams that make the playoffs had a chance to be here.
Yeah, I really did. I thought the top teams, like Folsom, because Ed and I looked at a Big 8 OEC matchup. That's what we really did.
It's funny you mentioned that. That's been your guys' talk all season long. It's going to be a team from the OEC, and it's going to be a team from the Big 8.
Yeah.
It's going to be either these teams or these 2 teams.
Yeah. And we did have it as the premier teams being there. We had Folsom.
Yeah.
We had Saddleback or Cypress, because those were the 2 teams we called here on SportsNetUSA.net. And then when you see a team like that, you're a fan, because like I said, you were at home watching it. You couldn't be out there with us. So when you're at home and you're not out there with us, you're watching. Let's be realistic. It's not that Corey doesn't have a life. Corey doesn't give himself a life, because Corey watches everything streamed on the community. I'm not lying when I say this, am I?
No, unfortunately you're not.
And so Corey watches all the teams that are out there. And Corey, it's just amazing. Does this upgrade soccer? I mean, when the big guys win all the time, everybody says the big guys are going to be there, the big women are going to be there, the big teams. Like Ed will always talk about football. Oh, we know what team is going to be in the playoffs. Does this help soccer that that little team that was in fifth in the top conference playing the state championship?
Yeah, it does. Some people might feel that it would diminish that the OEC is not that good, or it would diminish that one of the top teams is. I don't think it diminishes it at all. It simply progresses the sport. It progresses the 3C to a product. It shows you that these are the top teams. But boy, is there so much more talent spread across this. And that's what Golden West represent. Yeah, we are not recognized. But look at our talent that we have. Sierra is always going to be one of the top schools. Sierra is one of those schools that it's, okay, we're not going to win every year. But every 5 years, we're winning something. Whatever sport that is, whether it's softball, whether it's soccer, whether it might be basketball getting into we're going to win something. Doesn't matter which sport. Here they are in soccer this year. So it just spreads across the whole state, and it produces something of value. And again, one of the best values in sports is going to and watching California Community College athletics.
So we'll see what happens as that goes on. Of course, don't forget at 1 o'clock today, the Southern Section Championships, and Corey Neyland has been part of the voice for Saddleback College, taking on Golden West College. I know you're a homer when it comes to Saddleback. Know you're a homer. Know you like them as a team. Ryan Osborne down the road, also doing those games, Albert Robles, and the man sitting right in between us right now, Ed Ford. So I'm just going to throw you under the bus. Is it a Saddleback victory today?
Could be.
Oh, man. That's not an answer.
It is an answer.
No. Is Saddleback going to win, yes or no?
Yes.
You were going to. I love that joke. Yes, but.
Yeah, I was going to say yes and no. No, you know what? Saddleback is going to win today. Since you said I'm a homer, I'm going to give you the homerific answer.
Okay, I'm ready.
Saddleback is going to win today because they have been consistently offensively effective the last 8 games of the season.
Okay.
They have been the premier team in the 3C 2A. In the southern section. And then you got to look at Modesto and San Mateo up north. Oh, they're already started. So in the first quarter, Golden West 6, like I said, Golden West is the most offensively efficient. No, but if the homerific answer is yes, Saddleback's going to come back and win because they're being efficient. The way they don't win is because Golden West has the best defense in the state. 8 defensive touchdowns. That could have been a defensive touchdown right there from Golden West. And up north, Mark, you see in the first quarter also, San Mateo.
They're a monster.
Is your premier team in the 3C2A football.
Exactly. Yeah, they are when people talked about Fullerton College or Riverside or those schools. It's all San Mateo. If you're going to talk, like you said, 3C, FCFA.
SCFA, NCFA.
Yeah, it's all San Mateo.
Yeah, and Modesto quietly Modesto might need that one player or those 2 players that are just outstanding to get them over the hump to move past to San Mateo, because that's what San Mateo, after that loss to Fullerton in 2017, they kicked it up a notch.
They just decided when it was 4th down and a half a yard not to try a field goal or punt anymore.
Exactly. And this is the Pacific Coast Conference in blue, you said, Mark?
It should be.
Okay, so you got Gianna Belasco. Should be in goal. Martina Ertz from Miracosta. Belasco's from Palomar. Miley Tenosamoa at Miracosta, or is it Miracosta? Shelby Maldonado from Miracosta, Danae Burrows from San Diego Miramar, Lorena Gonzalez from Mount San Jacinto from the IE, Naomi Allen from Palomar. She's 27. 28 is Reese Lechtfuss from Palomar. 29 is Tatiana Rollick from San Diego Mesa. 30 is Lauren Bermudez from Mount San Jacinto. Nadine Padilla, 31 from Mount Sac. And 32 is Miley Tino Samoa from Miracosta.
And on the flip side, they are playing against Coast South. Kira Bionde is out there. Emily Chrisman, Natalia Crowell, Jaleesa Reclusado, Marissa Freeman, Annalie Flores is out there. And then I know they added some players because the coach brought some other players out on the thing. So that's the South Coast of what I've got right now.
Yeah, and number 19 is Samantha Wallace out there. She was playing for the for the Coast Conference North earlier, and Bianca Humada, number 18
is out there
in orange as well. Also, Zena Grewald's back out there, number 16 from San Francisco.
And it's just because some of the different conferences, for whatever reason, it's not that they did not have enough people. Maybe somebody couldn't make it down. Family plans change things. Somebody doesn't feel well. So you go with what you've got. Some of the conferences will be loaded, but it's just like Corey, you already talked. Mount San Jacinto, and Mount Sac is playing in the Pacific Coast.
Yeah, and Niara Anderson Brown from Chabot, she's wearing number 14, stays out there for the Coast Conference. That's number 12, Sydney Grunland Lanuza.
So the Coast Conference is in orange. They are moving from right to left on your computer screen. The Pacific Coast Conference is in blue. They're moving from left to right on your computer screen here on Sportsnet, USA.net. Showcase number 3. We have 3 more after this for the women, and on the flip side, where the men are at, the gentlemen, if they're on the same time schedule we are, they are on their 3rd showcase. They will have 3 more after they get done with their match. They're on Sportsnet, USA.net.
And Mark, I got to hand it to you because this is exactly the thing that you mentioned last night when we were on the phone when talking about possibilities of what could happen, who's going to be on the pitch and who's going to be
Who's
playing.
not going to be.
Yeah. And it's funny because you called. It's like, this is what we're going to see. You didn't give a waffle answer on who's going to win between Saddleback and Golden West. And that's what we're seeing, especially in the Coast Conference South, where Cañada was, again, 9-0. Foothill, Los Pasitos, 3-6 each. West Valley was 3-7. Skyline 3-8. And De Anza is 0-9. And Cañada, well, they were the only team above 500 overall, 14-3-4.
Yeah, and Corey, it all begins with what's popular in that area. I mean, that's why I think Golden West College is surprising, because if you think of water polo, you think of Golden West College when it comes to water polo, the water sports, and swimming, you think of Golden West College. So there's certain sports, and then maybe football out there. There might be other sports that you don't think about when you think about those schools.
But I think Golden West is prime location that you should think about a soccer school as Golden West. They just haven't put it together. I mean, we know they were big. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Mark.
Oh, I was going to say, tipped away just at the last second. That's a shot on goal, and you just lay out flat to make the save. And that was Kira Biondi that made that save for Coast South.
And we'll get the name of the player who attempted that. It looks like it. We'll have to see, because that's not who's out there.
So
okay, Lorena Gonzalez from Mount San Jacinto attempted.
So we get a shot that was on goal and just a beautiful save.
And Mark, back to Golden West. They're a team that, yeah, they should be better in soccer. You just weren't expecting them this year because Saddleback was so good.
Well, and Santiago came back like they should. Irvine Valley played well. I like Irvine Valley. They are just a gnat flying little soccer team.
Yeah, it's funny because you mentioned Golden West, no state titles, their first time in the Final Four, and the first time in the finals.
Mm-hmm.
Folsom Lake, the two-time state champs, back to back.
Golden West College. Well, Corey Neyland, they said, we heard your statement here on SportsNetUSA.net, so we thought we would pick off another one and take it in for a touchdown. It's now 13-0. Golden West over Saddleback. We don't know how the scores happen, but I'm sure Nick Mitchell's got a little earphone in. Somebody said, Corey Neyland's bad-mouthing you on Sportsnet. So thank you, Nick. Corey, that's not the start the Saddleback football team needed.
No, they got a chance to come back, but no, that's not the start they needed against Golden West. And again, Sierra doesn't have a championship. When you look at soccer, they only go back to 1988 for the champions. But Santiago Canyon was a 4-time title winner.
Well, look, they ended up winning the OEC like 10 times in a row.
Yeah, and they were premier team. Folsom Lake. So really, it's both schools without that quote-unquote history of soccer that are playing for their first title.
Yeah. When you look at the OEC and you look at least state playoffs, on the women's side, there's always somebody there. On the men's side, that's not necessarily true. But on the women's side, that is true. That's why some of us here on SportsNetUSA.net will tell you the better soccer is played by the young women that we're watching right now in these sophomore showcases here on SportsNetUSA.net from all of California, not just the South, not just the North, not just the hotty-toddy areas. You name the area, they are all excellent soccer players up and down California. And Corey, I've got nothing but praise for the way these women play soccer.
Praise for them. No praise yet for Saddleback because they'll scorers mark, 2 field goals and a touchdown. Bobcats are in for a long day.
Ooh. That's 3 touches they probably had because that game started at 12. So they probably had it 3 times. That means they've scored 3 times. That's assuming that's what's happened, but if you follow the sport, that seems what like the scenario should say it is.
Yep.
South Coast comes in, takes it away, drops it off right there, trying to make a move. And like Corey said, you're going to see players from the Coast North play in this game too.
And that was once again Wallace running down the near side. And she was offside because she had to speed up on that pass.
Samantha Wallace, an excellent forward when you watch her play. And it goes to, Corey just mentioned Wallace. Wallace gets it, turns, one-on-one defensively. Wallace with those lime green shoes. So if you're trying to figure out who Wallace is, just look for the lime green shoes. Something Corey Neyland would buy because, he's a shoe person. Like one of our known voices here from SportsNetUSA.net, Rashawn Haylock. Rashawn probably has lime green shoes too, doesn't he? Out of the 1,000 that he owns, something like 1,000, 1,600.
And Mark, it's unfortunate that we weren't able to find much on the Coast Conference's North and South divisions on the Conference Players of the Year and who made all conference and whatnot. But for the PCAC, well, the Conference Player of the Year was Aaliyah Campbell. She's out of Southwestern College. There's no Southwestern College players participating. She was a Player of the Year and Goalie of the Year. And the Conference Coach of the Year was also from Southwestern, Carolina Soto, as they were the conference champions.
Yeah, Southwestern had a very good year playing soccer. They started off well playing the other football well, but unlike the men's football team, the women's soccer team did not fold as the season went on.
12-2-2. Their overall record, or conference record, 15-4-4 overall. And they were followed by Miracosta at 11-1-4. Palomar, who's always in the thick of things in every sport, 9-3-4. San Diego Miramar at 9-4. San Diego Mesa 6-5. San Diego City was 7-7.
So the ball goes out, trying to be saved right there. But Maldonado couldn't do it. Maldonado just has it go off. Crowell throws it in. Little loft throw in by Crowell. Of course, then you get Amuda back out there.
The South section, Mark, had 3 teams representing the Coast South. And the Pacific Coast had 4 teams representing. That was Southwestern, Miracosta, Palomar, and Miramar.
Yeah, I thought San Diego Mesa would have played better. They've done well in the past. But again, you know, that's an area, Corey, where it is maybe a few teams that always seems to get a lot of talent. We know Palomar has done that in a variety of different sports. Softball, they recruit extremely well in their softball area. So you would look at them and say, okay, for women's sports, they do really, really nice job of drawing people. Wallace again kicks it across the middle. This is where the rush is. This is the one thing that I would like to see many of the women's teams do when you look at a front line making a move or stopping or defenders. What you want to do is you want to get back instead of looking over your shoulder. If you're the last person on defense, I understand you've got leeway to backpedal. If you're offensively, don't be standing there facing the person with the ball unless your goal is to redirect the pass that's coming in your direction. If that's it, then stand there, face the ball, be able to redirect it. But if you're going to be at the top of the middle of being a forward, you have to be able to say, let me sort of, it's almost like doing an interview. Let me turn the body at an angle so that I can go if I must run. Drop it across the middle. Take it to the far side of the field. Easy little shot, but nice little ticky-tack moves made right there by Pacific Coast. So you take those ticky-tack passes, those little short passes of 10 to 15 yards, put them on the money so that when you're getting change for that dollar bill, you can count it in your hand and know exactly you got the right money back. That's what that pass does to set you up to go ka-ching, goal number 1.
And maybe Naomi Allen connects next time she has that opportunity, and she's out of Palomar.
Yeah,
Comet.
Martina Ertz gets it into the field for them. Ertz out of Miracosta or Miracosta. What's the right way to say that?
I'm going to say yes.
Okay. I always say it's Miracosta.
No, I say it Miracosta. I say it Miracosta the first time.
And Miracosta the next time?
The next time, and
okay.
then I'll switch them.
Because I always thought the golf course was called Miracosta. Or was it called Miracosta? Miracosta. Yeah, okay.
Then
so
we're going with Costa.
Yeah, all right. I looked at my golf guru to my left. So going off the field is Samantha Wallace. You're welcome, Michelle. So Wallace goes off, Corey, for a substitution. And in her place comes in Dominguez out of, is that Dominguez out of City College of San Francisco? On the near side of the field here, Corey? I think that's who
17.
came in, right?
Yes.
Okay. Nelsie Dominguez comes in for Wallace. So Dominguez is in. Wallace went out for the Coast South team. We're sitting here at 0 here on SportsNetUSA.net. Natalie Crowell throws that in. Comes off the foot. Natalie will not go get it because that came off a little tough, and that was Amada that had it, came off her knee when it was thrown in. So it's going to go back over to the Pacific Coast. And that'll be Martina Ertz that'll get things going for the Coast here on SportsNetUSA.net.
And you remember Dominguez from the prior game, who had a couple shots on goal.
Mm-hmm.
And here's Humada, excuse me.
Nice, sweet pass right in the middle. And boy, if you're wide awake on that, Flores has an easy goal. And again, this is a showcase where people have not played with each other. So it's nothing on Flores because she's never played with that partner that can put it on the money maybe. And so Flores might get caught off guard. So you give credit to the pass, even if the pass does not work, it still was a beautiful pass play. And that's what you look at in showcases, where you can say, boy, that was a perfect pass. Not, why didn't it work? That was a perfect pass. Because if it was a teammate, Corey, that would have been a goal.
And like there, if you're working teammate to teammate, that might have been a pass, but it probably would have been offside, as Martina Ertz was looking in the middle. And she was looking for Reese Selectfuss out of Palomar. And she stopped running because she was clearly offside.
Yeah, and I mean, those are the things. You see the flag go up, you're just going to say. And again, I'm going to give it to the referee and to the lines people because they were told, hey, this is a showcase.
I was going to ask
you're going to call this basically as a cheese sandwich with nothing on it, plain as you can make it. And they have done that, and I give them a great deal of credit for doing that. And there's one of the plays that we saw in the last game where it became a corner kick, where you watch the defense person knock the offensive person off the ball, and then if you want to touch it and it goes out, we're going to get a goal kick. But the one thing I'm not going to do is give you a corner kick. Is that an easy play to make? No. Is it a fundamentally sound play? Yes. And that's exactly what you like from these young women that we've seen today here on SportsNetUSA.net. They're right in the right place at the right time, making the right sort of calls. And why aren't these blowouts? Because you have some of the premier players in California, in the nation, playing in this sophomore showcase on SportsNetUSA.net. Nice little curve shot. That would have been a Beckley from about 75 yards out.
And Mark, you mentioned Bianca Humada from Evergreen Valley. She was second in conference.
So we watch that little Beckley shot just go over the top of the goal.
She was second in conference in goal scorer. She had 18, along with 5 assists. And Mark, you do the math, that's 41 points.
There you go.
Not 23, folks.
So you get 2 points for a goal and a single point for an assist. If you're wondering how people get points. Why the higher point says it's a more prolific player? Well, because the higher points say they are more active in the offense. Just like that rip over the top of the bar. Smoke it if you got it. And that's what it did. That had flames coming off the side.
Sydney Grunland Lanuza. She's out of City College of San Francisco in the Coast Conference North. So as Mark mentioned, both North and South has played these last 2 contests.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, and it's because you only have so many players. And the other thing is, Corey, you don't want anybody getting hurt. I mean, the last thing you do is want to go to a showcase and call up somebody's parents and say, hey, I had your daughter play for 2 hours, and I'm sorry she went down and twisted her ankle, and I think she's out for 6 months. You don't want that answer given to you. Freeman playing a little back and forth in the middle of the field when you look at Freeman out of Cabrillo trying to get something going for this Coast South team. 10 minutes to go. 2 30-minute halves. A 5-minute intermission. There we go. We'll make it something new. Intermission here on SportsNetUSA.net. And then 10-minute break. And we head for match number 4. If you're looking for the men, they are also here on SportsNetUSA.net. Albert, Joe, Ryan calling the men's game on SportsNetUSA.net as we're over here watching the more talented squads, the women, here on SportsNetUSA.net. Everybody trying to clear it out, and Corey, this is where if you drop it in the middle, you're setting up the offense again, and I will emphasize it up here in the booth. When you're in trouble, when you're in doubt, take it up and out. That's what you do as a player.
Yes, because Martina Ertz on the Pacific Coast Athletic Conference side has been the most active on the field in this first half. She's wearing number 22 in blue. And Mark, going back to Humada from Evergreen Valley, those 18 goals is also good enough to be tied for 5th in the state for most goals this season.
Yeah, there was a beautiful balance of offense from the women. There wasn't those one or two. I mean, Orange Coast College had what a header in the middle on a crossing shot. So you're going to give the assist and the header on the crossing shot.
So Maldonado gets the assist. And it looks like that was it Lechtfuss? 28 with the header.
Yeah.
So you saw that replay, and it was an absolutely perfect pass.
So you get that crossing pass that comes over. And you look at Shelby Maldonado out of Miracosta making it. And Corey, I mean, you put it in the right place. And again, that's where people always will look at you just turn your head at an angle and have it and give it a little flick, just like you'd flick your hand to pass the ball on. If you're going to flick it, you'd flick it that way. If you're going to flick your head this way or that way, that looks good, real good while I'm showing it in the booth. That's how it works. And that was perfect, and that was a money shot. So that one goes up. We've got Maldonado on the assist. And you gave the goal to
Lechtfuss, or if that's how you pronounce, from Palomar.
Okay. So that's the official score here on SportsNetUSA.net. So the South trying to flex a little. Saying, yeah, you know what? You can chuckle at Golden West College, but we're just letting you know we're setting you up for tears later tomorrow here on SportsNetUSA. Oh, we won't be on the air calling the state championships for soccer.
You should. But Mark,
we all should.
Here's the thing. Shelby Maldonado, if you want to, you can give her 6 assists, but she had 5 in the regular season. She had 10 goals in the regular season, and she was 3rd on the team for Miracosta with points with 25.
You're feeling pretty good about knowing what everything's worth now, aren't you? 2 times 10 is 20, plus 5 is. Hey, yeah, that's right. Okay. As we're going to get a substitution, Corey.
And out goes Lectfuss. And did you see the number coming in?
I do not. I missed the person coming in. And let's see, are they playing short?
Looks like it.
They're playing with 9. So they're playing with 9.
Yeah, so 9 and 1 in
for
goal.
Pacific Coast. Yeah. So they're playing 9 with on the field. And that's, again, this is where we talk about the showcase. You come down with so many players, you are limited. And unless you have, like in the case, and we have no problem with it, Coast South, where you can borrow a few players from Coast North, then you play without somebody. If they go down, if the heat got to them, and again, realize now, Corey, it might be a little warm down on that soccer field. It's a pretty, pretty day. But again, I don't know how warm it might be down in that field. And you might have somebody running just saying, I need to, get a little water and sit down and take a break. Offsides on the far side of the field.
And if you have allergies, it's not a good day for allergies.
13-7, Golden West over Saddleback. San Mateo, 14-0 over Modesto. That's got 4 minutes to go, and it says they're still in the first quarter for the Saddleback Golden West College game. So, Corey, that has now become a contest.
And that's good for Saddleback. They needed to respond in some way. And again, Golden West has shown, as dominant as they've been on defense, the last couple games they can be scored upon.
They've slipped a little.
And if Saddleback can keep the focus like they had been, they'll come out victorious. And speaking of good things, for Maricosta, Martina Urge, she did make first team all-conference, along with Miley Tina Samoa, who's playing here today. She's number 32. Urge is 22 in blue. They both made all-conference.
Of course, you go watch Naomi Allen go track that one down for Palomar. You look at Naomi Allen being with enough speed to make it back when you watch her come down. Good defender that can play box to box. I like players that can play box to box. But you watch her, she stays in position.
Explain that, Mark, that box to box.
So in other words, you have 2 goal boxes. You can see them marked out here on Saddleback in the goal line. You will have coaches that will say, and we have it with Saddleback, Hannah Allen is a box-to-box player. She's a forward defense person. So that means, what is she playing today? Well, if it's the attack, she's a forward. If it's defense, she's on defense. She runs up and down the field. That's a box-to-box player. There are some players that cannot constantly do that. And that doesn't mean you only run when it comes your direction. So those are quite unique players. And so that gives you the advantage of letting your midfielder drop back and guard the middle, slow down. Is it an offensive attack? It can be an offensive attack if you're looking at it, depending on what your actual formation is. I'd like to see somebody play a 3-5-2 every once in a while. Trying to make the turn. Back on the field is Amada, who she's back on, Corey. So she's back on the field, and you can see some of these players can just run forever here on this. I mean, I know youth is wonderful, but
right now I'd just be able to like to run.
Yeah, I heard you coming up the steps, so I was just wondering about that.
Mark, you heard me from the 50-yard line.
I did.
Up those steps.
Is Ortega's also out there. Dead run. And this is where ball goes off. That should be, if it goes out, it should be saved. That would have been a corner because you have a defender coming back to bail you out. And when you do, the ball comes off her foot. And that takes us to the end of the first half. And so we come to the end of the first half. It's the Pacific Coast 1, the Coast South 0 here on Sportsnet, USA.net. Corey, Pablo, Ed, and the old guy happy to bring you the Sophomore Showcase for the women here on Sportsnet, USA.net. Oh, I thought you wanted to say something.
Oh, I got plenty to say.
Oh, well, that's what I thought. I saw you over there. I saw the drool on the side of your mouth. I didn't want to interrupt you.
May not be relevant, but it's, I got something to say. No, we mentioned the players that are out here. You mentioned just now Naomi Allen from Palomar. She was a first-team All-PCAC. She finished with 9 goals this season, 5 assists in the regular season, at 23 points. This season, she also had 2 game winners, which was nice for the Comets. And they're another program that is always relevant in the thick of things in, softball, baseball, soccer, always going to make the playoffs. Women's basketball is one of the things that they could have, and if you're a Palomar Comet fan, should have won at least one title since 2018 because they've had talented players there. But again, it just shows to another outstanding product and talent level and value that you get when you're watching California Community College athletics.
Well, Corey, somebody we're not going to see in the showcase today, and the reason we're not, because they're playing in the championship match tonight, is going to be Sierra Carter. She's the tender for Golden West Rustlers, and she played 160 minutes this season. She had 9 games that she played. Her goals against, 0.51. 100 saves this season when you look at what she's done. And Corey, 21 games she's played, 21 games she has started in the tender spot for Golden West College. This kid is an acrobat. Let me tell you, she stands on her head. She flips on the air. She is parallel to the ground when she makes a save. And for her size, she can get up over the top.
And I find that fascinating because you've talked about Sierra Carter for the past week for Golden West after they beat Saddleback. It's amazing. And you mentioned the team concept that Golden West has. Mia Cook was in goal yesterday against Folsom Lake. And 9 shots on goal, 9 saves. And that's not their all-conference player.
No. And Mia's just as good.
Yeah, and I wanted to ask you, how confident are you when you're a former player and you've won a 3C2A title, putting not the recognized player in goal against the best team in the state, maybe the country? How confident are you?
Well, it all depends how that best team plays. They might play something that's your strength. They might kick a certain sort of ball that's your strength. So I'm going to put that one person in at that one time. This is what you need to win state championships. You need to be deep in the tender spot. I mean, when you look at B.J. McNichol here at Saddleback, almost said Cypress. Sorry, B.J. They are solid in the goaltending position. You got that, you get to build your program around that money player. And, Corey, I tell you what, you already brought it up. The coach over at Golden West College, former Cypress player, okay, when she was over there. The women's coach at Cypress was her head coach when she was at Cypress. So she has taken what she was taught at Cypress College, used it when she moved on to her collegiate career, and taken it and teaches it at her home, I call it state because it's a state of soccer and she now brings those championship. I tell you what, this is not the end for Golden West College.
No,
This is the beginning. Santiago is back.
it really
Golden West College. Look out for Irvine. They going to get better. Cypress, if they ever get their field cleaned up, they're going to be pretty magical. And BJ, all I can say is he has smiled a lot at this showcase. If we ever get him on the air, I don't know if he can tell me his true feelings about the loss, but he didn't look real happy when he walked away that night, losing and not making it to the championships.
Well, I don't think you would be since you had a chance to have it at home. But Golden West, you was on. You mentioned champions at Cypress, but again, yesterday, how many shots did Golden West take? 10 total. So those 10 shots were more than they took against Saddleback and Cypress, right?
Mm-hmm.
Total. Folsom Lake had 17 shots, 11 in the second half. Both teams had 3 in the double overtime, or 4 total. And we're going back to more scores. Golden West 20, Saddleback 7. That's still in the first quarter. It says San Mateo all over Modesto, 21-0. You got to feel for Modesto. Modesto, every time they're good, they have to face a San Mateo team, and they just not getting over that hump. You feel like if they played any other team, they'd be in the state championship game.
But, I mean, if that's who you got to play every year, you got to figure out how to beat them, you know? I mean, Coach Kraft never felt like he could get to the championships and finally figured out a way to get there over at Riverside City College. So we get ready for the second half of the Women's Showcase and match number 3 here on SportsNetUSA.net. Up 1-0 Pacific Coast over Coast South. As Pacific Coast got that goal in the first half, and now it's up to Coast South. Coast South. I want to say Coach South. Coast South to end up tying this game up. I'm just going to call them. I'd call them by their initials, but I don't think that'd be appropriate. So,
Coast Conference South.
Why don't you just call it something easy, like Chuck's Conference, Bobby's Battalion. There we go.
They're on the coast. They got water next to it.
Wait a minute. Evergreen Valley's next to water?
They're like Evergreen Valley.
Deanza is next to water?
They're like the coast of Bohemia.
Now, Deanza is the home of monarch butterflies. That I do know. So when it's butterfly season, if you want to drive up there, you can do that here on SportsNetUSA.net. For what we don't know, we know a lot of stuff we just don't need to know here on SportsNetUSA.net. Long shot. Laser in! Oh, light it up. Out there, and Corey, that looked like Naomi Allen.
It was Naomi Allen.
Naomi Allen just lit the laser. The barker was off, and she's in from 50 miles away.
That from the 27-yard line up and over. That was pretty.
So Allen makes it 2-0 here on SportsNetUSA.net.
And you know what, Mark? We were just talking about Naomi Allen as a first-team All-Conference in the PCAC.
Ball laid in the middle. Defender goes down. And when the whistle blew, Corey, what I thought we were going to get is I thought when the defender went down, I saw her hands go down. She went down to her knees and put her hands down. I thought, oh, don't tell me you're going to say she grabbed the ball, and I thought we were going to get a penalty shot. But again, not seen by the referee, and the lines people and the referees are calling excellent showcase games here on SportsNetUSA.net. So Coast South now needs to find a way to get on the board, trailing by 2. Got to find some sort of answer. Flores carries it to the middle, drops it off. There's nobody there. And you look at Flores when she makes her move, Corey, nobody's there to help her out at a Cabrillo College.
And they're used to playing full games. However, could it be something that because it's a showcase, maybe they're not fully, I shouldn't say fully invested, but maybe taking it a little bit more relaxed. Being out here for a second match might be a weighing on them a little.
I think the thing is when you realize, depending on what all the schools are here, and quite a few people showed up that looked like coaches earlier. If my academic career is based on where I may want to go because of this game, I'm going to be running over people on that field because you know how expensive a college education is. You know that, if you could have gotten everything for free for that college education, you would have taken it here on SportsNetUSA.net.
And they were looking for Nadine Padilla on the near side who was trying to fill the lane on that run. It was a little bloop pass, and it looked like it was from Lechtfuss. But again, the PCAC is looking to say, we're going to score a few more goals.
Being near throw in. Go to the backside of the box, over the head on the bounce, and goes out and becomes a goal kick. And that's really not what you're expecting. And it could just be that the turf field, artificial turf is what it is, just gives you that little extra bounce and you're not expecting it because I don't know what everybody plays on who's in the showcase. Do you play on grass? Do you play on this? We know some of the schools, like at Cypress, it's grass and dirt and grass that they're playing on. So there is no necessarily smooth bounce on every time they kick the ball or get the ball. Again, that's one of the moves that you watch. I look like I'm going to take it to my left. I hook it with my toe, and I pull it in. And in hooking it with my toe and pulling it in, I take it back to the right. And that's one of those plays that you will look at and just say, that's a sweet-looking play. From a coach's point of view, that's a possibility saying, where do you want to go to school next year? Defense makes the save, and that's it. So you're running parallel with the defender. You step in front of him. Corey, you get the foot down first. Even though it looks like there's a chance, there's no possibility. Incidental contact, but they're going to call that a foul. So we'll restart the play. One of the few that got.
And you mentioned the nice day. It's a nice crowd out as well. There's a crowd over, and a lot of the crowd is in the area, in the shade, walking up. It seems like everybody's congregating there. But you feel like there's going to be more when the OEC team plays in the next match.
Yeah, and one thing about a showcase too, which I like, is there's no trophies for who the best player is. There's no who's the best defender, who's the greatest looking team, what coach should be coach of the year. And that's a question that when we get a little more stoppage, Corey Neyland, should the coach of the year be voted on at the end of the season or at the end of the playoffs? Because could you not now look at the Golden West College coach and saying, Coach, oh, you wouldn't do that?
You could. No, regular season coach of the year. No, you don't. I don't mind that. simply because if you do well in the playoffs, how it works in the 3C2A as what we've seen is if you do well, you're going to be the coach of the year in the playoffs, or the coach of the
Year.
tournament. Yeah. So you're going to be conference coach of the year, but when the playoff comes and if you win the actual state title, you'll be voted coach of the year.
Okay. All right. Just wanted to see what your feelings were on that here on SportsNetUSA.net as we're coming down to match number 3 here on SportsNetUSA.net.
But what I would like to see is a more representative of the coach of the year, not simply take into fact that they won the conference and they have the best players, that look at the actual coaching that they did and look at the actual teams, because you don't have to be 15-1 to win conference.
But we already had that happen when we talked about coach, because you told me a conference coach. We were talking and looking at their record. Was that right?
What about then a team like LA City in the men?
I agree with
all
you.
the people they beat that were highly ranked. Is that the coach of the year?
You know what? To get where they're at, I give them, because nobody saw them coming. They didn't see them beating Pasadena.
Or were they simply hot at that right time?
So then the coach has nothing to do with it, is what you're telling
the coach has a lot to do with it, because he got his players, or she got her players hot at the right time to make that quality run.
So I'm going to look at it, because I look at LACC, the men. Were the men as difficult this season as they were last season? No. I've been told that by all the coaches up and down California. Bad year for men's soccer. But, Corey, if you're not supposed to, you were lucky to get in, you shouldn't have been there. And then how did you win your first playoff game? And you're where you are now?
Here's the thing. You hit the key word. One. You win. LA City was second in conference in the South Coast North Conference to Mount Sac. They were 6-1. They were 15-5-7 overall. And their last 10 games, they were 7-1-2. So it's not like they were a horrible team. Ed mentioned it previously that this is a program that restarted. So if you're going to say that's the coach of the year for what they've accomplished that way, yeah, I could say that. But not simply because their playoff run.
Well, I think it's hard to judge a team if they are 6-7-2 and say that coach deserves to be coach of the year. Really? Was his talent that bad that he was lucky to make them win that many games? Who did he play?
And we're going to have to check on that, get more details on that.
Yeah, because, I mean, those are the big questions. Not saying the coach doesn't deserve it, but what were the parameters on why you voted that way? Hey, we didn't like any of the other coaches, so we voted for him. And we have heard that through our years on SportsNetUSA.net.
Works in football.
Yeah, it does. So far, it's been all Pacific Coast in this game.
Okay, now that's another offsides. Was it clearly offside or? Okay.
So you look at it, we're going to get substitutions again.
So Anderson Brown for the Coast Conference South is out. And we'll let you know who came in for her. And that's going to be Jalisa Reclusado.
Going in the far side, trying to make a cut pass. Can't. Gets cut off at the pass. Defense, be my pal. You like it on that side of the field. As I think Elizabeth Ortega is now out on the field for them also for Coast South. Because I saw her running over there out of Hartnell College on the far side of the field. So she's out there playing. Freeman drops it over to the far side. Now coming in for the corner, looking for the middle. You stop, cut back, got to find a free player. You go down, no whistle. Play on, says the referee. And this is where you say, okay, who's open? If you look in the corner, you've got a free runner at this side of the field, and nobody picks up the free runner, as Nadine Padilla was all by herself standing on the corner waiting for the 43 to pick her up and take her back to Orange County. Just didn't happen. Or is that the 47 that I have to take?
I don't know. I didn't ride the bus much. That's the 43?
43. See, I was
In
right
Orange
the first
County,
time.
I should say.
Okay.
You said the San Gabriel Valley. That would have been the 484 or 482. Drops you off at El Monte Station.
And if I was talking to High Desert, it'd be Janie's bus is coming.
Rolling on a tire. It's been entertaining, these matches.
I like these matches. I like the enthusiasm by the women. I like the style, the way they play with. I think there's been some very solid soccer play for this sophomore showcase for the women here on SportsNetUSA.net. They've shown us all the skill. They know how to trap a ball. They know how to catch a ball. They know how to dribble a ball. They know how to make slide tackles. They have excellent kicks from the corners. This is the things that you want, fundamentals that you want when you watch a game of soccer.
That was Tatiana Rolick who gets the whistle for the PCAC. Sydney Grunlin Lanuza is who she took down. And we get a free kick.
You made me look down because I thought, wait a minute, did we start a new game or something? PCAC. Low liner. Easy for the keeper. And this is the one thing that people will say, but it's at all levels. What an easy catch for the keeper.
But you got to catch it. As you see here, you have to make the catch.
Excellent. Excellent. If you didn't hear Mr. Neyland's answer, boy, you don't ever go to class. Because that's exactly it. I've seen some just roll through people's legs, and you go, oh, my, I saw.
Yeah, you and Ed have seen a lot more soccer than I have. But, again, we've all seen that one, that route in baseball, that softball, that routine fly ball.
Timing touch off the post. And it was a timing kick, Corey, that you just liked. Maldonado, Shelby Maldonado, timed it. Got it on her foot, ripped it, and it didn't happen. We get offsides.
And you'll see in goal. Does she get a hand on it?
Top, up.
To me, it looked like she got a hand on it.
You're going to give her a hand? I don't think so.
Okay.
But if you say a hand, I'm going to give you credit for the hand. Ed's going to show it. Oh, I thought Ed was going to show it again to us. So we'll watch her. She comes back. Nice timing touch. Rip. You might be right, Corey, because the ball does go up. It goes up after it gets there. So I think a great call, Corey, seeing the hand by the goalie on your part.
And is that Sophia Diaz still in goal?
It should be. I think they only brought one tender.
Kira Biondi.
Unless they brought it from the other team and brought her out there.
That looks like that's a 1. So it looked like it was Kira Biondi from Cañada College.
Okay. What a save.
It's outstanding.
So Corey saw the hand, and when you watch the two replays, you see just a little sight of line for the ball change. It just diverts a little. So Corey had great eyes on that call. Sitting here at 2-0 here on SportsNetUSA.net. So far, the South has done well. If they can hold on in the first 3, they'll win 2 and tie 1 against the North here at the Sophomore Showcase. Not that anybody's counting.
Everybody's counting.
You know?
No, but Mark, it's funny because nobody's counting the wins versus. But whenever you talk to somebody, you always hear, okay, this is what we did, and
This-
everybody's counted.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. Oh, did you see the showcase?
Hmm.
Oh, we could have scored 8 goals, but we took it easy on them.
Yeah.
We dominated.
Yeah, and it shows. And here's the other thing: it shows that our style or our side is so much better. So the SoCal is so much better than the NorCal, or NorCal is so much better than SoCal. Doesn't matter who won the championship. It all comes down to the showcase. We just have the better overall talent.
If you look to the right of the field, they're bringing in the Corey Neyland reinforcements, as there's nothing but orange T-shirts on the right side of the field right now before this game ends. They're going, we're listening to you, Corey Neyland. We heard you on those Saddleback football games.
And Biondi is a colt from, as we said, Kenyatta College. They were a 4 seed in NorCal in this playoff season.
Because, Corey, you do know what's coming up next, don't you? The OEC takes on Bay Valley and Central Valley combined against the OEC.
Let's go. Well,
I think that's going to be
against
really, I get a really
Oh.
good match number 4. That's match number
That's
4
right.
coming up.
that should be fun.
Modesto. Well, so far, they're down by 3 touchdowns. It's San Mateo 21, Modesto 0 at halftime. Getting ready to start the third quarter, Golden West 23, Saddleback 7. Here on Sportsnet, USA.net. They've come back before. They've been able, they haven't?
No, they've come back
Oh,
before.
okay. I saw you shake your head.
Against Riverside, they came back down by 14 in the fourth quarter. I believe there was 7 minutes to play. That was the third game of the season. They were able to come back against Riverside. Golden West is not Riverside.
Corey's prediction. You know, some people are going to say you jinxed the team.
No, it was a very homer prediction.
Okay.
That's what you wanted.
Ryan Osborne's probably sitting over there going, see, I told you Golden West would win.
Well, you know, if the game was on SportsNetUSA.net, Saddleback would be winning.
I
They
agree.
always win when we do their games.
I agree.
Exactly.
And if they weren't winning, Ed, Corey and Ryan would be talking a lot. Because everybody else would be stunned.
No, well, you wouldn't be stunned though. I mean, Golden West is the best team in the state for a reason. I mean, they've got the best defense. They had a quarterback who doesn't turn the ball over. Solid running game. Did I mention they have the best defense?
You did.
That's how good their defense is.
And Naomi Allen, if you look at her during that run, Corey, where you were talking, wide open on the far side of the field. Nobody's picking her up. No defender is taking her on the far side of the field. If you lay it in front of her, as they did late, Naomi Allen then has like 4 choices from an offensive point of view as a player on the far side. I can go in, I can go to the corner, I can take it across the open mouth. And when you get just a little late, like you say on that pass, it takes away all our options. Just like all the options are being taken away from Saddleback football at Golden West College. Seven minutes to go in this match. And then the OEC is coming up next. Bay Valley and Central Valley is taking on OEC. And, of course, one of the ladies that I talked about before Corey got here, Emily Penaloza, she's going to be the tender in that game. And, yeah, people are going to look at me and go, yeah, you're a homer too. You already talked about her. Quality tender for this team. As good as the ones at Golden West College? Wow. I tell you what, there's 3 goaltenders I got. Will it take a few more? Yeah, I'll take the one here at Saddleback. I tell you what, I got 5. I'll take the OEC on the road. The OEC All-Star team. We will whip everybody in California with the OEC All-Star team. I'd say that right now. Here on SportsNetUSA.net. Easy little save made. You know what, Corey? If I could take those 3 tenders, I would, and a few of the offensive players I like, and especially the defensive players I like Green and Arce, and then I fill them in with a couple people. Yeah, I'll take those 2 scores over at Orange Coast College. Another shot, cross the mouth, kick it back in, save. On the ground and picked up at the last second here on SportsNetUSA.net. Let's see if I would take this team on the road.
Mark, if the OEC is as good as you say, then you would say yes. You wouldn't even have to look at it.
Carissa Franco just started playing at the end of the year, but I like the way she played on the defensive side for BJ. She's out there. Nikki McDonald is a beast. I like the way she is at Irvine Valley. We've got an LA Valley College girl on the OEC team. Hazel Caro is on there. So, again, this is a showcase, so every once in a while, somebody can't play with the group they're supposed to play with. You don't look at them and say, gee, that's too bad. These are educators that put this all together. And let's get that real straight. All these coaches are educators. The men, the women that coach your teams are educators. Give them some love. They're educators. They are mentors. They are protectors of the student athlete. They are the friends. They are the advisor. They're the ones that step in. Yeah, let me just say it the way it is. Step in when you're not there and help your child out. Shot off the post. Tipped again, Corey. I couldn't tell. We looked at that one. That one went with so much speed. Tell you what, that was bang all the way out. And I thought for a second, maybe we've got that on instant replay and we'll go back to it. But that again, I'm not sure that ball got touched.
It looked like it was on an upward angle, and I think it just hit the top post.
Maldonado ripped it. That's 2 today.
Yeah, Ed showed that it didn't look like it was tipped. It just looked like right at the last minute it was going up. And then you got to believe if it was actually, it was a perfect shot because if she was closer, it would have been touched and kicked out.
So she has just stepped up at the end of this game. When you look at Shelby Maldonado out of Miracosta.
And it's funny, Mark, she had those 12 goals and like 5 assists, yet she was in the tops of her team in those categories, in the top 3-5. She didn't make a conference team, neither first or second.
Yeah, that's where I don't understand it. And I know you might look at positions and say, we've got 10 midfielders off the post. And, Corey, it could have been at least a goal for Coast South.
And that's Grunland and Lanuza one more time. And that's, again, top post straight down. Any English on that, it could have rolled back for a goal. But, again, the PCAC dodges one.
Yeah, the young woman is out of the City College of San Francisco. And you talked about what a great year they've had already and years before her in the game of women's soccer here on SportsNetUSA.net.
Yeah, the Rams are just good overall. I mean, last season's men's basketball champions, we were at that.
We were at that game.
And I mentioned to you last night, we were prominently figured in that broadcast.
I thought that was baseball you were talking about.
No, this is basketball.
Oh, were we on camera a few times?
All game.
Oh, there we go. They didn't catch what we were saying, did they? Perry Webster's probably going, why do I have to look at these two guys every time I watch that?
But yeah, City College of San Francisco, one of those schools that you 2 minutes left.
So it looks like the Pacific Coast is going to get their victory in this showcase. As the first match today, we had a 0-0 game. Then the second match, we end up getting a 1-0, 2-0 game in the first match. And then a 0-0 match. And then we come into this game, and it looks like it's going to be 2-0 again. So South Coast won theirs 2-0. Then the IE and Coast North tied 0-0. And in this one, it's going to be 2-0 Pacific Coast and Coast South here on Sportsnet, USA.net. Corey, Pablo, Ed, and the old guy with a crowd of about, wow, Corey, it is crowded out there. I'm going to say a good 300 people have shown up for a showcase, which a lot of people would not even consider coming to watch some very well-played women's soccer here on Sportsnet, USA.net. About 25 seconds, and we should hear a whistle. Again, no stoppage time in this. Everybody is on a time frame, so they'll try to get it done. And that is going, did he hear me? Oh, I thought for a second they called offsides. I thought he said, okay, old guy's saying it's time for me to whistle.
Mark, I was about to say, this is definitely not like a regular season game, because a regular season match
Would
on
go
that pass, you keep playing. Here it's like, we got to go.
Yeah. There it is. He did hear me. So we come to the end of this match as the Pacific Coast ends up winning this one 2-0 here on Sportsnet, USA.net. We're going to take a 5-minute break, and then we're back with match number 4 on Sportsnet, USA.net. Corey, Pablo, Ed, and the old guy, happy to bring you the women's side, the more talented side, the women's side of soccer here in the Sophomore Showcase on Sportsnet, USA.net. Welcome back to match number 4 here at the Sophomore Showcase on SportsNetUSA.net. And I've already said it, so I can say it with him standing here. This is the better field because it's got the more talented soccer players on this field than we do on that other field here on SportsNetUSA.net. And yes, I have BJ McNichol, the head coach here at Saddleback for the women. But see, I can say this because he's also head coach for the men. So I sort of shook his hand on one side and stole his wallet with my other hand at the same time. BJ, it's great to have you here. You had another great season with your team. I know you and I talked at the beginning of the season where you were trying to figure out who your team was. They showed up, and then they met that scrappy little team from Golden West College. Just dashed my predictions because they beat Cypress and you guys and made me look like I didn't know what I was talking about. But that's true with everybody.
You know what? They are on a heck of a run, and this is the beauty of the playoffs, right? I mean, I think they were 5th in the OEC. They were, I think, the lowest ranked team of the OEC to even make it, and they're probably the last team you'd want to play right now because they are just finding ways to get it done. They have a real sense of belief. They've got some quality players. They're a well-coached team. And it's scary when you get that kind of momentum, especially at this stage of the season. And quite right, they're in the final tomorrow. It should be a great game.
It was interesting. Ed and I pulled up the setup for this event yesterday. We saw the Folsom parents, and they were all sad. And I went to Ed. I went, oh, my God, Golden West College won. We rolled down. He said, you want to ask? And I said, yeah. Rolled down the window. We said, hey, did you guys lose to – yeah, we lost that other team. You mean Golden West College? Yeah, whoever they were. We lost to that team that, yeah. I said, you mean Golden West College? They didn't want to acknowledge that they even know who they were. That's just how devastating that team has been. 10 clean sheets. I mean, if you're going to win, I talked to some of the D1 coaches and said, I told them about the program at Golden West College. I said, 10 clean sheets. And the guy from one of the major colleges said, Mark, if you're going to win at soccer, give me a goalie.
For sure, and they've got multiple because they had to make a keeper change in that last game. In fact, we had to call down and verify that it was a different keeper than we had played against the week prior in the regional final, and it was. They took an injury, they had to make a shift, and still got it done. I mean, I think that's testament to their team depth and quality. And again, it's a fun atmosphere because they've literally got nothing to lose. They would be a really scary team to play, and we're happy for them because from the OEC standpoint, I mean, this is the second year in a row where half of the Final Four came from our conference, and there's been an OEC team in the final probably for the past decade. So we're really proud of that. We think we have the best conference in the state, and it's stories like this. The 5th place team can make this kind of run, and it should be a great game tomorrow. I'm really excited to watch it.
Well, there goes my question. I was just going to say, is the OEC the best conference in the state?
So I would say yes. I mean, if you look at the PowerPoints, it's pretty clear everyone is outstanding, and it's good in one sense because we get to cut our teeth against a lot of good teams, and we play them twice home and away during the conference season. But we do kind of eat each up a little bit. I mean, we had 5 season-ending injuries this year. It was everything we could do to hang on and win our 3rd one in a row. So I love it because the competition is just always there.
You know what, Corey, before I let you go on, because I'm just going to see if BJ will do this for me. I want to take my team on the road here. So I'm going to take Emily Pelosa, Kimberly Sperling, De La Rosa, Emily Orozco, Naomi Lee. I've seen them all play. Your girl, who just came back from playing for the Jordanian national team. I'm going to throw in a little Samantha Arce, who I love as a player. I love watching her play out there. Carissa Franco, who you threw in late in the season. This kid is special. So I'm taking her on that team. I'm going to take Nikki McDonald. Well, as you can see, I'm taking this OEC team, and then I'm going to take your goalie. I'm going to take the Twins. I'm going to add them for the backup, and then I'm going to take the goalie from Golden West College and the 2 scorers from Orange Coast College. And you and I will take them on the road. We'll play anybody in California, and I think we should beat them.
You know what? That would be a real fun little test if we could get them all together. And that's something that's really cool about this event is we go through a season, sometimes 2 seasons, battling tooth and nail to try to win an OEC championship. And then if you get in this game, it's like now we're all best friends. Now we all get to put our other stuff aside and just enjoy the game. So I love these culminating events where you get to see those kids that have gone at each other so hard now get to be on the same team wearing the same shirt. It's a lot of fun.
Corey, we're going to make you the enemy, so if you want to talk about the Bay Valley and those people that are playing, that's okay.
No. While we do that, I was just going to ask. You see, and here's another reason why that you can consider the OEC the best. The first couple games we've seen is very relaxed attitude, very players out there, not going through the motions, but being a little bit more specific. And now an OEC squad comes out, and you see the pickup. And is that through coaches like you and the other coaches in the OEC conference?
I think we're just very blessed in our area. There's so much quality. There's so many quality high school programs, quality club programs, where we're blessed to have those types of kids. A lot of our kids were in the playoffs, so these girls are still pretty fit, whereas if you don't make the playoff setup, you probably haven't really trained at a serious intensity for 2 or 3 weeks, whereas our girls got our hearts broken last week, right? So they're amped and ready to go. As you mentioned, Janan just got back from Saudi Arabia. They did end up winning the West Asian Federation Cup. She got a nice gold medal out of it. We're stoked for her. Those were her first senior level international caps, which in our sport is one of the biggest thing you can do. So we're super happy for her. She was gutted to have to leave us, of course, but it's such an honor to play for your country like that.
And Mark, we'll get back to you, BJ, in just a moment, because it's very fascinating. Watched every game that Mark and Ed has done, and many more questions. The Bay Valley and Central Valley. You see the in goal 99, Haley Brazil from College of the Sequoias. 26, and this is the orange team, Jasmine Castaneda from Reedley. Also from Reedley, 27, Chelsea Gonzalez. Faith Lalui, 28 from Taft. 29 is Alize San Juan.
Penaloza just easily catches that little line drive hit in her direction.
And she's from Sequoias. 30 is Leslie Mendoza from Merced. Sakino Mamoy, also from Merced. Ashley Rodriguez from Sequoias, 32. 33 is Alondra Tellez from Los Medanos. Also from Los Medanos is 34. Kelsey Imrizik Kowalkowski. And 35, Kalina Osorio from Solano.
Now you know, BJ, why I gave those to Corey on that. BJ, one of the things I really do have to ask you, because we have so many, and I use the term we because we've called your games this year and also Cypress College. It just seems there is a plethora of top goalkeepers here in the OEC. So, is this something that's been emphasized at the high school level now, that the tenders really are the people that, I know this sounds wrong, wins and loses the tight games for you?
Absolutely. If you don't have a top keeper, it's hard to get to this level, and you really need multiple, because you never know. It's such an impact position where you're going to have to make contact with people, and it can get scary at times, and you have to have a backup. As Golden West has shown, they've been able to adapt. Our 2 goalkeepers were outstanding. We've even got 2 that were redshirting that could start for us.
Yeah, you're usually 4 deep.
Yeah, we're super blessed. Great size, great athleticism, great kids too. They all support each other so well. We have an amazing goalkeeper union, we call it. So it's been a huge part of, I think, all of our success.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you the question I asked Corey. When it's a showcase, what do you tell the players? Because like I said to Corey, do you come out in a showcase and say, okay, I know we got D1 coaches, maybe NAIA coaches, or do you say, hey, guys, just play a team game, just have fun. This isn't about one person. It's about all of you that are on the field. How do you get that across to them for a showcase?
So there are some nervous faces when you first see them arrive, and they're getting their jersey and they're getting put on a brand new team. There's some nerves there, but Coach Jamie from Santa Ana College is actually helping run our team from the south here, and she does a great job of bringing them in and just breaking the ice, getting a little warm up in, and we just say enjoy it. You're here for a reason. You're representing a really competitive conference, and you're here because you can play. So just enjoy it, play free. We understand not everything's going to be perfect. We do the best we can to put out a lineup that can operate pretty well, but you're going to play a little bit out of position. That's okay. Not every pass is going to find its mark. That's okay. Just continue to work and have fun.
So, I mean, okay, and so the bottom line is, because we talk, Corey's been competitive, ex-athlete. I'm an old guy that whatever I like to do, I like to win at it. I mean, is this something where the winning aspect gets pedaled down, or do you keep the winning aspect pedaled up?
I don't think you can turn that switch off. Not for my girls anyway. They want to win at anything and everything. So I'm sure they're out there competing and they want to win this game for sure. But obviously the big picture is, can we showcase as many great talented kids, and we've got a ton, to the best of our ability. And so they've done a great job, I think, of putting together a really good group. Onesta Francis is actually coaching the North group. He's the Reedley coach. He's done a great job with those kids. So this is a pretty back and forth game. This is awesome. This is what we want. A beautiful day. We got a beautiful stadium. We've had over, I think it was like 120 plus 4-year coaches that have RSVP'd, so you'll see them throughout the stadium. So
I've met some already, yeah.
Yeah, it's been a great environment for them. I mean, these are the types of kids that you need at that 4-year level. They've already got a couple years of experience. All these kids are transfer ready academically. So this is like a perfect avenue for them to come and pick a player that's maybe a diamond in the rough that has a chip on their shoulder and wants to prove what they can do at the 4-year level.
Before you leave us, because I don't know when that would be, I have to say this. I think the OEC has the best, and you can contradict me because you know them all, the best set of coaches, teachers, mentors, friends, guides, advisors. I'm going to add all of this because I don't think any of you coaches get enough love. But everyone I meet are the nicest people. They care so much about their players, be it men or women. I'm just going to let you speak for your coaching association here in Southern California, because I don't think anybody gives you the love, and you really have more talent than you look around and you go, oh my God, what are you guys doing here? What are you ladies doing here? So speak on your coaching association.
Yeah, so shout out to Greg Avalos. He was a big part from Fullerton College men. I know sometimes you guys do their games as well. He's really throwing his arms around this, as with Justin London as well from College of the Candons. If it weren't for them putting up all the notices and making sure we track down the coaches and get the kids in here, an event like this wouldn't happen. And the Coaches Association, I think, has done a great job to support it. There's several coaches that come all the way down from the north, driving 6-8 hours to get here to make sure we support our student athletes. And it really is a fun thing for us coaches to kind of, it's bittersweet, Sammy, we love her. Carissa, I love her. Janan has been such a fun kid to coach because she's just such a dynamic player, and this is like my last time to get to coach her. So I have a tear in my eyes sometimes when I'm at these games, but it's fun. We're so proud of them, and all the coaches that chip in make it a better product. And so we're hoping everybody gets what they want out of it. Hopefully these kids get seen. Hopefully these coaches find their next great athlete that can come and help their program. But yeah, we're lucky in Southern California for sure. We've got a ton of great coaches. And again, the North ones really had to commit a lot to come down here and make this a great event. So we're very appreciative of everybody in the association.
We'll look a little at the game here. So, BJ, anytime you want to do a little play-by-play, you're more than happy to.
I mean, it's I've coached these games, and it is a challenge because you'll get 11 players, and like I said, you don't get 3 or 4 months or a preseason where you can work out the details of who fits in where. You've got about 30 minutes to try to put it together. So I think the coaches and the players alike do a really good job of just making it a great experience. It's never perfect, but you can find some really quality moments and some really quality players. So let's take a look at this free kick and see if they can drop it in here. Like, this is something that obviously you need hours and hours to get the timing down and things like that, but a good ball in, defended well. Like, this is good. This is fun. It's fun being up here, I must say. This view is very different. I'm gonna have to take a selfie up here and send it to my daughter.
One thing I've got to ask you, because I know plays are very hard. I've talked to Greg about it when you set up plays. I know you set up a lot of corner plays. I've seen you do that this year. How difficult is that to teach? Because I'm sure a lot of these young women didn't get that on the high school level, maybe on club. And Greg's always said to me, the only person I'll use on a corner play, Mark, is one that I know consistently kicks the ball the same way every time I put him at a corner. Does that work for you too?
Yeah, for sure. And we've got girls that can do both. We got girls that can play short. We've got some tricky stuff that can kind of create a way to get a ball at a better angle to serve in balls where you can shoot directly or try to target someone at the back post. Consistency is huge. We have our normal practice, and then the set piece group usually stays for an extra half hour or an hour to make sure we're just dialing it in, especially as you get closer to the playoffs. We have to make sure that we've rehearsed it so many times. Not just that you get it right one time, you practice it till you can't get it wrong. And our girls do a great job of that. We usually score some big goals on set pieces in some of our biggest games.
And I've got to ask, who is your goalie coach on your team?
Stevie Fagundes is actually the men's and women coach, and he does an amazing job. He's been with us the whole time. You'll see him on the cart around here. He's been putting in the work. We really appreciate Stevie. He's just a phenomenal coach and a phenomenal person. Like, he connects with all the kids so great. We're very lucky to have someone of his caliber.
Because I just watch your goalie. I love the Twins when they play anyway. But I watch your goalie out there. She looks all of 5 feet tall from up here, and she flies. She soars. I told Corey she paralleled the ground on one save recently. I just said to everybody, if you think you're athletic, you do that. I mean, that's the way I looked at her. So I needed to know who your goalie coach was.
Yeah, no, it's Stevie Fagundes. He's amazing. We're very lucky to have him, and yeah, we're blessed. We got some great keepers. We were actually going to have another goalkeeper of ours, Cameron Simmons, is going to be coming into the last game of the day. She's going to fill in for another conference. Outstanding player. She's the one that we subbed in penalty kicks against Orange Coast College, and I told her, listen, you're going to save one for sure. If you save two, we're going to win this thing. And sure enough, she got us two, and we were able to get through that round. So, yeah, no, it's a lot of fun. And when Golden West scored their goal against us, Macy must have been parallel to the floor as she was diving for that. And I'm like, listen, if Macy couldn't get that, then it's not savable.
Yeah, I mean, it was just sitting there like a basket of food waiting for the wolf to come and pick it up, and nobody wanted to grab it. It was one of those ones, and people were in front of her, so I felt bad for her because she could not get to the ball at all.
Yeah, yep.
Yeah.
But, yeah, we'll see. This is a new format for us. We're doing 2 30-minute halves with a 5-minute break. Previously, it was just a straight 45 minutes. So there's almost no subbing, and we found that by the 40th, 45th minute, the girls are tired. Like, they need that little break, just mentally, physically. Like I said, some of these girls, if they didn't go to playoffs, they've been off for 2 to 3 weeks, and they just need that little reset in the middle. Gives you time to get some coaching points. So this is the first year we've done this format, and we've added more games. We're usually only 4 games, and now I think we're up to 6 for the men and the women.
Oh, it's been outstanding so far. And you see, again, the quality that just picked up in the intensity when an OEC team comes in. What are the quality or traits that you're looking for in a player?
So, I mean, we want someone that loves the game, because we're gonna put them through some really hard stuff, and so if you don't love it, you probably won't stick around long. So that's definitely something we look for: someone that has that desire and wants to be at their best. We have really high standards. We're very clear about communicating those early on in the summer, and it's every day. How can we maintain those standards? And we say we're not calling you out, we're calling you up, right? So if someone's late, if someone's not in the correct gear, if someone didn't prepare well the night before, we're not calling you out, we're calling you up because we want to be the best we can be. We want you to be the best version of yourself. So it's all those things, and we really do try to find great people first and then great players second. We have a saying that better people make better Bobcats. So the culture part is very important to us.
And how delicate is it for you and your coaching staff to do that? You're not calling out but calling up. How delicate is that?
So first, you got to build that relationship, right? I mean, at the end of the day, coaching is a relationship game. If they don't trust us, if they don't understand that we have their best intentions, like we're in this for them. Like that's what we tell them right out of the gate is my number one job is to love and support you. Like that is the thing. Yes, we want to win games. Yes, I want to do some crafty free kicks and corners and stuff. But at the end of the day, I want to support you to get as much as you can out of your college experience here at Saddleback.
Can we change a couple things in soccer? Can we have sudden death instead of penalty kicks? I don't like penalty kicks, so I'm going to go with the Ed Ford way. Let's have that golden egg that just wins it for anybody.
So NCAA still has that. We're a little bit different from the NCAA. Obviously, we don't have the countdown clock where when the clock buzzes, it's game over. Ours is still the FIFA way where the ref has it. I like that part personally. But, yeah, I think a golden goal is a heck of a way to win it. Penalties, it's a hard way to lose, but it's a fun way to win. But it doesn't always give you the best representation of who the better team was.
Exactly.
It's who can get it right on those 5 or 6 kicks, whatever it is. So, yeah, I think it's not perfect, but that's just kind of how our sport has to determine a winner. Hopefully we get a bunch of goals tomorrow, and it's really fun for the neutral observers and all the fans that are going to travel down. I know attendance, talking to the 3C2A, attendance was really good down here, so we're trying to explain to the North people maybe we should have it in the South all the time. You can come down here and get a tan this time of year.
And one more thing from Ed Ford before BJ deserts us. You need to say to the 3C2A that when you're building stadiums, be it for a soccer field, softball, football, or anything outside, that it's mandatory via sportsnetusa.net that they put lights in, because I think it's very difficult where you're lucky enough to have 2 fields with lights on it, so can play these games. Other schools would say you got to play at 12 noon, and it's not really viable for anybody involved.
Yeah, we like the later games. We're very lucky here. We could play really at any time. It's fun when we have our football teams obviously having a great season. I think they're down right now against Golden West, but hopefully Coach Jeff has a big comeback coming. Oh, here's Janan might get killed. Oh. And if you know Janan, that's
typical. She got beat up this year.
I was going to say the only thing weird about that is it took that long for it to happen. She creates so many fouls, free kicks, penalties. She is an absolute terror for other teams.
She's a physical player. I always bring that up when people say, oh, it's not football, it's not physical. I said, watch her play.
Oh, absolutely. And she takes care of herself. She's in the weight room in the spring. She's an athlete, and like I said, she'll be fine. I know everyone's thinking like, oh, no, she might really be hurt. She's such a tough kid. I mean, she gets hit like that at least a dozen times a game, and it's so dangerous, right? I mean, those moments change games for you. You could be up 1-0 here if we can convert the penalty. But, yeah, she's a special player because she knows exactly what to do, how to time it, how to have a little burst of speed, how to get across the defender, and just accept these fouls when they come. So let's see if the South can get up on this one 1-0 here.
There it is.
Yeah, and I can't tell you how many goals we've gotten as a program the past 2 years because of Janan. I mean, she'll put in the work. She's willing to take a hit, and you can win games that way.
You know what I like too, BJ, is because before the penalty kick was taken, they turned around and looked at her when she was walking by like, do you want to take it? Because you took the header for it. Do you want to take it? And she said, no, that's okay. That's the other thing about her. I've talked to her. This is not a girl that tells you how great she is.
No, that's my job, right?
Yeah.
She's a super humble kid and just nonstop working for her team. And like you said, it doesn't have to be her that gets the final goal. She just wants to help the team win. So if she can earn the penalty, great. If she needs to take it, and here she goes again, she's more than willing to do whatever the team needs to be successful. That's why she's going to be a phenomenal pickup for somebody at the 4-year level. Let's see if we can get maybe a shot from distance. Is this Carissa? Okay. All right. That didn't miss by much.
No.
Well done.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it was.
Yeah. My eyes aren't great, but I do recognize her ponytail, so that helped.
And that was Lamatia who scored on a penalty kick.
Yeah, it's been a pretty good game. I mean, a little back and forth. I think the second half maybe even gets better in terms of continuity. You got the nerves out, you got the legs going again. You kind of build some sort of familiarity with each other. So
Yeah, this is the first match that both teams are actually playing.
Yeah, the first ones were Jello. This
Yeah.
one is let's play hard knock.
Pretty much. And Mark always mentions that the game of soccer constantly grows. And the men's side is growing. Stick to the women's side. Why is it growing?
I think there's just so much of it going on and so much quality. I mean, there are just limitless amounts of good teams. I mean, the high schools down here in the area are always competing for CIF championships. The club programs down here are some of the best in the nation. And so that we're just the benefactor of those girls that are filtering up through our system. So it's not hard to recruit in our area, I'll tell you that. Just about every game, as we might get across here, every game I go to at the high school level, there's half a dozen kids that I would love to have, you know. So we're, again, just very fortunate that we're in the area we are, and there's so many great kids. Oh.
So let me throw one negative thing, because I talked to a few coaches, because we do men and women, and they said this year on the men's side, the game was down a little on the men's side. Is that reality? Because men are going to NAIA, D2, not necessarily here at community colleges?
Yeah, and I think some are even holding out, trying to go a professional route or taking, you know, a gap year and seeing if that's possible to get paid to play. So yeah, I think in the OEC it was down a little bit. There were still some quality players. I don't think any of our teams went as far as we wanted in the playoffs. So yeah, it's a good question. And the landscape changes so much. You know, we're still waiting to hear. You know, there was the Pavea ruling in football that allowed a JC transfer to a Division I school to get an extra year. So we have a girl, Avery Campos at Fresno State, that's in that boat. She's going to get to play a 5th year. We haven't heard for sure, is that going to go on to this next group? So can we start telling kids, listen, you could play 2 years for us and still transfer and get 3. We need some clarity there. That would help, because the rosters are shrinking, as you know. They're going down to 28. There's the opportunity to make money through NIL, and you can fully fund all 28 scholarships. So it just depends if the college has the money to do that and wants to do that. But it's just getting harder and harder. And the international players, especially on the men's side, there are some of the best teams in the country that have 90% are all foreign players. So it's challenging. I think we offer a great outlet. So we hope our side continues to grow. It might have been a down year for OEC men, but I do think next year we're going to start to reload again and have some really quality products.
Oh, okay. So I guess we'll go back to the game. And I hope you've been watching and listening to everything, because this is one of the better coaches here in Southern California, if not the nation. And I don't say that because we do games here at SportsNetUSA.net. Wes would tell you over at Cypress. I can tell you that for a fact. Mark will sell you out quicker than anybody, because you really are, BJ. It's the one thing that you and many of your colleagues around Southern California just bring a joy to the sport, to be in the field and visit with you before a game. The conversations, I mean, Greg has always picked on me when I come back because he knows I do games here and at Cypress. It's that joy that you feel like this is the largest family you could be connected with. And the way you care for your players is something that's really special. And I want to thank you, Saddleback, and all your coaches on the men's and women's side for being the type of individuals you are. Because being an old guy, I root for those kids on the field to dream, have their dreams come true, and it happens because of people like you.
I appreciate it, and our staff is outstanding. I think, as you mentioned, I think every staff in Orange County is amazing. They put in more hours than they get paid for sure. I think that's just coaching in general. It's not about the income, it's about the outcome. So once you kind of get past that, you're probably not going to be a multimillionaire and retire early. You're going to enjoy every minute of your job, though, and I say job lightly because it certainly doesn't feel like work when you get to work with these great athletes, and especially here at Saddleback. I'm so blessed. We've got a great administration that supports us. I think our school president is actually at the football game right now. Okay. And Dan Kloss, our dean and athletic director, Brett Franchino, just some outstanding people that make this thing go around, and we're just so fortunate to be here doing what we do. It certainly doesn't feel like work. I kick myself all the time thinking, this is what I get to do every day and get paid for it. It's amazing.
Well, it looks like San Mateo is going to win their football game over Modesto. They're up 38-7 with 12 minutes to go. For the South Championship, Golden West 26, Saddleback 15. We're in the fourth quarter, 14 minutes to go.
Okay, so we got some work to do, but Jeff Fisher is the man. He's done such a great job. This is his first year as the full head coach here, and what a season they're having. The other day we had to play the 7 o'clock game because they were in our stadium playing at 1 o'clock and had a great game against Mount Sac. So he's done a phenomenal job, and that's the coolest thing about our campus is, he's going to compete for it. We're usually going to compete for it. Baseball that I'm looking at across the street, they're always competing for titles. There's just so much quality here. Everyone's got that championship mindset, and the academics here is amazing. Our men's team last year actually finished with a higher GPA than the women, which I would have never expected. I gave them huge kudos for that. But it's definitely something we've instilled in them, that you could be the best player on the field. If you don't have the grades, I can't get you anywhere, right? So it's something that me as a player I needed. I wouldn't be here if there weren't coaches that were looking after me and said, listen, you can play, but you also gotta go to the Learning Resource Center and turn things in on time and create all those quote-unquote soft skills that matter, showing up on time and getting it done. I think that's something that student-athletes do better than anybody else.
And, I did have questions to ask you, but since you keep answering them before we get a chance, I had one more. You said it doesn't feel like work. You're just going and you can't believe you get paid for doing this. Do you see that translating to your players? Do they feel that from you, do you think?
I sure hope so. That's definitely a point of emphasis for us right when we get to know them, because, they don't care how much you know until they know you care. So if I have a new kid coming in as a freshman, it's going to take me a few weeks of them knowing that I'm going to consistently show up for them and ask about their day and help them with classes. And it takes that time factor. But I hope, and I love having our alumni come back, because that to me is the biggest representation of how you did make them feel. They're going to forget the coaching speech I had. They're going to forget the tricky corner, but they're not going to forget how they felt here. And so if it feels like a family, I think that's why we get such a great crowd during the playoffs of girls that are coming back from years past. That's actually one of the funnest things. I've been doing it so long. I've got some girls that are, multiple kids now. They're that I'm going to be recruiting soon. And it's just so fun watching them grow up, because we've had some amazing student athletes come through here.
So you've heard BJ, you've seen the quality of the soccer on the field from the OEC team and also from Bay Valley and Central Valley together. Student athletes who love the game, student athletes who listen to their coaches, the men and women that are out with them all the time. And that's going to bring us to the half, as we've just sort of rambled through the first 30 minutes here on SportsNetUSA.net. BJ, Corey, Pablo, Ed, and the old guy, happy to bring you the Sophomore Showcase here at Saddleback College, the women here on SportsNetUSA.net, and the men on the backside with Ryan, Joe, and Albert. The Sophomore Showcase also here on SportsNetUSA.net. Some of the best quality players and student athletes that you can find in the nation, and definitely here in California. And it's been a pleasure for us to do all the games we have done for you here at Saddleback and other schools around the area.
Yeah, I'd love to give you guys a shout out. We really appreciate having you. I know you guys come in, you do your homework. It's fun listening to the games back and hearing the commentary. So thanks for all you guys do. I think you guys do an amazing job. We're excited that you were able to do this event for us and get both fields going at the same time. You guys are great. So thank you from all of us that get to hear your voice when we go back to watch the highlights. We appreciate you guys.
So you're going to stick around, or do you have things to do?
I'm going to go down and just make sure all the next set of refs are all set up and make sure everyone's in their place. But maybe I can come up even later for that last game or something.
You're more than welcome anytime you want to.
Perfect. I appreciate it, guys.
BJ McNichol, in my heart, the best coach in Southern California, But when I go to the other school and call those games, I'll let those coaches know they're the best coaches in Southern California. Thank you, BJ.
Okay, cool. Thank you. That was great. So.
Welcome back to the Sophomore Showcase here on Sportsnet, USA.net. Corey Neyland, Pablo, Ed, Mark. BJ left us. BJ McNichol said, I got things to do, but I'm coming back here on Sportsnet, USA.net. Sort of like the view up here and find this fun. I guess I'm out of a job.
No.
I know who's calling soccer next year. Am I the coach? Are we just trading places? Could you see me on the sideline right now? No, I wouldn't be there. I'd be gone. Red card.
You'd get kicked out of this, Mark.
Right now, the OEC is up 1-0 because of a penalty kick. And that's because the top player from Saddleback said, "What do you mean we can't be physical? I'll run over you." And they basically tacked her, and a penalty kick took place, which she did not take the shot of, Corey. That went to the player from Irvine Valley.
Yeah. Kuipo Laumatia. So Laumatia gets the penalty kick. She scores on that left side.
We see everybody's there. Punched out of the goal. Nice little play right there by Haley Brazil, who steps up and makes a save. Down 1-0, not because she did anything wrong, just because of a penalty kick. De La Rosa out of Fullerton College has that go out.
And Mark, you mentioned this is the OEC versus the Bay Valley and the Central Valley from up north. The Bay Valley got one team into the playoffs this year. That was Los Medanos. Central Valley, they got 4 teams into the playoffs.
Well, wait a minute. Didn't the OEC get 5 teams into the playoffs? They needed 2 conferences to do that? The OEC only needed 1. That just shows you.
Oh, yeah, Fresno City. They were undefeated. Taft, Sequoias, and Reedley all got in. And then Los Medanos from the Bay.
So we'll go back over both rosters still in goal. And I think that is not Penaloza in goal anymore. So that's probably Kimberly Sperling is now in goal for the OEC. So Sperling is now in goal. De La Rosa Orozco, Naomi Lee from Cyprus, Janae Saeed from Saddleback College, Samantha Arce, Saddleback College, Carissa Franco, who came up later in the year for BJ, played great soccer from Saddleback College, Nikki McDonald at Irvine Valley. I tell you what, that kid just runs up and down the field all day long when you watch her play. She is a special player playing for them. And, of course, then you have Hazel Caro out of LA Valley College. Yeah, they dump people in because they have to show up late. That's actually going to happen with one of the Saddleback players at the later game today. Jasmine De La Torre out of Cyprus and Ashley Reyna out of Irvine Valley. That's your OEC side, Corey Neyland. I'll let you take Bay Valley and Central Valley.
As you mentioned, Haley Brazil, the goalie from Sequoias. 26 will be Jasmine Castaneda out of Reedley. Her teammate Chelsea Gonzalez, 27, also out of Reedley. Taft has Faith De La Louie. She's number 28 in blue. 29 will be Alize San Juan, also out of Sequoias. Merced has 2 players, number 30 and 31, Leslie Mendoza and Sakina Momoy, respectively. 32, and they're the team in orange, Ashley Rodriguez from Sequoias. Alondra Tellez, number 33, and 34 is Kelsey Imrasek Kowalkowski. They're both from Los Medanos. And number 35 in blue is going to be Kalina Osorio. She's from Solano. And she was actually, Kalina was the women's midfielder of the year in the Bay Valley. Her teammate, Hannah Brackfield, was the defensive player of the year in the Bay Valley. Los Medanos took that conference this year. Fresno City took the Central Valley Conference.
So right now, OEC's up 1-0 on a penalty kick that happened in the first half.
And that was by La Matia,
who is from Irvine Valley. You look at her this season, she played 30 points. She's got 17 goals, 5 assists, 39 points so far for the season.
And Mark, you realize if Irvine Valley was in the Northern California Conference, they would have made the playoffs.
Yeah, you know what? And it's a team that played in the back of the net, just a balloon shot that dropped
And was
For-
that Saeed?
for number 2, and I believe it was. And if it was, there's the yeah, whatever. You can see who's over there, Corey.
And it is.
So she gets in, and I'm sure BJ is elated. So Janae gets it in there for the goal here in the showcase. And like we said, BJ was telling you, played for the Jordanian national team, and she wins this huge tournament in the Middle East. The Jordanian team came in first. So her first international play, she came away with the first place medal. As now the OEC's up 2-0.
Well, let's not stop with the accolade. She's also the co-women's player of the year in the OEC, along with Chantel Sanchez from OCC.
Yeah, their big scorer. That's who Chantel is. She's one of the ones I would have. As it goes off, and they're going to call.
That's number 3.
Oh, they called that a goal? I thought he had the flag up.
Oh, did he have the flag up?
I don't know. No, it's coming to the center line.
Okay.
So that's a goal.
So Ashley Reyna, she gets the goal. And the far side, I can't see who the assist was from. But Reyna gets the goal. And was that Lamatia with the assist? Far side mark at the 50.
So we'll look and see. Hazel Caro is going off.
Oh, Mark, then that may have been Hazel Caro.
So she's going off the field for the OEC. And Nikki McDonald out of Irvine Valley is coming on.
Okay, so it was Reyna with the goal.
So the OEC has decided, well, everybody else has played it close to the vest. I get a little grab. Naomi Lee gets tugged on along the way. There's a race for the ball. You got to get it by. We have offsides on the play. Player down on the field. Boy, this has been different than every other match today. A little more physical and a little more rubbing the nose into it.
Well, a little bit of Saddleback still saying, okay, we should still be playing tomorrow, or at least we should have been playing today. And that was Lamatia who got the assist, who has a goal. And the Cypress players, you know, those OEC teams who thought they should still be playing this weekend.
They're taking it out on Bay Valley and Central Valley.
And Mark, I wanted to ask you, so with those awards in the OEC, the Women's Defensive Player of the Year, Karen Pedraza out of Santiago Canyon, yes?
Yeah, I can handle that. She's an excellent player. She's somebody that just knows where to be at the right time. Solid. I don't mind the between Saddleback and Irvine Valley for Player of the Year. OCC Player of the Year, because it's Chantel Sanchez who was shut down in the game they had here. If Chantel would have had a little help, she was just shadowed by 3 defensive players in the entire game. Kept saying, you get 3 players on you, somebody's got to be open.
And, of course, B.J. McNichol, the Coach of the Year.
Yeah. And that's where I bring it up, Corey, Coach of the Year. Do I think B.J. deserves it? Yes. I think in talking to him when the season started, this was a team that he wasn't sure where it would be, what it would do. He didn't know if they'd play his sort of soccer. And like he has told me, that's the most difficult part of coaching, is trying to convince people our attitude is this way. My goal coach teaches this way. And he said at the first of the year, you get these kids that are CIF champions or are touted as the top player at such and such, and they think they know all about soccer. And he said, so it takes a while to convince them what I'm teaching you is something that'll make you a better player. I'm not saying that all my methods are right, but it will make you better at what you do. And you could watch this team grow. And it would have been interesting. I know they're not there, but I think it would have been a heck of a matchup. It would have been Folsom Lake against Saddleback in the final. There would have been people packed in the stadium.
Oh yeah, because Folsom Lake travels well.
Very well.
They traveled well here for Friday's match.
Yep. We saw them all
and
getting in their cars to leave.
And they traveled well when they were in the SportsNetUSA.net softball invitational.
Yeah.
And so, Mark's continuing with the accolades. Do you want to hear the all-conference team?
Sure.
All right. So
Not that I haven't said it more than once, but go ahead.
Did you already mentioned that, huh?
No, not today.
Oh, okay.
I mentioned it like 8 times during the season. But go ahead.
So,
People may not have heard it.
Aurelia Holiday, Hannah Allen, Carissa Franco, and Samantha Arce. You said those names today.
Yes.
All from Saddleback made the first team. Mia Lucier and Michaela Worcester from Santiago Canyon.
Well deserving.
From Orange Coast, there were 3, Kinsey Marker, Jasmine Serratos, and Olivia Hostetler.
Hostetler, the goal scorer. That kid can light it up.
Cypress had 2, Jasmine De La Torre and Alexa Green.
I love Alexa Green. She's on my pad, who I was going to talk about later. A defender who's a little larger. When I mean larger, about 5'9". Physical as all get out. She doesn't mind putting body on body. That's what I like about her. And she is not a box-to-box player. She understands what being a defensive person is, and she plays the role well.
Kirsten Mahan and Gianna Ortenzo from Golden West will be playing tomorrow.
Where they're at today says enough.
Kuipo Lamatia from Irvine Valley, who has a goal here, and an assist. Ashley Reyna from Irvine Valley, who has a goal here in the second half. Fullerton had 2 players, Gisela De La Rosa and Edie Pfefferkorn. And Santa Ana had 1 on the first team. That was Alexis Chavez.
Yeah, and I didn't watch a lot of Santa Ana soccer, so I couldn't really tell you anything about her.
Can you tell me something about the second team selections from Saddleback? McKenna Pugh, Macy Pugh, Kaya Biller, and Danielle Pernot.
Well, I will say that Macy surprised me being a second selection. It really did. But because of the goalies in the OEC, I understand it. Okay, not that I necessarily agree with it, but I understand it because there's just too many goalies and they can't all be on the first team. Unless we make a first team of all goalies and everybody else can stay home.
Well, that's where she would have made your expanded conference team.
Exactly, yes. And her sister?
Second team?
Her sister, I tell you what, talk about somebody, once she gets wired into the game, you don't want to play against her. She is a Corey Neyland, I don't want to lose attitude, and I'm playing against people that the last thing I want you to do is beat me, sort of thing. You understand what I'm talking about. Yes, bit. Yes. That's who she is, Corey. You can see the competitiveness from her on the field.
Hey, Jordan Gallegos, Raylene Charez, and Melanie Salazar from Santiago Canyon.
That team was just so good, Santiago Canyon. It's just, I thought they would go further in the playoffs.
So you thought they'd be in the finals?
No, I thought Saddleback would, but I thought it would come down. Yeah, once they got to where they could make it the finals, yes, I thought they would make the finals across from. I thought it would be OEC.
Okay. Orange Coast second team: Grace Boyce, Tess Doucette, Madeline Valdez.
Tess Doucette's on my pad too, about somebody to talk to. This is a girl that understands the game of soccer, has a finesse when she plays it. I'm going to say she reminds me of a Vanguard University basketball player.
Paige Hallberg? Okay. That's a good comp. Um, where do we leave off? Cyprus, Alyssa Kangas, and Naomi Lee.
Oh, I like Naomi. Naomi runs all over the field. I thought Naomi had scored one of the goals here. That's why I was waiting for you to say who scored that goal. Naomi Lee is all over the field every time she plays. And Kangas, another box-to-box player. Naomi Lee and Kangas should be taken by a D1 program.
And Ashley Rodriguez thought she had the first goal for the Bay Valley Central Valley, but it just went wide left. And so we left off at Cyprus, so that brings us to two more Golden West players, Kaylee Gomez and the aforementioned Sierra Carter.
Oh, Carter is just special. And, Corey, it was interesting we found out why the backup played yesterday. BJ saying, ball goes down. You got to control it if you're in the goal. The other goalie could not start because of some reason. And so that's why you have the depth you have. And you heard BJ say, I'm 4 deep at goalie. You're going to see one of them play in the later game. And again, this is what sort of goalie coaching is. It's not that thing, Corey, that anybody can get upset saying, you've got 4, I'm never going to get the play. Because all of them understand at any moment I could get the play, and I better be good. Because if I'm not, I may never get out there again.
And you saw that in the penalty kicks in that game. Was that OCC or was that the game at the match after where they used a second goalkeeper?
OCC.
Okay. And the duo from Irvine Valley making second team is Nikki McDonald and Emily Orozco.
Yeah, and I already talked about Nikki. I think Nikki is one of these players that doesn't get enough love for the game of soccer.
And she's wearing number 40 in blue out there today.
Yeah, she could have gotten, it's another one of those players that could have, but there's just only so much room on the first team.
Right. Let's see. Fullerton has 2 more players on the second team, Layla Barnhart and Cheyenne Ravanas.
You know, and Ryan saw one Fullerton College soccer game. I was going to make it, but I didn't because I was doing something for SportsNetUSA.net. So I didn't have the opportunity. And when they were playing Cypress or Saddleback, they were just not games that either school thought would be broadcast. So Ed and I weren't here.
And rounding out the second team in the all-conference members, Annalise Zuniga from Santa Ana.
Yeah, and Zuniga is a good player. I know people that know her that say she's a better soccer player than she showed, but she is a very talented young woman. Ripped on the far corner, saved easily. 3-0. Bay Valley and Central Valley being shut out right now by the OEC, who have scored 2 quick goals in this second half. They were up 1-0, and then next thing you know, cross the middle, little drop, little toe lift, and you were trying, Corey, so quickly. You wanted to get that toe lift out there. Couldn't get it up altogether.
And if you were wondering if Saddleback was going to play in the finals next week, they will not. 33-15, they are down with 3:17 to play in the fourth quarter. And San Mateo Modesto, Mark?
That is San Mateo up 38-7, and that is a final. So San Mateo is going to the finals once again.
This will be their 3rd straight year.
But if they win, they don't win 3 straight.
No, actually. So they won last year. They won
Would
They
it be
won last. This would be two straight.
two straight? They won
two
last
straight.
year, but they lost the year
Year
before that.
before, and then they won the year before that.
So it'd be 4 finals in a row?
Not in a row. Well, let me check. But they won, then lost, then won, and then
They're
this
playing.
year.
That's 4 in a row, right? Was there a gap where they didn't go in that 4-year span?
Let me check that. No, San Francisco didn't go.
We're not talking about San Francisco.
No, San Mateo. No, San Francisco. Who did Riverside beat? Did they beat San Mateo or they beat San Francisco? I thought they beat San Francisco.
I thought they beat San Mateo.
Okay, yeah. So
Corey's right?
So Riverside beat San Francisco. So that
Okay.
was the year they didn't go.
Okay. All right. That's why I wanted to know, because I didn't know, if you were going to tell me that, I was going to say, then when was the last team that's gone 4 times in a row? Hal Scherbeck. And no, not even Hal. OEC just wants to add a little more whipped cream on top of that ice cream sundae. Oh, I shouldn't say that out loud because Albert Robles is just taking off his headsets and he's looking for him here on our floor. Somebody said ice cream sundae?
And it's funny. It's taken four matches to get to a match that really feels like, okay, we're going to play.
Yeah, yeah. We've played 12 minutes, 22 minutes in this half.
And
So we've got 8 minutes left.
And it's taken Bay Valley, Central Valley a little while to get, they're actually playing. We need to start playing as well. And they've had a couple opportunities in the second half.
Well, Corey, I think the physicality changed the attitude. You saw OEC get physical, and then you saw, what a arch pass across the middle. Ed, that was one of the sweetest setups we have seen so far. Naomi Lee was the one with the arch pass. And this is what this kid can do, guys, when she was at Cypress.
And that's the thing where you mentioned earlier about the teams not familiar with each other, because that pass was meant for Nikki McDonald, who was stopped running, who didn't think that pass could be made.
Yeah, you watch it. And, Corey, here's the difference. Taken down in the box, no foul called, and it's going to be a goal kick. And I tell you what, Corey, it has picked up to be a physical game because Carissa Franco said, I haven't been tackled that hard the entire season here at Saddleback College.
And it was a nice tackle. She's out, and that's Saeed that's out, who got tackled, and for Lamatia is in. And that was a great tackle by, is that Salazar? No, San Juan. Alize San Juan.
High little floater, just a little too long. Lamateo from Irvine Valley floats it over the top of the net. So it's been all the OEC. Well, make sure you look for us, our traveling band of all-stars, BJ and Mark, here on SportsNetUSA.net. Corey Neyland will be driving the van.
I thought that was a baseball movie. Oh, you didn't say Bingo Long.
No, I said okay. BJ, you just thought, I'm going to make it BJ McNichol and the old guy. Brought to you by SportsNetUSA.net. Ed's got a few bands that we can use. So, here on SportsNetUSA.net. The OEC is just once again showed you the domination they've had. We heard BJ in the first half really explain the OEC, the aspect of coaching, this showcase, the people from Northern California and their kindness and their cooperation. I think it all sums up to, Corey, that question you asked him, is soccer growing? Yeah, it's a big how do you do, because the crowd has grown in this stadium too, here on SportsNetUSA.net.
And on the men's side, They're playing the Coast North, the OEC is, and they're up 4-0.
There should have been 7 players from Fullerton College starting that game on the men's side.
Yeah, when you look at that men's side, the coach of the year was from Irvine Valley, Connor Ward.
Men's and women's coach.
And the player of the year, the MVP, there was co-MVP, or MVP was Christian Sanchez, and the offensive player of the year was Armin Tirani, both from Irvine Valley. And the men's defensive player of the year was from Cyprus, Jesse Gonzalez.
Yeah, Jesse played very, very well. And you know, if there would have been a little more offense, and I know Kristen and I, every time we talk, we're going to disagree with what I think I saw and what he says I supposedly saw. But if there was just a little more offense from that Cyprus men's team, they'd have gone further in the playoffs.
And that Coast North Conference, their conference winner on the men's side, that was Hartnell. So they had some offense.
So we're at the final 4 minutes of match number 4 here on SportsNetUSA.net. On the women's side, it has been all Orange Empire Conference. Don't forget, tomorrow is the state championship for the women, and Golden West College will be representing the OEC. Make sure you check it out. Come on out here to Saddleback College and watch that game and cheer for that team from GWC so that they can move on and win a state title. Be quite a year. Women win at soccer, men win at football. Ball goes out. Shadows are moving in here on SportsNetUSA.net. Corey, Pablo, Ed, and the old guy. Happy to bring you the women's game. I like how BJ did agree that the men's game has gone down a little. The women's game is better this year and gets better every year because of the quality of players. And we'll see what these final 2 games are like, these matches that come out. We've got Golden Valley taking on the Western State South. Wait a minute. Bakersfield College is in that. Aren't they in Northern California? That's what it feels like every time we've driven up there.
Western State South, that's College of the Canyons, Santa Monica,
Antelope Valley,
Bakersfield.
Citrus.
Yeah. And when you look at the Golden Valley,
Butte, Lake Tahoe, Lake Tahoe, Lake Tahoe, Lake Tahoe,
Feather
Butte.
River.
One Feather River.
It was in another volleyball championship on the women's side.
Something that Corey Neyland and I have done here on SportsNetUSA.net.
That was part of the L.A. Pierce run.
It was. Yes, it was.
When I believe they won 3 in a row. I think it was, or 2 in a row. Well, 2009, 2010, 2011, the Brahmas were very good.
So as we come down to 1 minute here in the half, it looks like the OEC is going to keep the ledger clean. Corey, well, we talked about the tenders keeping the sheet clean. So far, the sophomore showcase from the South is keeping the ledger clean as the OEC wins this one over Bay Valley and Central Valley here on Sportsnet USA.net. Match number 5 will be next. Golden Valley and Western State South here on Sportsnet USA.net. Welcome back to the Sophomore Showcase here on Sportsnet, USA.net. Game, match, set? No, not really. It's match number 5 here on Sportsnet, USA.net. And this is Golden Valley against the Western State South here on Sportsnet, USA.net. And then we'll have one more. So if you're looking at the Showcase homepage and you're saying, wait a minute, I thought you guys were going to be done in time. Well, just move your dinner a little back and just go on with us. So, Golden Valley in the orange, moving from left to right on your computer screen. Western States in the blue, moving from right to left here on Sportsnet, USA.net. Liliana Miramontes should be the tender from Citrus College for the Western States. Mercedes Ramirez out of Bakersfield. Gigi Monteforte out of College of the Canyons. Layla Goodman out of College of the Canyons. Brooklyn Tucker out of Bakersfield College. Brooklyn Berger out of American Valley College. Samantha Valencia out of Los Angeles Valley College. Alexandria Gallardo, Bakersfield College. Cassandra Galindo out of West LA. Arlene Plata out of West LA. Bridget Ward out of Citrus College. And then Bailey Williamson out of College of the Canyons. That is going to be the group on the field for Western State 5 here on Sportsnet. As a shot goes in quickly, and it's a quick score. And I tell you what, the blue jerseys have been really, really good on the field today. Everybody wearing blue is feeling good so far here on Sportsnet, USA.net. And that was Bailey Williamson, the last person I mentioned from College of the Canyons, scoring that goal here on Sportsnet, USA.net. So Bailey gives them 1-0 lead with a goal. So Bailey Williamson comes up big to start things off, tries to bring it up again, punches it up towards the front, saved off the leg, and kept in. What a hustle play. You've got to look at that and just say, go get it, baby. And that's exactly what they do to pick it up. That was Layla Goodman, who just said, Mark, I can outrun anybody on the field. And she did that. Going down on the far wing, you got to get there if you're a defender. Don't leave it hanging, and that's what you do. When you leave it hanging for the Western States, they're going to jump all over it. Golden Valley trying to make a move. It's going to go out. Does it stay in? Golden Valley controls it. They're going to reset. Hopefully they can reset on the other side. Brianna Easley out of Feather River is the tender for Golden Valley. Little step. Ripped it. Blocked right there on a shot that was just off the chart. That was Bailey Williamson again. This kid's got a leg. I tell you what. It's a boomerang with a foot on the bottom. Take it down. She's going to hook it in from the left-hand side. It goes out. Should be a corner. And that's what they're going to call it. Twice she has just monstered it towards the goal. And that's why they are up 1-0 here on Sportsnet, USA.net. Rihanna Easley is there from Feather River. This is Golden Valley. As we get the corner, we'll get set just a second. Little hook, in low, line drive. Tried to get it. It's going to go all the way out. Kennedy Greenfield from Butte College. Isabella Ramos Consumnes River, she'll be there. Olivia Hall from Lake Tahoe. Brooke Wheelbrock from Lake Tahoe. Emily Brandt from Lake Tahoe. Darlene Miner from Lake Tahoe. Abigail O'Donoghue from Butte College. Madeline Ingus from San Joaquin Delta College. And then Mia Paulo Perez from Consumnes River. That is Golden Valley here on SportsNetUSA.net. Those are your players on the field as the Western States 5 are up 1-0 here on SportsNetUSA.net. Taking it back across the middle, trying to reset things up, looking for that foot that's done it all for you so far. Bailey Williamson, who's done everything. Williamson tries to keep it alive. It's going to be a quick throw-in for Golden Valley. Golden Valley gets it off to blocked right there. Big foot trying to get out in front. Emily Brandt just blocks that easily. So they hold on to it. Looking to drop it off to somebody. Darlene Miner was in the middle of the field looking for it for Golden Valley, but nobody got it to her. Turn and start to make the run on the other side. It's going to be picked off. Up 1-0. Everybody in blue has done well today. Stolen right there by Darlene Miner again. So Miner's all over the ball, trying to control it as much as she can here on SportsNetUSA.net. Haven't been able to make a rush offensively, but have played well. The first opening shot just took everybody a little flat-footed. Now Golden Valley's trying to come on the far side. It's going to be a foot race to catch up to the ball. Do you take it up and out? It goes up and out. This is where you sidestep. What a nice play right there. And, of course, the player that makes that sidestep was Williamson. In the middle trying to make the defensive play was Salado, but they couldn't do it. So Williamson is on the run again. Easy little pickup and return. They bring it back quickly here by the Western States South. Golden Valley comes up. Be a fight in the middle of the field. Western State South looks to go to the outside. Golden Valley recovers. Picked up there by Easley out of Feather River. Big leg for Easley as the tender. Gets her foot on it, can easily clears the ball. Easily clears the ball here on sports.usa.net. Ed Ford's on the air with me. Mr. Ford, nice to have you on the air here for the Sophomore Showcase on sports.usa.net. Golden Valley turns, coming down 1-0. A quick goal to start this match. Making sure you're not offsides. Come back to make the save. Little bicycle kick in the air. Then come out trying to grasp it or control it. Fight in the middle of the field. Of course, over there is Miner. Once again, she's been mentioned multiple times in this game here on sports.usa.net.
And there are some of your players that are in the Are you ready to go back on, Corey?
Oh, no, you talk. You got it.
Okay, Now we're on.
Now you're on. There you go.
I had part of Corey's sandwich in my mouth.
Okay.
That's what the problem
That's
was.
what it was. Because I wanted to tell you, I heard
Or they,
Corey.
they were in my ears or something.
I heard Corey wrestling with his headsets, and I wanted to reach down there, but I thought, nah, I'm staying out of the way.
I think he was wrestling with that slice of cheese and
He
tomato.
was. You know what? I think he wrestled Albert for the last one.
Nah,
so
if that was the case,
he wouldn't
he
have made it
would've
back.
lost.
He wouldn't be here.
nah.
Corey'd be laying on the track right now.
Might have a dislocated arm or something.
Big bite out of the side of his head. So, Ed, the quick early score by Bailey Williamson out of College of the Canyons. And I think it was one of those goals that just sort of shocked everybody to get the Western State South up over the lead when this started off.
Yeah, it
Wasn't
game
any,
started and then boom, there was a goal.
yeah, it wasn't
haven't seen
anything
anything like that.
spectacular. Yeah, it was. You went, okay, all right. And everybody in blue, except for one match so far, out of this fifth we're doing, 4 of them have scored in blue. And they have won all their games or matches here on SportsNetUSA.net. I like Olivia Hall from Lake Tahoe with the leggings that she's gone up there. So if you watch the defender that's got the leggings or the white socks pulled up to her kneecaps, that's a player out of Lake Tahoe. As it goes to
Oh,
the
you have
corner.
two players that are doing that.
Yeah, and I'm going to find out if the other one's from Lake Tahoe. Maybe they just feel like it's a little cold down here, so they, trying to get things
I
going.
don't know. Lake Tahoe cold versus Mission Viejo.
Well, you know.
I look out there. I don't see any skiing out there.
No. Well, hey, those hills are nice. So we could just, skateboard down them. Corner, looking to go up. Clear it out. Nice clear out in the middle of the field. Got to get it out of there. Western States are just going to battle it. And that's what you've seen so far in this match. They have out-battled people to find their way to the ball first. Cross again, trapped, want to control it, look for somebody to go to, restart things, take it up the left side, try to keep it in. You do is what you do, and then you attack the ball. Oh, through the wickets once again. 1-on-4 all the way in. Turn, kick it, self-goal, but we're going to give it to Bailey Williamson, even though that was a self-goal by Golden Valley. So Williamson's going to get the goal, even though Williamson didn't make the goal. I'm going to give it to Williamson. Goal number 2. And the reason I give that to Williamson, Ed, she forced the issue all the way down. So easily up 2-0. Well, it's Williamson 2, Golden Valley 0 here on SportsNetUSA.net. Collision on the far side. And once again, there's a push. Nothing called. Corey Neyland, you said that the physical energy is picked up. This game has gotten a little ruthless. And maybe the people from the northern section are getting just a little tired of getting beat up by the southern section.
I think you might be right, Mark. I think it's one of those things where Orange Coast and the Bay Valley, Central Valley came out and they were playing. They wanted to score. They wanted to get physical, and this carried over to the second to last match. And you mentioned Bailey Williamson, both goals.
Yes.
Not surprising. She was the Western State Conference South Offensive Player of the Year. So she's got the 2 goals, and the person that was trying to clear it, that was number 39 in blue, Olivia Quachak Hall. And I know I messed that up, but Miss Hall out of Lake Tahoe.
Bailey Williamson puts her foot on it again, and everybody says, don't let her touch it as Williamson drops it off to Ward. Ward tried to control it out of Cerritos College. Couldn't. It comes back over to the corner. Going to take it, restart the whole thing, looking to go back to Galindo. Galindo has it come off her foot. Look. You waited. And Williamson is right there. Corey, Williamson is right there. It's this thing like she looks like, should I? Shouldn't I? Do I need to get 3 this early in this first half? Here on SportsNetUSA.net.
We mentioned that scoring mentality that you might want to have coming into this match or these matches, and Williamson definitely has it. Also, Arlene Piata was there as well. Or that's Plata, excuse me, was there from West LA College.
Yeah, and you look at the way things have worked out here on SportsNetUSA.net. We have seen exciting. I don't know what the guys have gotten on their side. I don't know if you saw them down there where you were getting food. Did you run into them?
Yeah, I ran and gave them their sandwiches.
Oh, you went and got their sandwiches?
Yeah.
That was probably their second serving.
It seemed like it was their first.
Oh, okay. I can't figure out where all 3 of them were gone in between games. Because Ryan was gone, Joe was gone, Albert was gone. Probably found some pudding pops someplace and ate those.
Working hard like you. I think you would have liked the muffins that were down there.
They had muffins?
They had muffins.
You mean down there in BJ's thing?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
And cookies.
Oh. Now it's going to be a long ride home here on SportsNetUSA.net.
It's okay. I'll buy you some real chocolate chip ones. Not no chocolate chunks.
Corey Neyland says, dude, don't even complain to me about driving. Corey taking a road trip tomorrow on SportsNetUSA.net. Got to make the turn. This is where now you don't. Corey, you've actually got to get back in this match because these have all been these matches that once a team takes control, it's almost like their spirits wake up and they're having fun out there.
You know the OEC was.
And there's Williamson. Down again, Corey. Watch her. She's going to try and go back. She does. She goes back the other way. She'll rip it towards the middle. Stop that time. It goes back to her. She takes it back to the goal. And we all should wonder why she was Player of the Year. It's already shown you why she was Player of the Year when you watch her out there at College of the Canyons. This kid is just spectacular. I'll tell you what, if I'm a recruiter and think that she'll play that way for me during the year, I'll take her right now here on SportsNetUSA.net.
She's got that scorer's mentality.
Exactly.
The women's champions in this side was was College of the Canyons and Santa Monica.
Turn again. Go back in the middle, trying to make one more run. That was Galindo who had the ball off her foot. Now looking for an opening. It was behind Galindo. Galindo wanted to get it, couldn't do that for Western State South. And we get the rush. There's a collision in the middle of field. Play on because the ball was twice. You get 2. And if Golden West College had any defensive players like we see out there right now, for Western State South, they will win the state championship. Both of those hits were legal. So for those of you watching the game going, wait a minute, there should have been a whistle on one. No, there should not have been. It was touch the ball, take a player out, touch the ball, take a player out here on SportsNetUSA.net.
And that was who was on the ground near the 50. That was Darlene Minier for the Golden Valley Conference. She's also another player out of Lake Tahoe. They've got 4 players out there on the field.
And if you're wondering who's making those hits, well, that's Brooklyn Berger that put 2 players down when you looked at her. So you look at Brooklyn Berger out of Bakersfield. No, she's out of Antelope Valley College.
Home of the Marauders.
I've taken my finals. Thank you.
That should have been a final question.
2-0. Western State South. And it has just been, well, if you look at the OEC, you add this, now it's a 5-0 rush by the Southern California teams. Drop it in the middle. You stopped on the play. And, Corey, if you don't stop on the play, that little short feed, that little ticky-tack pass just sets you up. Who else would steal it but Williamson? Watch her. She's going to go back, take it. She goes down from behind. No call.
That's sports personship over there. Again, looks like it was number 41, Emily Brandt from Lake Tahoe. And Williamson slow to get up. So, Mark, the only team from the SoCal region in this sophomore showcase that has not scored a goal was the Inland Empire Conference.
That's true. They ended up in a 0-0 tie. So that means that Coast North is the only team that did not lose from the North. I'm going to look at it that way. Everybody else, put the big L.
You're a half full kind of guy.
You know, give him that. No, I'm real full. Here, let me fill up that cup. It's got an L in front.
But you know what we do have from NorCal, from the Golden Valley? We actually have players that we could mention on their conference team, and they put in 4 into the playoffs this year, while the Western State Conference South, they put in 5 teams. And so the goalie of the year from the Golden Valley was Grace Kazir from Feather River. The women's player of the year was Emily Brandt, who's from Lake Tahoe. You see her on the field right now. She's wearing number 41 in their orange jersey. Jewel Navallo out of Feather River. She was the defensive player of the year. And the coach of the year was Claire Abelli from Butte College. And the conference champions were Butte and Lake Tahoe. They were co.
And Lake Tahoe has to be voted as the prettiest soccer field in California. I know you wouldn't go up and call a game there. You'd be afraid that somebody would come and have a bear jump out of the woods and eat you.
Yeah, Yetis.
Yetis, there we go.
Yetis and bears, all that stuff. And the women, and here's the thing, when you look at these conferences and look at the awards that you can give, they're on the map. This Golden Valley is on the Mark Pavlovich Award Tour. The women's midfielder of the year was Avery Hayes out of Lake Tahoe. And the women's offensive player of the year was Julie Carranza and Rafaela Anguiano. They were both shared that award from Feather River College.
Okay. So I'm going on a tour. Is that what we're doing? I'm just going to get in the car and go and visit all these soccer fields?
Well, that too, and you're just going to give awards to every position.
Okay. I like this. Get Ed Ford to finance it for me. So I'll need a really star 5 suite for every place I go to.
That's Star 5 Motel.
Shane out of the IE. Yeah, 5 stars when you sleep here. A headache, a heartache, stomach ache, throat ache, and you know what? When you look at the bill, your wallet will ache. The 5-star motel of the IE. Wait a minute. So, Ed, I'll charge them for that read. Don't worry. Golden Valley makes a move. They've got to get something, Corey. They're down by 2. And there, Corey, is that shot where I talk about it, where you hesitate, you look, you take a stutter step, you have a goalie out of position, you need to rip it with your left foot, and this is what college coaches will look at. They will look and say, she had an open shot, she wouldn't take it. She had to get back on her right foot to make the shot.
I was just about to ask you that. Is that what college coaches are looking at in this type of showcase?
Yeah, because you want to know, oh, she can only shoot off her right foot. Well, that doesn't work for us. I can't have everybody shooting. They've got to be able to shoot off their right and left. It's like guys can only make layups on the right-hand side.
Or you can't go to your left. Yeah.
Or you can't go to your left. Yeah, because what do? You've said it more than once. Force him to his left. He can't shoot going that way. Or she can't shoot going that way. Yeah. Same in soccer.
And you mentioned the high white socks. That is the Lake Tahoe thing.
I mean, I sort of like it.
Yeah. Because all three players are from Lake Tahoe. They're uniform. Yeah.
Because on a snowy day, like in Green Bay, Wisconsin, you could just sort of meld into the field. Nobody knew where you are with the ball. Unless you were a Bear player. And who cares about them? Shot around the middle. Okay, now I'm feeling better because I got that reference in here before get thrown off the air here on sportsnetusa.net. Don't forget the men's still going on behind us here on sportsnetusa.net.
And Mark, I want to give it up to the officials as well. They are working hard. Multiple games also. Saw a couple guys in there sweating, grabbing their sustenance for the remainder of the day. I think they were thinking they were going to get out too.
I'm just hoping the guys are on the same schedule we are. We're only starting our fourth game. Holy, well, you guys in trouble. We going home. You would think that we're both close to where we should be. But then again, they could be an hour in front of us if they were on time.
Well, they've got about 6 minutes left to go in their game right now. The Western State North on the men's side, they're playing the Bay Valley, and they're up 2-1.
So they are ahead of us on time then right now. You're on sportsnetusa.net. We're down to the final 4 minutes of this first half. And it's been all Western State South. Well, it's been all Bailey Williamson, to tell you the truth, as that just travels by to the outside. And, Corey, there's one of those balls where you looked at me and I said, if you could lift it over a goalie's head earlier.
You know what that was? That was a bunt suicide squeeze single.
Well, you may want to explain that because there's probably no OEC softball coaches except for Brad Pickler that know what that is.
Yeah, it just went down the third baseline. But again, the Western State Conference, another chance to score.
And we've got one more match after this here on sportsnetusa.net. Into the corner. Need too high, up and over. If you had that a little lower in the middle, Corey, they had it set up for a quick header to make it 3-0 here on sportsnetusa.net. As it just goes over the top, just a little quicker, that one's in the net. And then you've got a 3-0 first half for the Western State South. And we've seen when you get down by that much in this showcase that you will have a possibility of maybe getting back into it, but a likelihood is 0. Turn to the far side. Goes on the backside. Back door was open. Could have snuck in and took Grandma's wallet, but they didn't do it. And so, therefore, we're sitting at 2-0 here on sportsnetusa.net.
And you see the play, and it looks like they have played together. And that's Bailey Williamson from College of the Canyons, Arlene Plata from West LA. They look like they played together before, even though they're from separate teams, because just the way they worked, and I couldn't see who that third number is. But again, they're out here to score.
It's the ground, gets away. This is where Corey, this is where I talk about don't have your back to the play. So, and that brings us to the end of the first half. Well, they're trying to make up that 30-minute delay here on SportsNetUSA.net. We have one match left after this one. Corey, Pablo, Ed, and the old guy, happy to bring you Community College Sophomore Showcase Soccer here on SportsNetUSA.net. Corey, it's been spectacular soccer all day long. We've seen some very brilliant players, and we really haven't seen anybody where we go in the back of our minds, why are they out there?
And we've seen why these schools are so good, or why the conferences and the competition is so good. And it really makes you appreciate more the finals tomorrow between Golden West and Sierra and what they went through to get there.
Yeah, I agree.
So tomorrow, Golden West, they beat the number one team. In that victory, and they beat the back-to-back champs.
Yes, Folsom Lake denied again.
And you realize Folsom, I didn't realize this until yesterday, they've only been around since 2004 as a college.
Yes, and they also had to play for a couple of seasons. They played, but they weren't really, their stuff didn't count towards any kind of conference championship.
Okay.
And then after their, I don't know if that was 1 year or 2 years, but it was at least one season, one complete season, fall and spring for all the sports, and then they transitioned into, I'm not sure they were originally in the Big Eight when they first started. I guess they were sort of an independent, but I don't know if the first season they became competitive, attached to a conference, if they were in the Big Eight, but I guess they were, because I haven't seen any teams really move in a long time. Well, I'll take that back. Saracoso is moving all the time. It's like, wow, where are we going to put him this time?
Yeah, because nobody knows where to put Saracoso.
I do. Because what you can do is, at least in softball, I don't know about the other sports, and anybody that makes the argument about, in our conference, Chafee plays water polo in the South Coast Conference and plays their other sports in the Inland Empire Conference. So, and there are other examples of people that are in one conference for something and in another conference for another thing.
Men's volleyball does the same thing because
Right.
the OEC is like Long Beach and Santa Monica or something like that. So, I agree with you. There's no reason why it can't be done.
So my plan, and I always like to point out that Bakersfield College is north of Taft. Taft is south and west. South and west. Aren't we supposed to be teaching people things about geography in school? That's southern, GPS reading than Bakersfield. So why is Bakersfield in the north? Isn't in the north. Bakersfield should be in the north. You can move, Taft can stay where they are. Santa Monica's in the Western State North? That makes no sense either.
They're in the Western State South, Santa Monica is.
Okay. But you could move Bakersfield. You could put Saracoso in. I guess they could go back to the Inland Empire Conference. I guess they're there. Or, if you're going to do something strange, have them take Bakersfield's spot in the Western State. I mean, that is a situation which is kind of different, but really Bakersfield travel, and people might say, look how far they'd have to travel to play people like Modesto and so forth. If you look at if they were in the central with Modesto and all those people, the travel distances for the games would be shorter, actually.
Yeah, because the
I
travel
plotted it all out, and they're shorter driving distances. But, people will get set in what they want to do, and, Bakersfield wants to play in the South. Maybe at one time that could have been necessary and advantageous, maybe when Bakersfield was a real powerhouse in football, but, that's a long time ago. It's time to change things up, and if people have to play in different conferences during, the regular season, then they do. I mean, I don't see why people fuss about that, because look at football. You do not play, there isn't an Orange Empire Conference in football. The teams play in, the Southern California Football Association has people moved around, and they move up and they move down, and, things are all mixed up. The conferences have nothing to do with anything. Riverside and Fullerton and Golden West and Saddleback are not in the same conference for football. Haven't been for who knows how long.
Yeah, that's a great Ed Ford conversation that me, Mark, and Ryan has had many times on road trips. So yeah, it's a conundrum, I guess. It's weird, I would say.
Somebody scored? They made a conundrum?
Well, actually,
No, I think those were down with the cookies and the muffins. Nothing like a glazed conundrum.
I think so. Wow. A little hot chocolate. Get a pair of those white socks, pull them up. I'll sit down here in the grandstands and watch the last match. That'll be good.
and thank you for clearing that, Mark. I want to thank Ed for clearing up that Taft and Bakersfield geography lesson, because I have been so confused for years, because I always thought Taft was closer.
Ed, I tried to invoke the Ed Ford rule with PJ, which we started with stadiums first. Then we get rid of the rest of the rules that they've got that are asinine here on SportsNetUSA.net.
Well, also, it would strengthen, that would really be a tough conference also if you move Bakersfield up there. And even better, I know you guys love the OEC, but at least in softball, I would take Riverside out of the OEC and put them in the Inland Empire Conference. That would make the Inland Empire Conference a better conference for softball, because I'm not going to mention any coaches' names, but there are coaches who do not like the Inland Empire Conference and don't think any of the teams should go into the softball playoffs.
Yeah, and I don't have problems with that, Ed, because I think you should pay the immediate teams. If you don't have immediate teams, then go out the area.
Right.
But if you got immediate teams, why are you going outside the area?
And I don't know, Corey, if you ever lived in the Inland Empire, but when I did, Riverside and San Bernardino are not only rivals in sports, they're rival cities.
They're right, yeah, because they're only 10 minutes. Well, if you, depending on what street you take or what freeway you take,
Right.
they're 10 minutes away, and how fast you're driving. But yeah, they're 10 minutes away. They are rivals. That's a natural rivalry.
Well, I mean, I think the thing that you look at is in soccer is a good example with Ed bringing up rivalries. That would be like taking Cyprus out of the OEC and then taking Saddleback out of the OEC. And then you say, okay, well, it's Fullerton, it's Santa Ana, teams that don't play quality, and there's no true rivalry. You're not going that far out, taking the teams out that you take out, and they are located closely. I mean, Ed's always been right on this, and yet I don't understand why nobody really understands it.
Yeah, I would just, in softball, I think would make, like I said, the Inland Empire Conference a lot more competitive. It would give all those teams a better chance of rebuilding and getting stronger with Riverside in there.
Yeah, and if Riverside becomes a powerhouse, it's what you said to me more than once, Ed, then make your program better, is what Ed will always say to me when somebody goes, oh, but they're so good. Well, then make your program better. And you saw that in women's soccer here in the OEC. Everybody knows Saddleback is dominant. Everybody knows Cypress is dominant. Santiago has come back. Irvine Valley played that last week to determine what was going on. You've got to come up, and then Golden West College, the number 5th seed, makes it in because everybody had to get better.
Agreed. And speaking of better, Kennedy Greenfield, who made a save at the goal line as the keeper came out and was not in position. The Western State Conference was looking to score, and Greenfield saved 1 goal for the Golden Valley.
So Bailey Williamson, she put in 2 in that first half out of College of the Canyons, and that's where we're sitting here at 2-0 here on SportsNetUSA.net. Sophomore Showcase, match number 5. We have 1 left here on SportsNetUSA.net. Bedford has his way. We're going to take the first half, make it 10 minutes. The timeout in between a minute. Second half's going to go down to 8. And then stoppage time stops 3 minutes before the end of the game.
Sounds good to me.
Winner declared here on SportsNetUSA.net.
And the Golden Valley, they've just been a little bit off. And you look at the way the Western State Conference is playing as well also, they've got a little bit of that mindset like the OEC. It's like one of our teams should still be playing.
What a feed. Take it off, switch back, go back and look what you're doing.
And that's going to be Arlene Plata.
And you get it in one more time.
And she's been around the goal all game long, along with Williamson in there. You see the replay. Oh,
No, you didn't see the replay.
okay, sorry, but you
Wrong
see where
replay.
she took off. If she did exactly what you two were saying all season long when I watched you call Cypress and Saddleback, just take the shot.
Yeah. The young lady out of West LA College. And it's once again, Corey, too many people are afraid to pull the trigger. And it's just because you feel like you're messing up the rhythm of your team. But it's like, go ahead and pull the trigger. It's like broadcasting a game. If somebody's got something to say, get the hell out of the way. Once again, making the run. And here's the thing, Corey. Scoring is contagious. Because then everybody says, well, watch. I'm going to put this up in the corner.
You do talk loud. She heard you.
That's right. She said, watch, old man. Let me put it up in the corner, and it's going to go in, and you're going to celebrate one more time. Corey's going to say, no, you didn't call it. You waited too soon. Match after this is already warming up. So I think they got the Ed Ford memo. You're playing 3.5 minutes, and that's it. We're done.
And our next match is Western State North
Against
Who?
the Big 8.
Against the Big 8. So
Yeah.
that's interesting.
And Cameron Simmons is going to be the tender for the Big 8 conference. Of course, if that name sounds familiar, she plays for Saddleback College.
And not that we want to, be here till the cows come home, so to speak, and it's really dark. So the last match is Big 8 against Western State, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Ventura, Allen Hancock, L.A. Pierce, and West L.A.
So
each side.
the Big 8 gets to play twice then.
Yeah. No.
That was the Bay Valley who.
Yeah, didn't they play at the beginning?
No. That was Central Valley that started
Okay.
for us.
The Central Valley got to play twice.
They teamed in with Bay
Yeah.
Valley.
Right. So the Central Valley and then the Bay Valley and Central Valley combined.
Yeah, because they didn't have enough players. So in this match, too, when you're looking at it again, watch the break. Goalie's going to come out, and if you're a defender, you look around to see if there's an offensive player. you're going to basically slow down and step in front of them. You're going to let them run you over if they have to. And it's the skills that you want to watch out there as the attack now is becoming contagious. And again, Corey, when you look at it and say it's contagious, you realize the players you're playing with are dropping it up. Backside, hitter, save, down away, ball's free, in the corner, off the goal line, and it's got to go all the way in to be a goal. Close. I tell you what, you couldn't have gotten any closer.
And that was Alexandra Gallardo. Gallardo, who's out of Bakersfield.
So a corner for the Western State South.
And she knew she had one, too.
Oh, yeah. Did you see her how to nurse it in? She was going to nurse it in, just get it over the line. And it went straight, Corey. Try to dance. This is where, give yourself some room. You've got to come up and beat the ball. And this is where, even like with Lake Tahoe, trying to get the ball back. And again, when you have to get a little physical, then you do that. Yet you do it legally.
There was a conversation maybe last year, maybe a couple years ago that I remember you having, you and Ed talking about the physicality of the SoCal region and the NorCal region. You said the SoCal region was pretty physical.
Yeah, they are. They do. They play a different brand of soccer. And I think they play more traditional soccer where you let somebody know you're there. You don't want to hurt anybody, but you let them know you're there. And defensively, you're going to let them know that if they're going to turn on a shot, you get the foot on the ball, you might run them over. It flips over to your offensive side. Then you realize that somebody's going to play you dirty because they feel like you've played them dirty. You've got to be somebody that can take the hit, get up, and continue to play. Yeah, nothing's worse than watching somebody you level and it doesn't affect them at all. They just laugh or smile at you. They might be in great pain, but there's nothing like saying, no, I'm fine. Bring it again. And I do think that women's soccer, the players are tougher than the men. I'm sure I'd get a lot of the men argue with me on this and say, oh, well, that's because you call women's soccer. No, I call men's soccer. I just find women much tougher playing the game. They're fundamentally sound. They understand the mental aspect of it. They may have things that they don't do brute-wise the way men do, but the things they do are just as good or better in my mind when I watch women play soccer.
I'm not really sure that they're tougher, but I would say this, that, wow, talk about getting run over.
Let me lay down, get run over, Ed, and then you finish your statement for me.
I would say in the women's game, at least the community college level, what I've seen for the last 2 to 3, 4 years, there's a whole lot less flopping on the women's side. There's way too much flopping on the men's side. Guys barely get brushed into, and they're down on the ground like they really got hit. And they didn't get hit. You don't see that in the women's game.
No.
If they go down, somebody's really run into them.
Yeah, I've seen some of the Cypress Saddleback matches that you've called. Yeah.
Inadvertent handball for a second. They thought it was going to get called. Played slowed down. Referee decided, no, let's keep the game moving. Let's not blow the whistle if we don't have to. And again, I'm sure somebody has stepped down there and said, hey, guys, we're a little behind our time schedule. And so let's keep this game moving. And everybody who's playing the next game, you need to be ready to get on the field as soon as this game's over.
Remember when we were praising the time schedule after that first match?
Yeah, I don't, I'm like Ed. I don't really feel like it was slowing down, but like Ed said, it was the in-between where we were like, okay, yeah, we can take a break. Oh, okay, that sounds good.
Okay, in case you did know, in football, Modesto loses to San Mateo. That was 38-7. Golden West beat Saddleback, but now there is a different score
Thank you.
than there was previously. So
One previously was 33-15.
Right.
Do you have 23-7?
now we have 23-7. So
Yeah, it was 33-15.
somebody did some
In other words,
fancy math there.
somebody was listening to the soccer and said, wait a minute, those guys all can do math over there? Oh, man, let's clean it up.
What they did is they counted half a point instead of 2 points for a goal and 1 point for an
There you go.
assist.
There you go. Yeah, I've listened to some of the games. I'm sure it got called that way, too. So.
It probably did end up 33-15 because the only scoring they have, if you go to the line score, box score, whatever you want to call it, it's only the first quarter.
Now, the championship game for football will be played here, though. Is that where we're playing? They're playing it at Saddleback?
That's what I think.
Okay, that's what I think too, Ed. I just wanted to make sure.
It rotates between the north and the south. It was at San Mateo last year. That that San Mateo was in the finals didn't mean anything. It was being hosted in the north, and the 3C2A wants to hold it in a facility that has lights and a lot of seating and good press box and all those things. So if you look to this area,
Yeah.
and plus,
Well,
the
but
school also has to want to host because sometimes schools, even though they have Mount Sac, for instance, a lot of times Mount Sac, I'm not trying to say bad things about them, they just don't seem to want to host stuff.
Yeah, because after 2017, when Fullerton played San Mateo, that was in Sacramento.
Right.
However, when San Francisco and San Mateo have been in the finals after that year, it's been at San Mateo and San Francisco. And remember when Riverside played and won, it was at Riverside. So it might be due to the stadium like 2016 where they didn't want to play it at a high school stadium, but they did. It'll be interesting if it is here or if Golden West tries to flex and say, hey, we're going to have it there.
Well, I'm sure Golden West is going to say there's nothing wrong with our facility.
Well, they're not going to have it at Rustler Field. That's just not going to happen.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm like you, Ed. I don't think they'll have any say.
Right.
And plus, it should be here.
I mean, they could possibly make an argument for Labard, but from what I've heard, it's going to be here.
You know what? If I had to choose, why would I play at Labard?
Well, if you bring enough
You need exercise?
that knockdown hornet spray with you
Yeah,
that kills wasp, I mean, there's really a lot of, I don't know. I don't know if things have changed because we used to go over there and I'd walk up to go up on the roof and you see these big wasp nests and it's like, that kind of dangerous. Like, just for some reason, wasps and yellow jackets and hornets they're not just really friendly insects. They just want to sting you. I don't know why.
Yeah. Just like the Western State has stung Golden Valley
Yes.
in this match quickly. And really, when you go back to it, Corey, it's all Bailey Williamson, who was the offense out there. And I'm looking, I don't think Bailey's, I was looking to see if she was still in the field.
I believe she is out.
Okay.
And then we want to look far forward.
Unless that's her right there.
That's her right there. So she was out of bounds. That's what I meant to say. I'm sorry.
Where will the softball championships be held? Will they once again go back to the Palace at West Valley? Or will they come down here? I mean, you could play at Saddleback.
Yeah.
They've got lights. They've got
this year. It should be down in SoCal.
and I think the press boxes are about the same size.
Yeah.
Neither one has a
They love
huge.
Mount Sac. Mount Sac is love.
Well,
but
but Mount Sac I don't think wants to bid on softball. I don't think they really care.
Saddleback should bid because You guys have been there, and it's a nice facility. And where else could it be though? Palomar.
Yeah, Palomar would be
Palomar
another
could
one.
do it. Yeah.
But that's about it. I mean, sorry to say, those are the only three places I think that you could possibly have them in the South. Though San Bernardino has a new field, but
I
They
haven't
do.
seen it yet.
but yeah, it's really nice.
Oh.
But
Then honestly, that
they're not, they wouldn't play at San Bernardino.
So a throw in over on this side. Quickly throw it in, get it in deep. Try to control, keep the ball on your own side of the field if you are the Western States.
There was a good seven minutes of game time here in the second half where the ball exclusively stayed on the right side of your screen from the 40 on.
Right up the middle. Nice shot taken on goal. And Corey, this game could be even more lopsided if the young women from the Western State South would have done what was done just right there. Door opens. I got invited in. At least I think I did. Food's on the table. I'm going to eat. Boom, howdy. That didn't happen with the other offensive players from Western State as they take their time. This time you cross it into the middle. Look for an opening. It's 1 against 2. And now you look back and you look at the defense. Back here with Golden Valley. They're keeping 3 deep at all time. You can't be offensive if you're going to keep 3 deep at the 25. This is something Ed Ford has brought up more than once, Ed, when you were on the air. Got to be aggressive in the game of soccer. And when you look at the defense sitting back, we're down to 10 minutes. You're down by 2. This is a showcase. You need to change things up just a little, besides kicking the ball straight out of bounds.
I was going to say, and I don't think you can just say, hey, here, take it.
And I mean, that's at the stage too, Corey. You sort of look at these showcases. Sometimes you want to be that last group up. Everybody's going to watch you. We could maybe decide what's going on between the Southern and the Northern conferences. Right now, there's no discussion. And, might be getting a little chilly out there. It's getting a little late. Thank God we're not in the last match. Let's just keep playing and hope this thing gets over quick. Battle on the far side of the field. Western State South stay with it. Deep throw in to the box. No one is there. Easy pickup for Easley, the tender. Big leg for a young woman's got a ferocious swing with her foot when she's going out there.
And we've seen all types of different players today. We've seen types of players, and we talked about what are the coaches at that next level looking for. And in this match, we've seen players that, Coach, I'm going to be aggressive. I'm going to be flat out. I'm going to be a hard worker and do what you need. And you know what else I'm going to do? I'm going to score for you. Previous matches, we've seen players that we're going to run the game plan. We're going to keep it what you want. Check out my footwork. Check out how I defend. And it's a nice contrast to see the different types of players.
Well, you watch Galindo right now playing for the Western State, and when you watch Galindo out there, she's the type of player out of Bakersfield College that is the type of player that bothers you. She won't leave you alone. She gets in your face. She chases you around in a circle. And it's like, I'm not doing anything. Leave me alone. But what they do is they wear on your nerves because you turn around and there she is, trying to be on top of that individual as the lights start to kick on here at Saddleback College. So
kind of like a wasp.
Yeah. Well, what? Don't say that in front of Ed because he'll whip out the spray. gets settled down again. And Corey has already said it. The majority of this game has been played on the western state south side of the field. And defensively, when things happen, watch them. They will quickly get it up. Lead pass down into the corner. Watch the defenders. They're running and looking, Corey. This is like a defensive back. Nice save right there, but it's like a defensive back not looking back for the ball. And, of course, who turns it and puts it in the goal's direction? The play's over. Bailey Williamson turns around and kicks it towards the goal. You like Bailey in the sense that Bailey plays till somebody tells her, hey, the referee said the play's done. This is one if you could beat the goalie. Nice play by goalie. That's when somebody comes out. Legal play by the goalie. I can go get the ball. If contact happens, there's no foul on anybody. Is it malice on her part to go get the ball? No, it's her job to go get the ball. And unfortunately, you're running full speed. You catch somebody on their side. There's only one thing that's going to happen to you. You're going to get taken down or flipped. And fortunately, the player gets up on her feet and is back into play. So, and this goes back to Ed Ford, Corey Neyland. If that would have been a guy, we'd have been 25 minutes behind right now. You'd still be rolling around the field. Oh, where'd they hit you? I don't know, my collarbone. What? How'd your collarbone get hurt? No, not my collarbone? Good feed out in front. Five minutes to play in this match.
Seems like sort of slowed up on that run towards the goal there, Mark.
Yeah, and it really is. I mean, you can see, and I really do. I wonder if it's the shadow sometimes. I watch this field, and not that I'd play, but I'd like to see how it actually affects shadows compared to sunshine. It's like players who will talk about playing indoors and outdoors, that it's a big difference and it changes the mental aspect. Nice little scissor kick back to start the play over. So you cross your feet just like you're taking a two-step. It's almost like a scissor when you're shutting the scissors, and that's the kick you make that starts the play. Reset on defense. And if you're the tender for Western State South, you're saying, I'm here at the showcase to show them my skills. And that's the big thing too, Corey. Do I let somebody come down? Do I let my goalie make a move?
Well, I don't think you need to. Liliana Miramontes, looks like that is her. Yeah, out of Citrus. The way she's communicating to her team, that's going to tell the coach that she's involved, she's engaged, and she's aware of everything that's going on.
Yeah, and you watch her back there when you look at Brooklyn Tucker that's back there. You can just sit there and say, okay, Brooklyn, you take care of everything out of Bakersfield College. Defense person, there's Brooklyn putting her foot into it. Defense player plays really solid, knows how to get body in front of somebody. And again, somebody who has a very controlled stroke when she kicks the ball. So if you watch her, she's controlled. Nice little foot tap. Settle it down on my heel. Just let it roll forward. And that's what it does. We're at the 3-minute mark. We had the last time we got down to this point. Referee blew the whistle a little early. Shot on off the corner. And Corey, at this stage of the game, you never saw the goalie move. It's almost like, this is over.
Bailey wants the hat trick.
Yeah, and the other thing is the defender, this is over. I'm ready to just say, it's those days where you had fun, you got to hang out with people, you got to talk to people from all the different teams, you met D1 coaches. and the sensationalism. Eventually, you're the last group. Still got a nice crowd out here, though. People have not deserted. Of course, as soon as I say that, people pick up their bags and say, okay, let's go. You know.
And there's
Turn.
the hat trick. Sorry, Mark.
Oh, no, that's okay. That's okay. And you said she was the player of the year, right?
Defensive Player of the Year.
Okay. Because I didn't know if she was just the offensive player of the year, Corey, or the player of the year.
I'm gonna call her the Player of the Year because can get no differentiation.
Okay. Because I'm thinking if she's the offensive player of the year, I'd like to know who the player of the year was. Because this kid is just. You watch her footwork. You watch the ability to see the field. You watch the way she runs. Everything you want in a soccer player, this woman has. And guys, I know, ladies, you're still out there. I know you're still here. If you were going to talk to anybody, and that brings us to the end of this half, talk to the woman who had, like Corey Neyland said, had the hat trick, Bailey Williamson of College of the Canyons. Welcome to the final sophomore showcase match here on the women's side on Sportsnet, USA.net. The Big Eight takes on the Western State Conference. And if you looked at our ledger that we were given, everything on the right side is victory. Everything on the left side is hocus and pocus. So the Big Eight is the only one that can even the squad. And, of course, who do you have in goal for the Big Eight? Cameron Simmons. This sounds familiar. Wait a minute. Where's BJ? That's one of your goalies. What is wrong with you? Well, he said she was going to show up late and said, hey, we've got a space for you to play, and that's over there on that side of the field. For the Western State, Janessa Gonzalez will be in the gold, followed by Ruby Graciano, Leslie Torres, Melissa Navarez, Brianna Gutierrez, Jazzy Moreno, Alondra Sanchez, Angela Gonzalez, Janeth Davalos, Tanya Moreno, and Valerie Villaneda. So that is the Western State players. And Corey Neyland, I might as well let you represent the Big Eight because you've just been bad-mouthing them all morning long here on Sportsnet, USA.net. Okay, not really.
Like you mentioned, Cameron Simmons in gold from Saddleback. Isabella Licata from the South Coast Conference. She's number 46. Alyssa Wheelwright, number 47 from San Joaquin Delta. 48 is Helena Elige from Sacramento City. Also from San Joaquin Delta, number 49 in the orange is Macy Yarquin. Number 50 is Grace Wojciechowska from American River College. 51 is Madison Fitzer from San Joaquin Delta. Santa Rosa Junior College is 52. Ashley Vigil. Ellie Kaiser from San Joaquin Delta once again, number 5'3". 5'4", 5'5", and 5'6" are Taylor Gandy, Natalie Ortiz, and Jocelyn Rojas Garfias, and they're all from Santa Rosa College, the Bear Cubs.
Corey, you look at the way this field lines up. We've seen orange jerseys to fill in. We've seen people walking over with a different color. But now we get the last game, and you can sort of tell that the people from the north, if we want to say they're the northern representatives, the last ones, a little tired of it. They got like 9 reserves over there on their bench. When you look at the south side, guess what, girls? I hope you can play 30 minutes here on Sportsnet, USA.net.
They could. I mean, they didn't have to drive so far, so yeah, that takes as much from the reserves. And from that Big Eight, the conference winner was Folsom Lake. They made it to the semifinals and lost yesterday to Golden West. The conference tournament winner that they had was Sierra. And Sierra will be playing tomorrow against Golden West for the state championship.
And you haven't mentioned who's in the men's final. Not once. You don't like the guys.
You said we're not talking about the men. That's direct quote.
Okay.
We're not talking about
I don't
the
care
men.
about them.
But since you said something,
Okay.
Cerritos will be playing. The Falcons will be playing the Panthers of Hartnell in the finals. Hartnell beat LA City College 2-0. Hartnell does have a championship from 2013. And Cañada, well, they lost to Cerritos, so that means Cerritos, the 4-time state champ, last coming in 2018, they won 3-2.
Good way for John Van Gasten to go out with a state title. Saw John yesterday here on Sportsnet, USA.net.
One of the best SIDs for the last years in the 3C2A, Mission Conference, what other things they call it, SCFA, and all of it.
Interesting football stadium.
It's not interesting. Exhausting.
Corey, it'd still be
Asthma-inducing.
I was going to say, you'd still be climbing and we'd have rescue helping you right about now.
You know those cartoons with the birds from Delirium over your head inducing?
There it is. That'd be Corey Neyland.
Can't wait for the upgrade to the elevator.
You know when that's going to happen, don't you? When Fullerton puts one in at their stadium.
Well, first they got to build one.
Oh, okay.
Anyway. And if you're wondering, for the Big 8 conference, who were their all-conference performers? Well, we don't know. But for the Western State North, they had Zoe Minery out of Santa Barbara City College. She was co-player of the year with Melissa Neverez, Mark, from L.A. Pierce. And you mentioned her just a moment ago, number 57 in blue. Carolina Esparza was the defensive player of the year, and she was from Santa Barbara as well. The women's coach of the year was Alex Zermino from Santa Barbara. And nice goal. We'll let you know who that was in just a moment.
So you have the Big 8 getting on the board first here on SportsNetUSA.net, something we haven't seen the northern side do so far in this matchup. So we'll see if the response from Western State comes up big.
And Mark, that was Taylor Gandy who put it through. Gandy out of Santa Rosa. So like you said, Mark, the first goal scored by a Northern California player today.
Yep. We'll see if that changes the luck for the team. You know what? It'll probably be a tie. We'll go into overtime, and then we'll have a shootout to see who wins it.
They can go into overtime.
Ed will have a shootout with him, and we'll, as you try to get it cleared, got to get it up the field. And watch this, Corey. The difference between these two teams is you have two people back defensively. So Gonzalez, Torres, Gutierrez, Marino, Sanchez, Gonzalez, Marino, they have to be up quicker to beat those two back because that's basically what they're playing. Two defense people back on the initial break. So you have to be able to get back on the initial break so that you can squail them coming up the field.
As we mentioned previously, how many teams did the conferences get in? The Big 8 got 7. The Western State Conference North, they got 3 teams in.
And at the end of the day, the only thing anybody remembers is who wins the championship. Defense. Put your foot down, make them run past you. And that's what you do on a defensive set. Play the ball. Don't watch the player. They can move their hips, swivel their hips, do anything they want. It's once said to make sure you can tackle a superstar running back, look at his belt buckle. That's the only thing he can't shift from left to right. He can move his hips, but he can't move the center of his belt buckle. If you tackle him there, he will not juke you on a defensive play where you cannot tackle him. Same with soccer. Somebody dances, watch the ball. So a quick first 10 minutes has been all the Big 8 shot pulled. You know what? Every time I hear the Big 8, though, you know what I think of? A toy store.
I think Oklahoma, Nebraska, Texas Tech, Texas, Colorado. No, that was SWC, but Oklahoma, Nebraska in the Big 8.
Well, if we're saying Nebraska, you're saying they laid a Big 8. Is that what you're saying? Your team didn't win anymore.
Well, that's why I was thinking of the Big 8 when they did win.
Oh, okay. All right. Corey Neyland reaching back in ancient history here on sports.usa.net. Ball goes out on the far side of the field. So if you see the difference between these two teams defensively, you've got 3 defenders back for Western State. On the flip side, the Big 8's got 2 defenders back, trying to be a more offensive attacking team. They'll leave back 2. They'll bring up one of their offside defenders when they can. So an offside defender will continue to move up the field.
Like you and Ed mentioned about the women's playing when there's a collision, they'll get right back up and play. That's exactly what happened on the far side. They collided. They both got up, went for the ball. On the men's side, well, we might still be a delay.
Yeah. So when you walked on that last play, Corey, you ended up watching number 49, Marcy Joaquin, walk up offensively. Now you balance out the defense because they're both sitting there at the 30. So if you've got somebody that's going to leak out, you've got to leak out, and you've got to leak the ball out to the right side of the field. In that case, it would have been hooking the ball, dropping it on the left, and landing it about at the 40. That would have been a 1-on-2, and if you had a strong trailer, you'd have had an even matchup.
I will say this is a good match to end it on because both of these teams, they've come out with some fire and willing and ready to play.
Well, I think the Big 8 basically looked at each other and said, every one of the teams that are representing our area, you know what? Somebody's got to walk out of here with one.
And that's why they're trying to prove, yes, we are the best conference in the state of California for soccer. 7 teams in the playoffs. No other conference has put that many teams into the playoffs.
How many are still there?
1.
How many are still there from the OEC?
1.
What matters?
The OEC only had 5 teams.
What matters?
In the playoffs.
How many teams are in the final?
2.
1 from both of them. That's all that matters. Everybody else is fluff.
You gotta
They're
grow,
done.
You gotta grow the game, so you gotta get the teams out there, grow the conferences, grow your sport. So the only thing that matters cannot be only winning. It's got to be everything that involves. It's got to be that journey that's involved to the championship winning.
Wow. And we let Corey get on the road because he's going the wrong way. We don't follow him home. When his family calls us later, we say, who? He wasn't with us today. He drove right by Saddleback and waved when he went by. He went to that new toy store, the Big 8. Again, lead a little too far. You've got to realize that I got a parent down here that's really funny because he put his hands up sight-wise. Like, you've got to see what you're doing when you go down there. And I'm sure that's a daughter playing on the field that he's watching, saying, watch what you're doing when you take the ball and lead someone. Know how fast they are. Sidestep. Now, everybody should be, if they know they're going to drop it off to you, you should break. If she's going to drop it off to you, she should drop it off to you much quicker. Shot up and over. So you see the little triangle setup that they had. 2 blue, somebody carrying the ball off. The 2 blue that have got their backs to the goal they want to go to are waiting for a quick drop-off pass. If you're not going to do that, then they need to go up the field and create room for her.
And Mark, you saw Wheelwright on that attempt. She was going for goal number 2 for the Big 8. But again, just a bit up.
And Corey, the attitude is really, I think they want to take one home. They want to hang and say, hey, you know what? tough day, but we won that last one because if you watch the offensive setup, it is not the same setup as you're watching from the other side of the field. You'll see the Western State keep their defenders back, looking like they're afraid to get beat. On the flip side, you watch the Big Eight and say, we've got two back that won't get beat, therefore you can attack us all you want, we'll be there. Nice little physical hit, so the ball goes out. They're calling it a throw-in or a corner. I think it's going to be a throw-in over there. Wait for the lines person. He didn't take the flag and walk over to the corner and mark it. He just said it stays with Western State. So it is going to be a corner for Western State. So let's see if they're going to stay up high and crash the goal, or they're going to squeeze the tender. Get two people around the tender. Go to the middle. Ball is there. Goes kicked out. It'll be a throw-in. Ooh, that almost went out for another corner. That was close.
And that header was by Gutierrez. The corner kick actually was by Torres.
And we heard PJ talking about set plays. And, of course, what Greg had told me with set plays, you have to know how far does somebody throw it in, how somebody, that's going to be a corner, how far somebody can kick from the corner, does it curve, does it go flat, can they put it high, can they make a play that if I kick it out to the side, Corey can come off the line and make up that hooking shot that's going to bend towards the goal, so Mark only has to run straight ahead to make the header. These are all things with set plays that coaches must know.
And it's Torres one more time, Mark.
So we'll see once again. Backside. Backside.
Way back.
Just a little too far. Sitting here at 1-0 here on SportsNetUSA.net. We're down to the last 12 minutes of this first half. And finally, a team from the north, a conference, the Big Eight, got on the board. They'd like to get two because, Corey, if anybody's got two in these matches, then this is where you kick it out as a tenor. Nice play. Love the fact that she took it up. She was going to take it out towards the end, saw somebody standing there, decided now you're trapped. You got to reset the play, go far to your right. Don't play with it. Get rid of it. That's what you do. Open up the field. Dance back inside. Take it up the middle. Nice trying to go across. Nice read by the defense for the Big Eight as they come up and make that play.
At number 60, Alondra Sanchez from Ventura College. So Ventura finished third in conference, or actually tied for second, with the Brahmas of L.A. Pierce at 6-2, 6-2-4, 9-7-6 overall. The leader was Santa Barbara. 9 wins, no losses, 3 ties. Then after the first 3 was Moore Park, Allen Hancock, Cuesta, and Oxnard. As good as the men's team is for Oxnard, the women were 0-12, 1-18 this season.
And a player is hurt, so are you going to play with 9 is the big question. We need a trainer for the player.
Let's hope she is okay. And something like this, you wonder if they would finish with 9, or you don't think they would call the competition, but you never know.
Well, I think that would only happen with the agreement of both coaches.
In the Big Eight Conference, who put 7 teams into the playoffs this season, arguably the best conference this season for women's soccer. Folsom Lake, 9-0-2, 22-0-3. That third tie was yesterday, and they lost in penalty kicks to Golden West from the Orange Empire Conference, 4 penalty kicks to 2. But they do have a representative in the state finals match tomorrow in Sierra, who finished second, 7-1-3, 18-2-4 this season. Then it was Cosumnes River, 5-1-5, Modesto 5-5-1, Santa Rosa 4-5-2, and they made the playoffs with their overall record at 12-8-3. Sacramento City 3-5-3, 13-7-4 overall. They made the playoffs. San Joaquin Delta 2-4-5, 5-8-7 overall. They made the playoffs. And American River 2-8-1.
They made the playoffs?
8-11-3.
They made the playoffs?
And they made the playoffs.
That's a joke. Sorry. That's a joke.
I'm going to get to those in just a minute. Did American River make the playoffs?
You know, why Corey says that some of the players I haven't talked about.
Yes, they made the playoffs.
Yeah. I'm going to go to my stuff because that makes me nauseous. I don't want to throw up in here.
Go into the PowerPoints as we get back to it, if they come up for me.
I looked for the PowerPoints. PowerPoints are no longer up there. I looked for them yesterday.
So Sierra was second in PowerPoints.
That's only one part of making the playoffs.
Yeah, Saddleback was first, Folsom Lake third, San Francisco, Long Beach, Santiago Canyon, Cañada, Cypress, Hartnell, Cosumnes River, Orange Coast, Golden West are the tops. Chaffee was after Golden West. So let's say if there had been 16 teams getting in, you still might have had 5 OEC teams in.
Like Ed Ford would say, nobody with losing records should be in play the playoffs.
No.
I'm going to stick with Ed.
But when you when you have 24 teams in there, someone's getting invited to the party that, well, we always need ice.
Yeah, and then you say thank you and shut the door when they get there. You know, somebody I didn't mention
when you go and I'm taking my ice back and you do like Golden West. I'm just going to go to the finals.
There you go. I didn't mention one player that Ed Ford and I enjoyed this year. That was Kennedy Heimer, that was not here at the showcase. So Kennedy, shout out to you. Lorena Moreno. Didn't see Loreno from Long Beach. Of course, we talked about Eden Ramirez from Mount Sac, Samantha Arce that was out here. Macy Pugh, goals against 0.87. Macy, missed you here at the plays. Peyton Dunbar, missed you also here. Naomi Allen, we talked about her. Some of the other players that didn't show up to this, outstanding players that if you're a D1 coach, you ought to be looking at them. Peyton Dunbar, something special on that Cypress team. So, I mean, these are the things we look at. Quality, not, oh, they made the playoffs, but they were a team that had a horrible record. We want quality on them.
I'm making the playoffs. I don't care what you think of me. and it's a good debate. It's a good conversation piece. Again, no one under 500 should make the playoffs, but they do. But that's just simply what happens when you want to have the Mark Pavlovich method in expanding awards and teams and opportunities to win. Speaking of winning programs, East LA College men's basketball on December 12th. That's next Friday, 7 p.m. versus Compton. And the women will be at 5 p.m. earlier that day, also versus Compton. And Mr. Robles is on that call, as always, for the Huskies. And December 19th, also Huskies basketball versus Saddleback. That's the men. And that game will be at 5 p.m.
Kick and turn. We look at what's going on here. Really no threat so far on the far side of the field. The Western states have done nothing to make you feel like they're sniffing the gold. If this was a Christmas present, we'd be giving it back so far here on sportsnetusa.net, because we'd say the Big 8 already gave me one of those and I don't need another one. Yeah, am I a Southern California boy? You betcha. Love to visit San Francisco. Butte was fun to go and call a game from. Love to see Lake Tahoe. But no, I'm not moving. Don't want the snow. And I like where I am in Southern California. So we need to see some of the teams here from the Western State Conference make a move, even though I have problems with, wait a minute, these guys are all a drive and a half away if we were to go to visit them. Man, Ventura isn't close. I had an aunt and uncle that lived up there.
Oh, Ventura's close. That's not but a hop, skip, and a jump, and another jump.
Well, you know what? You ought to take your mom on a tour tomorrow. Go up to Ventura first. Stop in Bakersfield, then take her home.
We're going to go to the other outside mall. Oh, nice leave. Excellent play.
A leave that nobody wanted, Corey, and this is the thing. You've got to, just like every other sport we have talked about, got to keep your eyes open, head up, and your head on a swivel. You've got to see what's around you, what's open. It's like us coming home from a game at 12 o'clock at night and we have to eat. We're looking at every corner, every direction. We're watching traffic. Are we going to get home? Are we going to get stuck in traffic if we stop? Should we eat there? Let's stop there. Let's not stop there. That's what you do on a soccer field.
And that's what Ashley Vigil was doing, where she was 2 steps ahead, but everybody was 3 steps behind. And I don't think I've ever seen anything like that, where you just leave the ball there waiting for your player.
Yeah.
Neither had they.
The defense looked at it, too, and said, what's she doing? She trying to fake us out? Should I grab it?
And honestly, that might have been the best play I've seen today.
So even though we had a player down, we should still be at 2 minutes and 43 seconds in this first half. Ball played, trying to get picked up, going to the right side. This is where, if you want to stay in the game right now from Western States, you can't give up a cheap goal. You have to play to the whistle. You have to force them, as early evening is setting in here on sportsnetusa.net. Turn the corner, take it back out. You can hear people saying, got to leave quickly, got to make the shots, take it up a long drive, and that's a good one. I'll play with that. You take it back. You've got to be ready for everything. And this is the thing where nobody's moving. They're standing there. They become in a stationary spot. Here, I'm right at the 3-0. Bring the ball to me. No, you've got to go and get the ball. Again, I'm going to bring it back to you, Corey. Basketball, it's like a guy standing in the corner saying, throw it to me, man. I'll make my shot. Oh, you need to move. Oh, no, just throw it to me. And at this stage, it's in a soccer game, you need to realize. And that's going to bring us to the end of the first half. As we come to the end of the first half, well, it's the first time somebody on the left side of the ledger has got the lead. It's the Big 8-1. Western State 0 here on Sportsnet USA.net. Just want to thank Bitsy Wagner, Jackie Vasquez, Nelzy Dominguez, who we saw play today. Ariana Avilos out of Fresno. Joanna Patron out of Butte. You looked at Joanna, 25 points this season. Taylor Rappis out of Sierra College, 23 points this season. Of course, I love Alexa Green. I think one of the better defenders. You ought to see what she's doing. Went to Orange Lou 3 years. Played 2 years. Was all league for the Trinity League Defensive Player of the Year. And she got academic honors. She enjoys listening to music. She is a biology major, and she wants to be a veterinarian. I'll bring my animal to her. Poor old guy needs some help. Olivia Hostetler, who we didn't see today, and that's it. Just some of the other ladies here on the OAC. So we're all at halftime, the men and the women, here on SportsNetUSA.net for the Sophomore Showcase from Saddleback College. It has been a ball. To BJ and Greg, thank you for having us here. We've had a good time. For the guys down on the backside, Albert, Joe, and Ryan, thank you for pulling off the game up there. For everybody in this booth, Corey, Pablo, Ed, and the old guy, BJ for coming up and visiting us. It's been a fun day of soccer. And if you're an OEC fan, you better be watching out for Golden West College, not one of those other teams that was 2-6 and made the playoffs. Here on SportsNetUSA.net.
Well, Sierra from the Big Eight, they did have a good season, second in the Big Eight conference behind Folsom Lake. It should be a
really good match. Yeah, it really should. I see one of these being 1-0. It's not going to be a runaway. It's going to be one of those 1-0 matches tomorrow, and it could come down to that final shot or two. There's Greg talking about Fullerton College. Greg came up to visit us here on SportsNetUSA.net.
Oh, Ed?
He needs to pay somebody. Well, you can talk to Greg if you want to.
So yeah, and Mark, it should be an outstanding outstanding match tomorrow, because you're gonna have these two teams that, as much as we joke about the conferences and getting in and getting these are two of the better teams that you've seen. Even though Golden West was a 5th place team in Orange Empire Conference, they are still a quality team, and you said that all season long, that it is the best conference in California.
Yeah, it really is. And I mean, when you look at it, Corey, I've enjoyed all the soccer from everybody out here. You know, I'm a homer for the OEC because I call games for the OEC. So I'm going to be like you. You did Saddleback College, and you were a homer for Saddleback College the few games that you did here on SportsNetUSA.net. So I have no problem with that being a homer. But when we look at the quality of the players that have been out here, I think the southern section really does have the whole thing with them being the better players. And I think that showed tonight when you look at all the conferences.
And I think they've had the deeper talent pool to pull from, and they have
during the sophomore showcase.
Yeah,
okay.
That they've been better. I mean, they have showed why, even though these elite teams in NorCal.
You want to go in the air for a second? Let's get Greg on the air, because you want to come around? Come on down. One of the other voices and the other gentleman that I've talked a lot about here on SportsNetUSA.net. You've heard me, much to the chagrin of other people. If I'm doing Cypress College, you hear people go, wait a minute. I saw you helping out Fullerton. Of course, Greg, the head coach there. Greg, always gives me a hard time because he'll watch the Cypress games or the Saddleback games. Greg, first of all,
Yeah, we like our loyalty over there. We like to claim you guys. Huh?
yeah, I tell you. One thing I want to bring up, though, is that, and I said it to BJ, you're a great mentor, instructor, coach, and I want to you get your feel on the coaching association, especially here in Southern California, and what it feels like to be here, and what it is like to work with the group of people that are adversaries, but friends.
Yeah.
From a coaching
No,
perspective.
absolutely. I mean, I'm a product of this system, right? And, coming up through San Diego Canyon College when I was coming out and now getting to come back to the level. And after being in two other colleges before that, just been always a huge proponent of this level, not just from the soccer standpoint, but the people that I've got to interact with and continue to interact with my life that changed my life and put me on a different direction. So for me, it's about giving back again. And I think that's how a lot of us feel. I think there's a lot of coaches now in the state that have come through the JC or the community college system, and we really come together on that, and it's just gives us a wonderful opportunity to continue to work and strive to make this a good opportunity for those coming behind us.
Corey asked, before you go, Greg, is this sport growing? And Greg said, yeah, he thought it was. I know you're on the men's side.
Yeah.
Greg is on the men and women's side. He answered more for the women than men. What about the men's programs?
Yeah, they're absolutely growing. I think the whole landscape of soccer has changed, and the NIL and the portals changed a lot of things for us. I mean, but for us at Fullerton, we were a little bit more ahead of it. We came in and built our program with the foresight that this would be something that we would be able to market down the future, and it allowed us a lot of early success. And I feel like we paved the way in a lot of ways for a lot of the things that are happening now. But in all that doing that, I think a lot of other schools jumped on board and understood really the pathway that we were trying to create through this system, and been really fortunate that some coaches have jumped on with that. But now everything is not only growing the opportunities, but yeah, it is changing, and there's more and more kids playing now. It's becoming more and more popular in the youth leagues and the programs, and where we're going with that. And so it's a fantastic opportunity for these kids. And
why the sophomore showcase?
Well, really, it's the culminating event for us. This is coaches coming to recruit our players is why we do what we do. It's on our jobs to, it's great to win games and have championships. And I guess the Final Four is a fantastic event, a great way to showcase. But if we're not moving student athletes onto the 4-year level, what we're doing doesn't really make a lot of sense, or it's not really what's in it for us. I think that's our job. We always pride ourselves as being the foundation for students, athletes as they come in, the new beginning to this journey. So being able to have this showcase event and be able to present these products and these rebranded young players to these 4-year schools and give them new opportunities is exactly what we should be doing.
Corey, I don't want to take everything away. I thought maybe you might have Greg.
Well, like the last interview.
Okay.
Y'all stole my answers, my questions to my answers already. So, I was going to ask you the same thing that we asked. It's growing, and we want to know why it's growing. But the sophomore showcase is something that you're going to give out and let your players shine. And I think you just answered it, but how important is that? If you could just reiterate why it's important? Yeah, it's just important because this is our chance for all of our top players, and not just players, student athletes, really, because it's all cumulative, to put them in front of 4-year schools and give them the next opportunity. A lot of these kids have been in front of these coaches through high school and early club times, and maybe wasn't quite ready. And so this event really allows them to rebrand and re-showcase themselves. And speaking of showcasing themselves, what do they need to showcase about themselves? What they need specific? It's specifically just that they can compete at this level, that they understand the game at the collegiate level. And that more importantly than anything else, that there was growth. Like I said, we tell a lot of our student athletes that, you were identified by these schools at some point, you've come into connection, but somewhere along the line, someone didn't pull the trigger because there was things that you need. And so I think the 4-year schools here are really looking for the growth in these student athletes and, and everything that they're now doing at this level. And Mark mentioned, last question for me, Mark mentioned the crowd that comes to watch this, not just the coaches, but the audience. And were you expecting this amount of people, or do you feel like you mentioned the growth? Is this expected, or is it more than you expected?
I think all credit to all the coaches and the Coaches Association that got involved behind this event. That this is the right run we expected, because we went out and all the coaches really did a great job of recruiting coaches to come to the event, spreading the word, pitching in to make this a great event. I think it's right on par with what we were hoping for. We're glad that everybody that said they were going to come turned up. But again, I can't say enough credit to our association, to all the coaches that got involved with this event.
When we look at men's soccer this year, and BJ and I talked to a couple other coaches during the year, the women's game has flourished. The men's game sort of I had coaches tell me take a step backwards a little. And BJ said it has a lot to do with NILs and everything else. So what do you battle as a coach for these players that you would love to have come to your program, Greg, but you can't give them because it is the community college level?
It's just, we always say it's perspective to pathway. Knowing what's a realistic pathway for you and how you have, like, your perspective on how you're going to go about it. How you're going to master failure, how you're going to deal with success, create opportunities, and see the right opportunities. So again, we're always talking to young student athletes about being very realistic about what's going on and why things happen to them. But also just understanding that, it is different now, but nothing's gone. You just have to learn and be re-educated on what it is. And so I think if student athletes get educated on the process, they understand what their path is, and they just work really hard and have a great perspective, and not just about playing time, about wins and losses. They just say, this is what I want to do. These are my goals. This is how I'm going to get there. And if they can get that right, they're going to have opportunities.
And how does this affect as a coach, your pathway and your perspective?
My perspective is just to continue to work and mentor young people to come through. My greatest joy is not just coaching in the game. It's that the game affords me opportunities to work with new student athletes all the time, and to continue to foster relationships that I've had with my colleagues and four-year schools, and get to see a lot of people that were part of my development. But for me, this is really about just continuing to grow through the game like them, and help young student athletes get to their next step.
We heard that from BJ. Greg basically says the same thing, but in his own way. One last thing before we let you get out of here. We know what the quality of the play was on this side of the field. Yeah. And the OEC, when they got out here with the women, they stepped it up. They wanted to send a message, because the teams that thought they should be in the championship weren't there. They were going to let everybody know we're the best conference. I know you had 7 players out here from Fullerton College, and I know what your expectations are, not only for your players and for their future, but for the program. So I got to ask, when the OEC got in the field over there, what did it look like?
I was sorry, man, to my fellow Bay Valley Conference. It was pure domination, 4-0, and we had 4 Fullerton players cap goals today. So, and I think 3 assists from the Hornets. So I think our boys absolutely did what they were supposed to do to showcase themselves today.
Is it really the South against the North?
Always.
All right. Greg, I can't even get your name out right now. Aviles.
There it is.
I want to thank you again for everything you've done for the game, for us, and for everybody that's been associated with you here at Hornet Radio and SportsNetUSA.net.
Well, we thank you guys. You guys have changed the landscape for us. We know that, and all the other things that you're doing for our game. So we can't appreciate you guys enough. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, sir. All right.
I basically call him Greg, and he just stares at me. So, and he calls me old guy. So, and there he is, one of the other coaches that helped put this whole showcase away. Thank you for everything. Ed Ford and Greg got together to make sure this would happen, and it has happened tonight here on SportsNetUSA.net. 22 minutes to go.
Yeah, if they can just end it now, it would be a perfect day.
Yeah, with the interview and everything, yeah, I think that would be a good ending.
Be a walk-off, so to speak.
You can hear the players talking to everybody, Corey. Here we go, and you can tell how big this last match is.
Here's the thing, Mark. We always talk about food, and this is like a meal that's been throughout today. We had the appetizers in the first couple matches. Then we got to the main course when the OEC started to play, and now this is the dessert, so to speak, when the last match, because both these teams are still playing hard and want to win.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you sit there and you go, God, dinner was pretty good, and somebody goes, boy, the dessert was sort of weak compared to everything else, huh?
Yeah.
This is where you want everybody to go, boy, that last match, I wish it would have been like that all day long.
It's like that golden cake with the chocolate icing, Mark. A perfect cap for the day.
So we get a little time on the sidelines. The referee and the lines person, as because a player grabbed the back of her thigh, and now she's going to walk across the field. Now she's running.
That's going to be Angela Gonzalez from Allen Hancock.
So, Corey, I don't know if she felt a little twitch in her leg. And you know, in a cold evening, when all of a sudden you feel that little tightness and something pops, as a player, the last thing you want to do is get hurt in a showcase just because you want to show somebody you're gritty. And so she wisely goes to the sidelines where there is a trainer already over there with another player.
And now the Western State Conference is down 2 to finish out this match.
You look good in blue. Go ahead.
Yeah, but then they needed like a few trainers to carry me off the field after I ran 10 yards. And
well, I could always get Joe and Ryan to help you.
and they need 6 more trainers to carry them off the field, just trying to run onto it.
So once again, back and forth we go. 1-0 in this game. Somebody can get a goal. Going in the blue, we can tie it up. They won't lose anything today. Right now, Big 8, big offsides, about 10 yards out in front. And I have seen people rip shots towards the goalie from there. Usually if you do that, you get a red card. Not that I've ever done anything like that. I'm Gentleman Jim when I play sports. Play by the rules. Don't complain to referees.
Boy,
I am the gentleman Perry Webster.
yeah, I don't think so. I've seen you play.
Oh, okay. Yes, but I do have a trophy, the Vittle Cup, which makes me very, very happy. My international trophy.
And you know that cup represents the journey, not just the winning, but the journey and the play and camaraderie of the sport.
I've got a cup. You know, it said I was number 1.
Yes.
Once again, and here it is. Don't stop. Keep running when you have an opportunity. And this is what you do in the wings. That's where you should have released it. Shot at the goalie. And Corey, you saw the shot change. You had it on your left foot. You could have taken it to the far corner. You shift to your right foot. The goalie cheats over right there. And Ed, she cheats over. She knows there's only one place you can go, and that is to her right in the lower corner or the upper corner here on Sportsnet, USA.net.
And that was Elijah who took that shot, 48 in orange. And it looks like Angela Gonzalez is back on the field with a wrap around her right thigh.
And again, this is a stage you don't want anybody getting hurt, just for the simple reason of a game. And yeah, she does, Corey, and it's probably that thing. We'll see how well she runs, because you can watch her. She's got her right hand down by her thigh.
But it's also a thing that it's a competitive thing. It's competitive nature that you have, because since we know how you play, if you got a little bit hurt, which game are you pulling yourself out of?
After you sit down, then I'll come out, because I know you wouldn't come out. Hey, I've gotten better. I don't carry, well, no, that's not true. I still carry equipment.
But that competitive nature is one of those things you see in this showcase that.
And it doesn't change with age. If you're competitive, you're competitive. If you're not, you're not. Age
just means you can move or not.
Yeah, exactly. When I was younger, I could have done that. Yeah, okay. That's what young kids tell you. Yeah, okay, whatever.
and we've seen the play and the quality of play pick up throughout the day as well.
We have, yes, and we've seen the seriousness. I mean, you saw the smile on Greg's face when I asked him about the men OEC, and it was all Fullerton College people scoring. You saw Coach light up, even though he was saying, hey, it was simple. It didn't really matter.
Well, again, that competitive nature of people, yeah, we all had fun. It's camaraderie. The spirit is nice. We want to have our teams grow and have
We
our
love
players.
each other.
Yes. How'd your team do? Well, you should have seen them. This was the best part of the day.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's what it's like.
Exactly. It's well, there were 4 scores, and they were all Fullerton College, and all the assists were Fullerton College. But, hey, besides that, the rest of the day was okay.
How was the day? Oh, it's all love, all camaraderie.
yeah.
But
okay.
It's the SoCal versus NorCal.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It was funny. He did flat out admit that. Yeah, it's SoCal against NorCal. It's sunlight against darkness of the night.
And here it's 1-0, and the only goal scored all day belongs to the Big 8.
Yeah.
In the final match.
And again, you can just see the players from the Big 8 have a little more emphasis on finishing everything. Because right now they feel like they've got it. And the thing that's interesting, the winning tender, Cameron Simmons from Saddleback College. So I don't know. Do you actually give the Big 8 the championship? If it wasn't for her, they probably wouldn't win because we got an OEC goalie in the net.
Yes, you give it to him. Because the outstanding defense they're playing, not many shots on goal.
You know what I'm waiting for? The real happiness of this game is when the guys from downstairs walk up here and look at Ed and say, what do you want us to do?
Take over. I'm out.
Yeah.
But you still love to hear the communication that they have. One of the things that you'll notice when there's so many long tournaments is Gandhi. Nice move, and Elijah can't finish it.
Come down the wing, you make the turn. Nobody picks you up. And so what do? Player goes down. Nobody picks you up. You carry it all the way in. Your trailer should be waiting for that piece of ball on my foot.
And that's the problem. You saw it. Gandhi saw it. She knew what she wanted to do when she hit the 20. Problem was, Elijah was there but wasn't ready to receive.
Yeah, and again, since they have not played with each other, and again this happens, it's because on my team we don't have these sort of plays. So I'm not used to doing that. And that could happen here in the showcase when you see things like that happen. If you're a coach from a D1, NAIA, D2 school, you're out here and you're looking for talent, you don't sit there and say, ooh, she can't do that. No, you take into consideration how often do these young women play with each other. This is a conference game. And part of another conference was thrown in. We have 3 different styles of soccer being played on the field on the same team. Dishes and it goes out. 12 minutes. And this sophomore showcase will come to a close here on Sportsnet, USA.net. We saw no stoppage time in the first half. There will be no stoppage time here. Nice little feed. Just beats the person. And now it's going to be clutter in the middle of the field. If you're the Big Eight, you don't want to let anybody over the 50. And you'll take an attack, but you'll waste more clock than anything else. Go in the middle, nice little shot, take it over there, try to turn it around so that I've got somebody, goes out. It's a goalie kick. So you're going to take your 3 defensive people, you're going to stack them at the 40, drop somebody in the middle, and you're going to make sure the ball does not get past the 45-yard line, even if it's a big kick. The goalie gets this. You want to be the first one there with the Big Eight. Ball drops at the 30. You'll attack now to make sure they've got to take it back. You look at the checkers, all in the orange. Looking, what do I stop? That's a missed foot that should have been on the ball, but you were in the right place defensively. Ball goes straight out. Who's got the ball? The Big Eight. Clock goes down. We're at 10 minutes to go. You take it back to the middle. You widen the field. And then again, I'm going to take it back so I can get a clock down. Do I go to the right? No, I might take the middle and bring it back. Don't let the bottle. And that's what you don't want. You don't want the ball going off your foot. Take it into the corner, and if it goes out, they've got a long way to go.
And you like the way Gandhi plays out there, Mark. 54. She plays with a great deal of physicality and speed. And she's been the one that's been forcing the issue for the Big Eight. She's got the lone goal.
Yeah, and you look at the way on the other side. Villaneda, Moreno, Davilos, Gonzalez, Sanchez, Marino, Gutierrez, Navarez, Torres, Gonzalez have played for the Western States. They've played well. It's only 1-0. It's not something like you're, in the OEC game where you said it was out as we get a corner. Once again for the Big Eight. Swing it back in. This is where you can just close everything down. Walk it back out, and that's what you do. Take it to the middle if nobody's there. Back in the middle, you're going to start. I'm going to bring it back to, I'd have brought it back to this side. Goes to the goalie. We're down to almost 8 minutes. And all now it is playing with the clock. You've got a 1-0 lead. You don't want to force your hand. Ball gets kicked out. Try to bicycle kick. And this is where you come up. You don't let them get across the 30, and that's the Western State. That's our goal. We need to get across the 30. Again, nice between the wickets. Take it back. And on that one, I'm not sure, Corey, I make that pass, even though I end up with the ball, because all I have to do is give them a break for a run. Yet, it doesn't look like Western States wants to make a run.
No, they're showcasing on the showcase. It seems like they're just playing through and going forward. Also is having a good game is Wojciechowska from American River, number 50 in orange. Alyssa Wilwright, 47 for the Big Eight. She's been around the ball as well. Had a shot on goal in the first half.
And there should have been one where she thought there was a trailer. Big shot. She thought there was a trailer on her left-hand side. She gave it a little heel to pass it on, which would have been easy. She had a dead shot. You could hear the crowd moan on that.
Yeah, that should have been her second.
Yeah, she could have taken the shot, probably got the goal, but she was trying to be generous.
And that may have been one of those showcase things that you were mentioning earlier about you want to show that you're a team player and get other people involved instead of taking that shot and appearing selfish. Right there, she takes the shot. She gets number 2. Not selfish, simply a good play on an assist.
Well, she takes number 2, Corey. The game is over. You're still giving a team an opportunity to tie you. We know this doesn't go to a shootout or overtime. When we hit zeros, game is over.
But you heard just in the coach's voice just now, it's still important to actually win.
Yes, yes. You know, if you get tied now, it's like you lost everything on that side of the ledger. Bigfoot. Need to get the bounce. Takes the big hop. If you can't control it, this game is tied with 5 minutes to play here on SportsNetUSA.net. This is where now you've got to make a move. Can't stop it. You've got to make a move and run with it. You don't have time. You've got to take it straight up the middle.
And it's interesting, a couple of those entry passes to a Big A player, they hadn't really deadened their feet. The feet hadn't been soft, and they've come off those cleats a little bit too much. Instead of it being softened with a chance on getting it back or going to the goal and try to net one.
So we're at exactly 5 minutes on this last match for the Sophomore Showcase for men and women here on SportsNetUSA.net at Saddleback College. Corey, Pablo, Ed, the old guy, Albert, Joe, Ryan down on the other field. We all want to thank you for watching these showcase games here on SportsNetUSA.net. It's been a fun day. Great season of soccer. I want to thank all the coaches we've encountered from north, south, not only today but through the years. We always appreciate every one of you here on SportsNetUSA.net, and especially BJ and Greg. Thank you for coming up here and talking to us a little, letting us know what your vision is for soccer and for what soccer holds for you in the future. A lot of things that we learned, a lot of things that we thought we knew, we discovered we didn't, and a lot of games in the future. As we get down around 3 minutes. For all the parents that have made this possible through this year, thank you. For all the players that we know from multiple sports, thank you. For Saddleback football being so nice to Ed Ford and the guys who called the games this year, Matt, Ryan, and Corey, thank you for the kindness you had for them. To Ed and I and Albert, when we've been here at Saddleback College to do men's and women's soccer, we appreciate every moment you give us and every opportunity we have to show you that we are the group that should be out at these functions doing these games for you. For the people from Cyprus, well, hopefully you've been watching. Thank you for a fun year. We'll see all of you during softball and baseball and who knows what other sports that we may come across each other this year on Sportsnet USA again. Thank you again to all of you for everything you've done for us. Like this showcase, you've allowed us to step up a little, to get a little better, to work on our mistakes, and to be like the young men and the young women you've seen today. Realize that no matter how old you are, how young you are, or how young you are, you can always learn something that you never knew. And that's what we always do here in community college sports and SportsNetUSA.net. Under 2 minutes here on SportsNetUSA.net as we come to our last game. Corey Neyland, it has been a fun sophomore showcase. Thank you for being on the air with me. For Pablo running the camera, thank you. For Ed Ford, always at the control. For For the boys downstairs, Albert Robles, thanks for taking care of the guys on the men's side. I know it was a challenge with all of us being two different places. That has been a fun challenge to say the least. For Ryan Osborne, Ryan, thank you. Young man, you always make me feel like I know what I'm talking about, and I know I don't, but you make me feel like I do. And for Joe, to think I should exist in the technical world, well, that just shows how crazy you really are when people talk about you. Because when it comes to technology, I am not the guy that needs to be around it, along with many of my broadcast partners. It looks like the Big 8 is going to come away with a victory, meaning the South walks out of the stadium feeling with a little pride, as they said, you know what, you might have thought the rest of you were really good. But when it really came down to the conference, who had more people in the playoffs than anybody else, quote Corey Neyland, that we can play with anybody. Well, that's what we have seen here today. As we come down to the last 10 seconds, the Big 8 should beat the Western States and come away with that one surviving victory here on Sportsnet. USA.net. For all of us at Sportsnet, USA.net, this has been the Sophomore Showcase from Saddleback College on Sportsnet, USA.net.